Hello, everybody, and happy birthday, Meg Duffy. And welcome to the PHLY Draft Day Live Show, brought to you by Pabst Light and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit PabstLight.com for more information and head over to TrueMark.com for more details. We are here for night one of the NFL Draft. We're going to be here all weekend long. And who do we have? We have Zach Berman, our Eagles insider. If you watched last year, you know that the Eagles picks, most of them, including night one, Quinyon Mitchell, were broken by none other than Zach Berman. So hopefully we get a little remix of that. Zach, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Thrilled to be here. One of my favorite weekends of the year. I love this. It's even better this year for the reasons you're about to mention. But this is awesome. This is going to be a long time tonight, long time this weekend, and nowhere else I would rather be, and no one else I would rather be here with than the two of you, and I would say everyone behind the camera as well.
Absolutely, and you and I are the bread here, and the meat in the middle is Fran Duffy, our All-City NFL Draft expert. Fran, your first time getting all teams that you get to cover, all prospects that you get to cover all weekend. We're going to be here. We're very excited to have you.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Look, this draft is going to be as unpredictable as any I can remember. So I'm excited for chaos tonight. Even if it doesn't start with a trade at the top, it's going to be a really fun night from 1 to 32.
All right, well, let's get into it from an Eagles perspective. By virtue of having won the Super Bowl,
Is that right?
the Eagles get to pick 32nd in the first round tonight. At least they are scheduled to pick 32nd. They have 8 picks over the course of the next 3 days. Some might say that given the youth on the roster and how well they did in the draft last year, that the future is bright for the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, we're talking about the Shady Rays Future is Bright segment. Let's get into it because here's the deal. The Eagles have those 8 picks. They've got some targets. They might be looking to move up. They might be looking to move down. Should be an exciting week for the Eagles after what they did last year, getting Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalex Hunt, the building blocks of this young dynamic defense.
You're right. And I should say, too, that the pick last year, the 32nd overall pick, was at 11:52 p.m.
Oh.
Right? Now, I don't think the Eagles are going to draft at 11:52 p.m. because I don't think the Eagles are going to draft at 32.
Oh.
And we'll get into the trade up or
turkeys to the draft kingdom
or trade down. But as far as the future is bright, yeah, part of the reason why the future is bright in Philly and why they won the Super Bowl is because of this organizational philosophy that Howie Roseman adheres to that predates Howie, but Howie is a believer in building along the lines of scrimmage. And every year, so this is my 14th year covering the Eagles, I hear they might go with a non-traditional position. And 9 of the 13 picks Howie's made in the first round have been along the lines of scrimmage. So what am I expecting tonight for this future is bright? O-line, D-line, or edge rusher. It would surprise me if the Eagles, if they draft in the first round. It's different if they trade back, or if they draft in the first round, if it's not a premium position.
Well, we're coming off the heels of them having drafted 2 corners.
Sure,
in the
and that
first
was an
2 rounds
exception.
and
Yeah.
going to the Super Bowl. But I think that's obviously something to keep in mind. That is the way that they build. And in terms of the future is bright here, we also have to keep in mind they have 11, probably, picks scheduled for next year's draft, including likely 3 third-round picks.
Yep.
Would not be a surprise to see them dealing from that stash over the course of this weekend in order to move up.
Exactly. Howie Roseman uses the picks as assets, and you see it. These are chips. I don't expect him to finish this draft with the same draft inventory next year that he has now, and there's plenty of time to replenish whatever he might give up. But I could see them using those picks as sweetener. I should also add that Howie, in his history, typically trades up in the first round. He's traded back on draft night twice in the first round. 5 times he's traded up. So typically the way it works for him is if there's a player he wants and it's getting close, he'll use some of those picks he has as sweeteners to try to move up.
And Fran, given the makeup of this year's draft class, you hear that it's pretty flat from like 10 to 40. There's not a huge difference between those guys. Given that, everybody's saying teams want to move back. Maybe the Eagles see that as a bit of a market inefficiency. Maybe they can move up for less than they have in the past. why don't we talk about some of the Eagles targets if they do want to move up? Let's flash up our list of potential Eagles targets for tonight, and it starts with guys who would be move-up candidates. Who among those players there do you think is realistic for the Eagles?
Yeah, to me, and look, what's going to make this, I talked about the unpredictability of this first round. You know, Walter Nolen, I feel good about him going in the top 15. A lot of mock drafts have him going number 11 in San Francisco. That's where my final mock had him going. As Zach astutely pointed out on his 7-round mock draft this morning, Daniel Jeremiah had him falling out of the first round, available for the Eagles at 32. And that just gives you an idea of the wide variance of outcomes that we could see here with this draft. And so when you look at a Walter Nolen, a Mykel Williams, right off the bat, like that's two players where I'm like, yeah, those guys are probably out of reach. Well, the Eagles also thought that Quinyon Mitchell was going to be out of reach last year, or at least that he was not going to fall to their draft slot. And so I think when you're looking at it, who are the realistic possibilities in my mind? I think you're looking at Mike Green. I think you're looking at Malaki Starks. I don't know that they would trade up for Malaki Starks, as Zach just alluded to. I think if you're looking at safety, that's more, hey, he falls to them at 32 and there's no better option there. I think they would love Malaki Starks. I think they love the player, but for all the reasons that Zach pointed out, I think it's probably more likely that they go in a different direction.
Mykel Williams, you think a player they would move up for, Zach?
I do. Now, this is the thing.
Edge rusher, young guy.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that we don't know of a top 30 visit for Mykel Williams. Now, sometimes there's top 30 visits that are kept under wraps. The nuance this year, because I'm like, we can all count the 30. There's been 30, but some of them might count as local visits, which don't count against the 30. So there is a chance that the Eagles brought in players, but and we've discussed this. When you're drafting 32, it might be hard to get a guy who's expected to go in the top 20 to come to you because either his agent doesn't want to signal that they think he could drop, or he just wants to, they want to spend their time going to places where they think they're going to end up. But I think from a profile perspective, Mykel Williams makes a lot of sense for the Eagles in terms of the playing style. Like you mentioned, the age, the frame, obviously the position, the history they have at Georgia. If they were able to trade up for Mykel Williams, that to me would be a slam dunk.
Yeah, I mean, those top 30 visits are also information gathering. And they have lots of touch points to be able to find out enough about Mykel Williams. I don't think they would need a pre-draft visit for him necessarily. You mentioned Mike Green. Donovan Ezeraku is also on there from Boston College. Josh Simmons is an interesting one to me, and I do believe that from a Howie Roseman telling the story standpoint, boy, can I hear him saying, listen, this is a guy who we think is probably the best tackle in the draft. If he didn't suffer that injury, he would have been a top 10 pick. This is our chance to get a premium player at 32. That's sort of how we view it, or even a slight little move up.
Yeah, and this is another example of a player, much like Walter Nolen, where the opinions and the feelings on where he's going to go in this draft are wide varied. He's another player that Daniel Jeremiah had falling out of the first round of his mock draft. You see him going as high as 15 or 16, going to the Arizona Cardinals at 16. So, and he can go anywhere in between. The interviews, it was kind of a mixed bag in talking with teams, and then obviously he's coming off the patellar injury. And so when you have those two complicating factors there with a very talented player, it's going to be interesting to see where he ends up. Do the Eagles try and trade up for him, or do they wait for him to fall down to 32? It feels like Kansas City is the team that has been most locked into him. They're picking obviously one slot ahead of the Eagles, so
move up a little bit.
A lot of reason to think that he would not get past there.
If he were healthy, would he be the first offensive tackle off the board?
Well, if he were healthy, then you'd only have the one complicating factor in terms of the interview. I don't know. I don't think that would have changed the interviews. Now, my guess is he would be up there. He would be with Membu. He would be with Kelvin Banks. He would be with Will Campbell as one of the first tackles off this board.
I think the way Bo framed it is absolutely right, and that's what Howie would say, is that it's a rare opportunity, and if there's any position where the Eagles are able to be patient right now, it's offensive line. And so if you have a guy who you grade as the top offensive tackle in the draft, now that was also the rationale for Andre Dillard, and it didn't work out, but this is different circumstances for him falling than how Andre Dillard fell.
And then the rest of the players on that list: Mason Taylor, the LSU tight end; Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama; Nick Scorton, the Texas A&M edge; and then Luther Burden III, the Missouri wide receiver, another player who could go as early as like 15, could last to like 45. I know you are a big fan of Luther Burden. That would add an interesting dynamic to the Eagles offense.
Yeah, no question. You're talking about one of the more dynamic playmakers in this class, certainly at wide receiver. I think when you look at Burden, my gut tells me that he would be one of these surprise picks of the first round if he were to go this high. I think that it's more likely that he were to fall into the 30s and potentially into the 40s tomorrow, Friday, for day 2 of the draft. Mason Taylor is going to be an interesting one, guys. I think the ceiling there is 22 to the LA Chargers. I think the LA Rams would be another one at 26 that I would keep an eye on. Washington Commanders potentially as well, even though they spent a day 2 pick on the tight end position. I've heard them connected to Mason Taylor as well throughout the process.
And a player, I think, who the ceiling is a question for, given the lack of explosiveness. But that's more of an evaluation
on my part
discussion than a prognostication discussion.
Yes.
All right, that'll close it out for the Future is Bright segment. Thanks to Shady Rays for making that happen. Now let's take a bit of a step back here because the Titans are on the clock at number 1. We all expect Cam Ward to be the pick here, but rumors abound that there might be some fireworks at number 2. Fran, now you have your final mock draft that went out this morning. What do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, in that mock draft, I left the door open for Cleveland potentially trading down. And because obviously there was the Pete Schrager report on Wednesday morning.
You can check this out, by the way, on allphly.com. You need to become a diehard. We're fighting with Dallas, tooth and nail. You can't let us lose to Dallas.
No.
So become a diehard. And by the way, if you are a diehard, the best place to watch everything we've got going on, there's a great hub.
Yes.
If you are a diehard on allphly.com, where you can watch the show, but it's also got like a live breakdown of the picks being made, Fran's best players available. Great place to watch all weekend long.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the Cleveland Browns, my understanding is if they were to trade down out of this spot, the player that they would be targeting would be Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham. I know that there's some out there that it could be an offensive lineman. From what I understand, they are trying to prioritize getting a defensive tackle to put next to Myles Garrett. That is the based off conversations I had a couple of weeks ago as the pro day circuit was starting to cycle down. And so for me, as soon as I saw, all right, the Cleveland's looking to trade down, I sent a couple texts out. I was like, if that happens, is it on Mason Graham? And that's what it feels like it would be for Graham.
$36 for the year is the deal you can get for a diehard. You're getting Fran Duffy breaking things down.
Yes.
He might be breaking some picks tonight, given these conversations.
We'll see.
It sounds to me like you are implying that part of the contract terms of Myles Garrett's extension were that he gets to sort of be the de facto GM.
I don't know if I would quite go to that level, but I think that they want to continue to get him some help along that defensive line. And look, I don't think they're moving off that spot unless they get blown away by an offer. So and before people freak out, like, oh, why would they give up on Travis Hunter? Why would they select Mason Graham instead? It's Mason Graham plus what I would anticipate to be a future first-round pick and multiple day 2 selections, even just going down 3 spots. So that's what I think the asking price would be. I also mentioned in that mock draft that Jacksonville at 5, they will stay put and take Ashton Genty, but they want to move up for Hunter. If they'd also be open to moving back. Again, this is leading to the unpredictability we're seeing here over these the last few hours.
So, I'm sorry. So once Cleveland did that, though, could you see them move back again, right? Because Genty could be appealing to a team like Chicago, for instance. Do you think they would just sit there at 5 and take Mason Graham? Or do you think it's, all right, Andrew Berry, you've already done it now, just keep going, keep getting picks?
I think if it wasn't specifically for Graham, I think they would be open to that. But I don't think they would want to risk losing Graham.
Interesting.
Because I think if Graham were to fall to 8, I think that Carolina would love Mason Graham to become a Carolina Panther to go with your boy Dan Morgan. And so I think that if that were to happen, then they would lose out on Mason Graham.
All right, Adam Schefter has broken it. The terms are out and the trade has been made. The Cleveland Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th-round pick, and a 6th-round pick this year to the Jacksonville Jaguars in exchange for number 5 overall, a 2nd-round pick this year, so that's number 36 overall, a 4th-round pick this year, and their 2026 first-round pick for Jacksonville. So they moved down 3 spots, pick up a 2nd this year and a first-round pick next year, and then there's some day 3 going back and forth. It's a lot.
It's a lot. Travis Hunter's a great player, and they're going to use him on offense. My guess is they're going to let him play both ways, but they want to fluff up Trevor Lawrence. They want to make him the best version of himself. And so, to me, that's what got my spidey sense going off about Jacksonville not taking Mason Graham there at 5 overall when I did that 7-round mock last week. Obviously, it's been a lot since that point that it's going to be Ashton Genty. I think it was more about just surrounding Trevor Lawrence with playmakers, and now they're going to get the best playmaker in this draft.
I like it.
Big move.
Yeah, I like it for Cleveland as intrigued as I am by Travis Hunter, and there's absolutely reason to think I understand why Jacksonville would go up and try to get him because you say generational player. Certainly from a unique perspective, you don't see, you hear the term unicorn. There aren't a lot of players like this who've come around who've been out there since I've started covering football. That said, Cleveland, they swung for Deshaun Watson and missed mightily. And they're in a real tough spot now. They get the number 2 pick in a year when we've discussed it. I'm not enthralled by the quarterbacks in this class. So what do you do for quarterback? Well, you don't know for certain that next year's class is going to be better, but it certainly looks that way based on the quarterbacks in college football this year. So if nothing else, now they get the optionality next year. We'll see how they turn out, but now you have that Jacksonville pick, the inventory that they're able to build after not having first-round picks here under, these since they traded for Watson. It makes sense. I know it's tough to give up a player like Hunter, and I don't like trading down 3 spots when there's not that player who's like, all right, you're going to end up with him. If you're trading down 2 spots, maybe you're ending up with, Abdul Carter. But 3 spots in what I think is like a 2-player draft,
right.
It's tough. But as you say, they're high on Mason Graham, and just from an asset perspective, I totally get it.
From the other side of things, you think about James Gladstone coming from the Rams, where they have this sort of hubris about being able to outdo the draft, right? And they don't really care about necessarily volume at the top of the draft. Give us the stars. It's sort of a stars and scrubs type build, right? And then they think that they can make up for it with overperforming on late round picks. If you believe that, if you believe that you have figured something out about day 3 picks, this makes sense. It's a big swing to take, though.
It's a big swing to take in the first year of a regime. It is.
Yeah.
I get the idea. I do. But it's a big swing on a player that has not played wide receiver full time. I love Travis Hunter, but that is a lot to give up for this one player. Who look? And
what if he's 2 players? He's 2 players in one.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he's 2 players in one. The jury is out there. I love Travis Hunter, the player, but this is going to be fascinating to see this play out down in Jacksonville.
Fireworks off the top. Now, I should mention, since we're talking about the diehards, that we have a fun event coming up later in a couple weeks on May 6th.
Yes.
Fran Duffy here at the PHLY studios is going to break down all the players who the Eagles have drafted over the course of draft weekend. And so when the Eagles trade up to number 4 and draft Will Campbell, Fran's going to break it down. And so there's only a handful of spots left. You need to sign up for that now. Get in, ask any of the people who are here for the free agency breakdown. A lot of fun. Get to sort of, come around here, see what it's like at the offices, but more importantly, you get to do some guys with Fran. Very exciting.
We had a lot of fun for the free agency one, so I think this draft one will be a lot of fun as well.
I have an interesting framing device for this trade from Jacksonville's perspective.
Let's hear it.
James Gladstone, who looks up to Les Snead more than I think any man's ever looked up to another man before.
Yeah, a little bit creepily so.
Yeah. But during their time together in Los Angeles, Les Snead traded a first-round pick for Brandon Cooks. He traded multiple first-round picks, but for Jalen Ramsey. Effectively, you can say, now, this isn't exactly the case, but you just acquired Brandon Cooks and Jalen Ramsey in one. And what I mean by that is if you get a guy who, as Coach Flynn told us on the show on Monday, is just an outstanding wide receiver, and you get a player who you think is clearly the top cornerback in the draft, I've heard coaches say there's not enough time in the week to prepare for both, but it's like getting Ohtani, right? It helps you both ways. And so if you look at it from that perspective, they just traded next year's first-round pick for the top wide receiver and the top corner in this draft. It's one way you can rationalize the move.
Yeah, I mean, he's desperately hoping to get a text from Les Snead tonight.
Yes.
Just some semblance of a sense of approval. Please, notice me, Les. It's a bold move.
It is.
It's very cool.
Yeah. I don't hate the move for Jacksonville, but it is definitely riskier for Jacksonville than it is on Cleveland's end.
All right. Let's take our first break, and then we'll come back on the other side. We've got turkeys to the draft kingdom to play. We're going to put our turkeys on the line about what we think the Eagles are going to do over the course of draft weekend, and obviously we're going to react to the picks as they come just after this. We start tonight with our friends at Pabst Light. You can see it on the set. Pabst Light is a new light modern beer from Pabst Brewing Company. It is 96 calories, only 3.5 grams of carbs, and full of crisp and refreshing flavor. The people at Pabst Light, the good folks, they used high-quality ingredients so you can get that high-quality beer at a smart, approachable price. And Pabst Light retains the fun and independent spirit Pabst is known for. It's just light. Learn more about new Pabst Light at pabstlight.com. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or older. And now, I got to tell you about a brand new, exciting partnership that we have at ALLCITY. Check out this video right now.
30 minutes over a cup of coffee. A laugh, a smile, a message. Thumbs up emojis, clapping emojis, confetti emojis. Loaded nachos at halftime. It takes 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries, and a girl, you got this. It takes a queen to H5 at the park. Best 2 out of 3. A spin dash for the win. A Sunday morning gift, a bright splash of color. This is how you make an impact on a kid's life. It may sound small, but it's all they need. A word of encouragement. Someone to talk to, advice. And the time it takes to enjoy a slice or two, you can make a difference. So go ahead, share a few hours a month. Share your skills, share a song, share your thoughts, share a moment. Share a dance and share it with the world. Because yeah, mentorship sounds huge, but the truth is, it takes little to be big.
That was a powerful video there, and that's because we have some big and little news to share. ALLCITY, including us here at PHLY, is teaming up with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America for an exciting 3-year partnership. This is not just about sports, it's about community. Together, we're combining Big Brothers Big Sisters, their incredible youth mentoring programs, with the passion and power of ALLCITY's local sports coverage to create something truly meaningful. The partnership kicks off this week during our NFL draft coverage, but it does not stop there. We'll be working with Big Brothers Big Sisters year-round to support them through fundraising, through content, events, even opportunities for our team, and maybe some of you to get directly involved. Now, I'm not just telling you this because we're partners. Big Brothers and the Big Brothers Big Sisters program has been a part of my life. I was a big brother for 6 years. It was an incredible experience. I got as much out of it as I hope my little brother did in the program. We're excited to support youth mentorship that really makes a difference. I saw firsthand the way it can make a difference in the lives of a young boy. You can learn more and see how to get involved at bbs.org/ALLCITY.
And in conjunction with that, it's time for our big draft segment, brought to you by Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Well said, Zach. Now, our big draft segment, here's what we're going to do. We've each done 5 bold predictions heading into the weekend. And so our big draft segment, as for what we expect to happen over the course of this weekend, but going out on a limb, are bold predictions. How should we start? Who wants to go first?
You can go first, Zach.
All right. You are the big brother,
Yes.
the experienced big brother here, so you should lead us off.
Sure. So these are round 1 predictions. The first one, at least 3 quarterbacks go in the first round.
Oh, nice.
And I think quarterbacks always get pushed up the board. I'm expecting the New York Giants to take a quarterback. I think Shedeur Sanders is in play for Pittsburgh at 21, but I think the Giants are going to trade up to get Jaxson Dart.
You believe this Jaxson Dart stuff? Man.
I do.
Ooh.
I do. I am buying that. But I think 3 quarterbacks go tonight. It would. I know this is not a great quarterback draft class. There's too many teams that need a quarterback, and so I'm expecting 3 quarterbacks to go off the board tonight.
Okay.
The next one
you
here.
believe that, Fran?
No, we'll hear from that in my bold predictions.
Oh, okay. All right.
The next one here, only 2 non-Travis Hunter wide receivers go in the first round.
Okay.
So
Matthew Golden, Ted McMillan. We're
yeah.
thinking?
So
Okay.
yeah. Now maybe Matthew Golden slips and Emeka Egbuka goes, but I think Ted McMillan and Matthew Golden. I think there's not going to be that run on wide receivers tonight.
Okay.
Am I wrong there?
No, I feel I'm actually on par with you for one of my bold predictions. Similar one there.
Okay.
Here you go. A Michigan player goes number 13 overall. Okay, so this is where the Miami Dolphins pick.
Okay.
So perhaps it's the Miami Dolphins taking a Michigan player. Now, if it's not Mason Graham, that certainly limits the pool, but it could be Will Johnson, although he's someone who could be slipping as well.
yeah.
We'll see. Maybe Kenneth Grant. That could be too high.
Maybe somebody's trading ahead of the Colts to get Colston Loveland.
Well, that was it could be Denver trying to get Colston
Yes.
Loveland. So I think I have a Michigan player going number 13 overall.
I like that.
This next one
that's a good
here,
one.
this is the Josh tackles. Josh Connerly goes before Josh Simmons. And now I sent these to Brenna. There's a timestamp on this. Before I saw Daniel Jeremiah's mock last night. So I had just assumed I had just assumed that Josh Simmons was going to go in the first round, but I thought Josh Connerly was going to be the surprise here. I think teams really, I've kept hearing, because obviously the Eagles had him in, like trying to learn more about Connerly, and I think teams really like him, maybe more so than we've discussed on this set. And then the last one here, the Eagles draft before the Commanders.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because I think the Eagles are candidates to move up, but I also think the Commanders are candidates to move out of the first round.
Yes.
They're a team that's traded some picks already.
Yeah.
Adam Peters their GM is on record as saying he likes to trade back. So I think the Eagles draft before the Commanders.
That's a good one, and it does play into the Eagles' hands if they want to move up. There are a handful of teams from like 22 on who would have extra incentive to move back, given some pick deficiencies. So that's a good one. I like that one. Now, last year, I think you nailed all of these last year?
I did not nail all of them. I had Drake May going to the Vikings.
Okay.
They're
bold, so they're supposed to
Exactly.
be less than 50%.
Yeah.
So,
But-
if
but-
you hit most of them, that's pretty good.
But I had the cornerbacks going late last year, and I had the offensive tackles going early last year.
Okay.
But I thought one of those offensive tackles would go to the Eagles, and I was wrong about that.
All right, let's hear from yours, Fran.
Real quick, the Giants are taking Abdul Carter.
Did you break that? Or-
I know it's not broken. It's not, but the pick is in on the broadcast. But
Okay.
I got a text during when Zach
Look
was
at that.
talking
All right,
about
at number 3 overall, the
So-
New York Giants building up their
yep.
pass rush in the vision of the Super Bowl teams they've had in the past. But do you think that this means that Kayvon Thibodeau could be on the move?
I don't get that sense yet. Obviously time will tell there, but I think that they are fine going in with one of the deeper defensive lines in football. I think that's what their goal is with this selection.
And then, Zach, do you think that Abdul Carter will retire instead of playing for an Eagles rival?
No, I do not. I think he's going to enjoy it, but maybe 5 years from now, just like Saquon did, just like Azeez Ojulari did after 4 years, he comes down to Philly. By the way, Fran, I don't want to speak for Bo, the best host in the business, but you have license when you have news. Interrupt me, okay?
Right,
I don't
got
care
it.
if I'm on a roll. Interrupt me. News takes precedent. I think this event in particular is one where we don't have to be second screen. We can be first screen. I think we're better than the alternate. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
look, yeah. If
Puff
you're,
it out.
If you're watching a game, right? We can't give you the game, right? We can just give you. So we're the second screen for that. But this here, you can get the information here. You can get better commentary. You can get Eagle-specific commentary. Make this your first screen tonight, not your
Amen.
second screen.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll see. If
Okay,
we
news
get
takes
any more.
priority. That's good to know.
Well, I mean, that's the least bold thing that we could have
Did you hear about
expected
the
from
Pope?
Zach.
Yeah, we covered. Yeah,
You covered that.
off air actually.
yeah.
Off air. Had to break it, but if I could just give one piece of Pope commentary here,
Please.
as someone who's, I'm fascinated. The coverage is like a college football coach leaving. It's like I literally saw the next day the 10 candidates to be the
Yeah.
next Pope, and I'm thinking,
Yeah, the pizza guy.
Yeah, it's like you entered the portal. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, like this is, they had this ready to go. I didn't know that there was such a Pope pipeline. So yeah, but I did. My thoughts are with the Pope's, of
course.
and everyone, the Pope's family, and everyone who knows the Pope. Yeah,
And Mormons.
everyone. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, Fran, your bold predictions. Let's
My
hear it.
bold prediction. So I'm going to go with my first one was quarterback related. I have only one quarterback gets drafted on Thursday night, and that would be Cam Ward, the quarterback that went to the Tennessee Titans out of the University of Miami. I think that run on quarterbacks could start a little bit later, could start in the early part of round 2. So we'll see. I do think that there's a possibility, but we wanted to go bold. So I'm going to say one quarterback gets drafted here tonight. My next one.
I think you can judge who's boldest as well.
Well, we'll let Deniz make that call.
There you go.
Although
Yeah.
you disagree
He
with
hates
how,
that.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. The same number of wide receivers and tight ends get drafted tonight.
Okay.
So basically, I think that 3 tight ends could get drafted, and I think that we could see 3 receivers, including Travis Hunter. So I'm on.
Oh, so
I'm
Travis
on
Hunter
board with
counts here.
Yes, I'm counting
Okay.
Travis Hunter there. So Travis Hunter plus 2. Same number as tight ends. So that's my gut there. No pure linebackers get drafted on Thursday because it feels like most people view Jalen Walker as an edge rusher.
So no Jihaad Campbell?
No Jihaad Campbell.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Jihaad Campbell falls out. Just I think the medical that's public. That's out there in terms of he had shoulder surgery after the combine. Sounds like he might have to start the year on the NFI list. So that I think is going to affect his draft slot here on Thursday night.
This next one is bold.
No more than one trade happens once the draft begins. So I was obviously I said this this morning. I didn't think that a trade was going to happen between Jacksonville and Cleveland. I figured there was plenty of smoke there. I knew it was possible, but I didn't think they'd be able to get it done. I didn't think Jacksonville was going to give up what was required. So now I need no trades to happen the rest of the round. So we'll see.
Maybe you could argue that the Jags one was really agreed to before the draft started.
But I said, well, it's once the draft begins. So I'll stay true to that. Man of honor. This one's just for you. A player who is in his age 25 season, so he could be 25 now or turns 25 before the end of this year, gets drafted tonight.
Ugh.
So we're talking Tyler Shuck, which we're going against my other one. We're talking Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. I've heard some buzz with him in the last few days. So, yeah, there were a few players that I think kind of fit that bill.
Man, I mean, hang up your cleats as a GM if you're doing that on night 1. All right, I'll give you my 5 bold predictions as well. We start with, just got to see it. The Eagles picked twice in the top 50.
Wow. Okay.
So I am expecting them to move up from 64.
Okay.
And that would mean I think they could move up quite a bit. So that's a pretty bold one. I think the Eagles are going to pick twice in the top 50. That could be a move down from 32 in conjunction. It could also be a small move up from 32 and still having the equity from the future picks and also the 3rd rounder this year. Number 2, aside from the Steelers, any GM who drafts the 2nd and 3rd quarterback in this draft, and any GM who drafts Tyler Shuck in this draft is fired next offseason.
So we're waiting this out.
But I feel pretty good about this one. I actually don't even know that this is bold. This feels like just right down the middle. I mean, I'm sorry. If you're using a 1st-round pick on Jaxson Dart or even Shedeur Sanders, I think there's a chance you're probably getting canned. Now, I guess Mickey Loomis would be a good litmus test for this one because he's got permanent job security. But I think I feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah.
Tyler Booker. I've been feeling that in this draft where nobody loves anybody, somebody's going to fall in love with Tyler Booker because of all the intangibles that we've heard.
Yeah.
And you think that you're getting a plug and play, like above average guard from day one in a draft where you sort of have to talk yourself into the guys at premium positions. I think Tyler Booker may get overdrafted relative to expectations. James Pierce Jr., Zach's guy.
Oh,
I'm going he doesn't get drafted in the top 50.
Oh, man.
You have news?
Well, no, Jay. I had him 15 in my mock today.
James Pierce Jr.?
Yeah.
At 15?
I've heard a lot of positive buzz there.
Man.
I think
Okay.
going that high. I don't feel good about that. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't recommend it, but that's just
From people who know
what I've heard.
football. Yeah.
Okay. And then lastly, given that Zach never sleeps, that Fran has been working completely around the clock, and I have a 4-day-old at home.
Yeah! we haven't acknowledged that one yet.
We haven't
acknowledged that yet.
A reaction. Can we clip that?
Sorry, that was
That was
like Howard Dean.
disgusting.
Right? Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. We've been sitting here for 35 minutes.
One of us will fall asleep on air this weekend.
I
That's
thought
my
you would
bold
say that at
prediction.
the top. I didn't want to make the announcement for you.
Yeah.
Like we've been sitting here. It's been the elephant. Sorry, that was a weird reaction. I apologize. I'm
I can't
thrilled.
wait to watch that back later.
Congratulations, Bo.
Yes.
And mostly congratulations, Rachel and the whole Wulf family.
Yes.
That is awesome. But yeah, that's.
Thank you very much.
People have been asking me,
very
and
happy.
I've been saying it's not my news to share.
I mean, it's your news to grunt at.
That wasn't a grunt. That was like that was Howard Dean and the
It was a release.
Congratulations.
Thank
But
you very much. We're very happy, and thank you to everybody who has sent kind words. I really appreciate it.
I do want to say here that I'm feeling generous tonight. I'm gonna adjust your first prediction, and I'm gonna give you till 52. 2 picks in the 52. And the reason I say that is the Seahawks draft at 50 and 52. So there could be a situation where the Eagles trade down with Seattle.
I don't
50,
know that
52.
I need your charity, but I appreciate
It's not
it.
charity. No, because this is the thing. Seattle's drafting number 50, right?
Yeah.
So and because they have those 2 picks, you can see a situation where both those picks are exchanged.
Oh no!
Well, it's only fair because you do this for all of us all the time.
This is great.
Bo.
How about a
Wolf.
Leah?
Oh,
Leah.
look at
There's
her.
the name. There we go.
Credit to
Yeah.
Joe. Okay. All right, we'll take.
Also, this is
Thank
for
you
all
very
the
much.
sickos.
All right.
The sickos chipped in.
Oh, nice. This is
Yeah.
great.
Yes. Great
Fantastic.
job. Great job by Julia here.
Yes.
So we gotta figure out where to take this out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Julia. And the giraffe. Jane loves giraffes.
So,
Fantastic.
so the reason that says Baby Wulf there was actually this was orchestrated by Julia. She did an outstanding job, and
Thank you, Julia.
She wanted to be Leah, and I said some people are sensitive about the baby's name, and so we agreed Baby Wulf.
Baby Wolf is good though. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, but that's the backstory for why it says Baby Wulf and not Leah.
And you can reuse it for next time.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. Now I will say people did want to know about the name bracket. If it was a boy.
Oh,
I did a lot of work, and I was able to convince Rachel it was going to be Poo Ragu Wolf. Unfortunately, it was a girl. Well, very fortunately, it was a girl.
Yep.
And we're all very happy. So thank you very much.
How's the sleep been?
I mean, not great, but
Yeah,
that's okay.
okay.
Yep.
It's you're wired. That's what it's all about. I mean, there's nothing better. Got a little nap on the chest with the 7-pounder.
Ah, very nice.
This afternoon. This best feeling in the world. So very happy. Thank you guys very much.
Absolutely.
The Browns are taking Mason Graham.
Just as you called it.
Just as you predicted.
Yep.
Wait, so who did the Patriots take?
Will Campbell.
Did take Will Campbell.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, wow.
Yeah,
Fran was all over that. You basically scooped that.
Well,
I mean, you did. Mason Graham. Listen.
yeah, I'm with you.
You know, to have the number 2 pick in the draft, and I know you're picking up
You get
lots
one,
of value, but to enter the draft at number 2 and you're coming out with Mason Graham,
Yeah.
who is like not a perfect prospect.
Yeah, what's your read
It's
on
not
Graham?
ideal.
I like Mason Graham. He's
Because
a good
we didn't talk
player.
much about him leading up,
Right.
yeah.
Mason Graham is a good player. Basically, and Bo, I think in the first time we did a draft show, I said it about Will
Nicely
Campbell.
done, Julian.
I said it about Mason Graham. I said it about a lot of these guys at the top. They are good players, but Mason Graham is not Jalen Carter. He's not Quinnen Williams. He's getting drafted in the same area of the draft that those guys went. Will Campbell is not these other tackles that have gone in the top 5 of drafts in recent years. There's a tier drop below. I think it's gotten a little bit out of hand. I've heard some analysts say Will Campbell would have been the 19th pick in last year's draft.
He
I
looks
think
awful in that suit.
it's a little strong. Yeah, that's not a. He's got those short arms.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tough to tailor those.
He's
suits
swimming
to
in that thing.
But I think that at the end of the day, you look at Jim Schwartz and that defensive scheme that we know it's one gap, it's shoot up the field, and that's the way that Mason Graham plays. He is going to be that kind of game-wrecking presence behind the line of scrimmage for the Cleveland Browns. I do like that fit there schematically. You pick up the extra first-round pick. You pick up all the other assets along the way. I think that makes sense from that standpoint. You could make the argument that they would probably have been better served taking an offensive lineman, maybe an Armand Membu there, the tackle out of Missouri. But
not with general manager Myles Garrett.
I just think at the end of the day, they wanted to get another defensive player up front for Myles Garrett.
It's interesting.
In the Fran Duffy draft guide, or it's the All-City draft guide. I call it the Fran Duffy draft guide.
Me too.
Yeah, there's no comp there for Mason Graham. Who would be the comp that would come to your mind? Because I haven't really heard a good comp for him.
Well, the guy that it's somewhat recent, and it's not a great comp because this guy went in the second round, is Braden Fisk, because this was a high energy, 3 technique, short arms, compact frame, just played 100 million miles an hour every single snap. That's the way that Mason Graham, he's a better player. So he's a better version of Braden Fisk, but it's that kind of player that you're getting in that slot.
So that's I've seen commentary, including from Joe Banner, who I respect, that like this is a horrible Jaguars trade. And if you're the Browns, I love the inventory that they got, but as Bo mentioned and as we discussed, you basically traded the chance. You had Travis Hunter in your pocket, so to speak, and now you come out of the first round with a Braden Fisk comp, right? And so that's the flip side to this.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Browns probably have better comps internally than Braden Fisk, but for me, that was the first player that came to mind.
Oh, we got Will Campbell breaking down. I'm back in on him.
I do like Will Campbell.
Because of the tears?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, give me a man who can cry.
He's
his nose is a disaster.
Yeah. This is a very Vic Fangio angle on the broadcast.
It is. Good for him. All right,
Absolutely.
let's get into Turkeys to the Draft Kingdom.
Yes.
Now, this is what many believe is sort of like who knows ball most of all the pre-draft games that we do. And over the course of the last 4 years, actually, this has been won by Bo Wulf last year. In 2023, it was won by Bo Wulf. In 2022, it was won by Bo Wulf. And then in 2021, it was won by Bo Wulf.
Oh, okay,
So
yes.
4-time defending champion here.
Where does
What we
this
have
where's the
is-
stack on the games though?
Well, I think this one is most about who knows the Eagles, who knows ball the
Right.
most. Now, Duck Duck Juice, I have performed terribly. It is worth noting that that's the one that is done earliest in the draft process.
Okay.
And then I think the All Draft is about it's the most fun. How many darts can you hit?
Yeah.
That's a fun one. So we'll see how it goes. The conceit here is that for the next 12 questions that I have, we're going to disperse 100 turkeys for each of them, and then we'll see who has the most turkeys at the end. That's the winner. All right, is everybody ready?
Let's do it.
All right. The first question here is the Eagles' first pick of the weekend will be either before 32, at 32, or after 32. I can go first if you want, if you guys need to, if you've already done them.
Yeah, because I discussed this on the show with Fran the other day.
Okay.
I'm going 40 before, 40 after, 20 at 32.
Okay. I also have 40 before. I have 27 at 32 and 33 after.
I'm going to go with what my gut was the other day, which was after 32.50,
Wow.
before 32.30, at
Okay.
32.20.
Okay. All right. So you've got a little extra hooch in the Eagles trading down from 32. Now we go to their second round pick, which is currently at number 64. Before 64, at 64, or after 64. I can go first.
Yep.
I'm putting some turkeys on before 64 here. I'm going 65 turkeys on before 64, 30 on 64, and only 5 on after 64.
Can I get clarification on this?
Yes.
Is this the Eagles just any pick in the second round?
Their second pick.
The second
whatever
pick.
the
Oh,
second pick
I'm
is.
okay. I'm sorry. I read that incorrectly. Their second pick. Okay. Then I am gonna go with 35 at 64. Okay.
Okay.
40 after 64 and
Oh.
25 before 64.
Interesting. Oh, you're going the opposite of me.
Yes.
Because you think they're moving up from 32, so you think they're.
I
gonna move
do,
back
and I
to
think if
64.
I think if they move down, I'm not seeing the move down and then the move up too as well.
Interesting.
So I think it's just it's moving
I think
down and
as
then
we-
sticking where they
I
are.
have felt as we go through this exercise, and you said this about doing a 7-round mock, that I do think that there is a drop off sort of around 50, 55, where I
Interesting.
think the Eagles might be looking to move into, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm going to go 40 for before 64, so a trade up. I'm going to go with 35 at 64.
Okay.
So that gives me 25 for after 64.
Okay. All right.
Ashton Genty's going to be a Raider.
All right.
Wow.
Raiders, who have sort of telegraphed this. You thought maybe they were blowing smoke.
They did the Princess Bride.
Yes. Wow.
Do you like that?
Ashton Genty.
I
at
don't love
6.
that personally. I think it's early, but I understand why they think this is the move for them.
You know what, Julia? I think we got to do it. I think we got to put a pause in Turkeys to the Kingdom. We got to make this our Ace Hardware Home Services ice cold pick. The ice cold pick presented by Ace Hardware Home Service. That is for a pick that's ice cold in a bad way. Listen, Ashton Genty is awesome to watch.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
I think that you can think that he is like shotgunning your offense to mediocrity if it was really bad. But we talked about this over the course of the season, Zach, that teams might learn the wrong lessons
Exactly.
from the
Yep.
Saquon Barkley situation with the Eagles.
You put it 100% as I was about to say. I believe in elite running backs, but I think that an elite running back takes a good team and makes it better, right? I don't think an elite running back takes a bad team and makes it good or good enough. It's why I said I'm okay with the Giants not re-signing Saquon last year. My issue is the Giants not trading Saquon when they had the opportunity. So the way I see this, I didn't view the Raiders as they were constructed as a contender. I don't think, especially in that division, they trade for Geno Smith, who's fine, but I don't think he's like a top of the league quarterback. And I think he's the third or fourth quarterback in that division. They don't have an outstanding offensive line, right? We don't know what's going to happen with Colton Miller there. They certainly don't have like outstanding wide receivers. They have a great tight end. But you just look at that roster. I think Ashton Genty takes a team that was number 4 last year. Okay, or I'm sorry, that was a last place team last year in the AFC West, and maybe he helps them win a game or two. He doesn't make them a Super Bowl contender from my perspective.
Yeah, when I've said it a couple times, referencing Pete Carroll and John Spytak's opening presser, where Pete Carroll came out and said, all the other places I've been, we've done it the right way. We've slow burned it and built it slowly. I'm not here to do that now. We're here to compete right now.
It's so crazy. It does philosophically track with hiring Pete Carroll.
Right.
Sure.
You're going to go in and you're going to try and win immediately. And I think that this
9 games.
Exactly right. This raises the floor of this offense. I think trading for Geno Smith raises the floor of that offense. Now it's a matter of what is that ceiling going to be in one of the hardest divisions in football.
Yeah, listen. He'll be fun to watch. Ashton Genty rules. It's not the point of the draft.
He's also not Saquon. He's not Bijan. Like I had higher grades on both players. Like it's like the Mason Graham thing. Like he's a really good player, but taking him this high, especially for that team, is questionable.
Okay, so now the Jets at number 7 on the clock, and all along you have sort of told us this is down to Tyler Warren and Armand Membu.
Yeah.
We'll see how that plays out.
I think that we'll see. I've heard there's Kelvin Banks buzz as well, and some of the late mocks have swung towards Banks. But I've followed up with my sources on it and feel good about Tyler Warren to that spot. So we'll see.
Well, thank you to Ace Hardware Home Services for that ice cold pick, and to the Raiders for making it happen. Let's get back to Turkeys to the Draft Kingdom. The next question that we have is, how many picks will the Eagles make over the course of draft weekend? They are scheduled to have 8, 1 each in the first 4 rounds, and then 4 in the 5th, none after that. Will they have fewer than 8 picks, exactly 8 picks, or more than 8 picks? I believe it's your turn to go first, Fran.
Okay. How many total picks? Let's go with... I'm going to say 40 for more than 8, and I'm going to go 30 and 30.
Okay.
I think there's definitely a possibility that they end up with more than 8. I think we're going to see them move, work the board a little bit here, and so I think it's more likely that they come out with more picks than they go in.
I have 30 with fewer, 35 at 8, and 35 at more than 8. I'm sort of playing a coward one on this one.
I don't think it's coward. I think it's smart. But I have 10 for fewer. I have 50 for 8, and I have 40 for more than 8.
Oh, interesting.
And if you're looking for some of like Howie's trends, because Howie's known as kind of this draft volume guy, that hasn't necessarily been the case in kind of the second run for him here. His first 2 years, he had over 10 plus picks both those years. He hasn't really done that since. And really the big difference, by the way, has been with 7th round picks, because this is, I found this to be fascinating when I was looking it up. In Roseman's first 4 draft classes, he had 9 7th round picks. In his past 3 drafts, he's only taken 1 player in the 7th round. He typically kind of views it like, all right, that's the undrafted grade. At that point, he would rather
It's funny
kind of
though,
move up for
because
6th round.
he actually has like his best track record by round relative to the rest of the league is the 7th round.
Sure, yeah. I would say 7th and 2nd are his 2 best rounds. But yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah, that's interesting. Okay, we got to our next question. Unless you have breaking news.
Yeah, it's going to be Armand Menbu, the tackle.
Okay. Chime in, man. Don't be
I
come
don't want to
on.
take every pick. I don't want to say every single one.
Yes.
I want to give the ones that are the best.
We're the first screen.
Yeah, but not everybody loves the tipped picks. Some people love I want to give the ones that are impactful for the Eagles. Some people don't like the tipped picks. That's a controversial topic.
I get that, but I think it's one thing if you're tipping it on social, but we're a show here, right? They're watching our draft coverage.
So at number 7, the
Number 7 is going to be Armand Menbu, the tackle from Missouri. It's very interesting because there had been.
I think that's the right pick.
I think it's the right pick too. I think this was the mature pick. There was basically my sources have pointed to the idea of them taking Tyler Warren as a make good for passing on Brock Bowers last year from ownership. That was the way that was kind of phrased to me was, hey, like we thought about taking Bowers last year. We didn't. We took the tackle, and we regretted it. And now we're gonna make up for that by taking Tyler Warren here. Even though he's not the player that Armand Menbu is, I think Menbu, he's a extremely gifted player. He's drawn comparisons from multiple people to Jason Peters in terms of like his physical tools, what he can do, at the position. Really athletic. Physical, competitive, still his best football likely ahead of him. A third-year player that was a little bit late to football in high school, so the arrow is certainly pointing up. I think this was the right pick, and the Jets putting together a very good offensive line.
Overwhelming support, it seems, in the chat for you to tip the picks.
Okay, good.
I was going to say, let's make it democratic, and they're all saying it here, right?
There you go. I do have to say, not ideal for the Las Vegas Raiders when your 6th overall pick is being towered over by Jamie Erdahl in the interviews.
You can't judge things based on height sometimes, Bo.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, next up in Turkey to the Kingdom. Will the Eagles make a trade before the end of the 7th round, including a veteran coming or going?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Zach, I believe it's your turn to go first.
70 yes, 30 no. And so I think
I have 61 yes, 39 no.
Okay.
I'm going to go 80 yes, 20 no.
And you think it's more
interesting.
coming or going?
I think it could be either.
Okay. Well, obviously.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I
Sorry
if
about that.
So if I were to do turkeys on, I would say
Yeah.
I would say like 65-35, 60-40, something like that.
Okay.
That it's more likely someone going out. But
Interesting. I think it's more likely somebody coming.
I see. I think like Julio.
Well, yeah. you're giving everybody the tip. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that if they miss on a tight end that they like, I think that they have a contingency in place. I don't know if it's Michael Mayer, but I mean, that would be the player I would go after. Michael Mayer's 23 years old. There's tight ends in this draft class who are older than Michael Mayer.
Including Joshua Simon.
Yes, including Joshua Simon. The Georgia Tech tight ends near it, but not there.
is his father.
It's kind of like the Eagles cornerback situation.
Yeah.
It is kind of like the Eagles cornerback situation where the Eagles have a cornerback in Quinyon Mitchell, last year's first-round pick, who's actually older than Keely Ringo, who was drafted a year prior.
There you go. I think the
Does
Eagles.
the draft show count?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there are tight ends that the Eagles like in this draft, but I don't think they're like going into this saying they need to draft a tight end no matter what. I think if they don't get the tight end that they want, they would go and they would acquire one.
Okay, so you're going 80-20.
Yeah.
So you've got the edge there if it's a yes. Next question is the Eagles' first pick of this draft, whether it is in the first round or after a trade down, will be which position? Broken down between edge, defensive tackle, offensive line, all-encompassing, or other. I can go first here. I have 31 turkeys on edge, 20 turkeys on defensive tackle, 35 turkeys on offensive line, and 14 turkeys on other.
You've been pounding the O-line drum probably more than anyone in the Philly media, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know that the board is going to work out that way.
Okay.
And so this is more about what I think the Eagles' preference would be.
Right.
And that is that I think what they would prefer, given like a random draft class, would be to add a young building block offensive lineman to this team.
And does it matter if the guy doesn't have guard versatility?
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
I think what matters more is the upside at any position, but presumably a tackle.
Sure.
And yes, Lane Johnson says he's going to play at least 2 more years. Lane Johnson also misses a lot of time.
Sure.
Jordan Mailata misses time.
Yep.
It's a position that they care about. Probably, if you're stack ranking the positions, it's probably the position they care about second most after quarterback. And so with a first-round pick, if they can add a young starting caliber, above average starting caliber offensive lineman at tackle, I think that would be their preference for the reasons we've also talked about, how from a long-term roster building perspective, you've got a bunch of guys you're going to be paying on defense, presumably in Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. At some point, you're going to need to be a little bit cheaper on offense. Now, it's not a super long timeline, because by the time you're paying Quinyon, all of a sudden this year's pick is going to be up soon. But you also think about the way that they're built on offense, and they want to have a consistently great offense. A lot of their players on offense are a little bit older. And so, yeah, I think ideally they would like to draft an offensive lineman in the first round. I don't know if the makeup of this class will make that necessarily possible, but I do think it's their preference.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, and so much of it is up in the air, and that's why you have to have all those conversations about your ideal plan in these last couple of weeks, because there's so much volatility with how this round is going to play out.
Yeah, I will give you mine here, because I do think O-line's a strong possibility. I think I went 40 for edge, 28 for D tackle, 28 for O-line, 14 for other. And as I outlined in my thoughts on allphly.com, and then as I've discussed on the show, I think the most likely position's edge. I think the most likely player is Walter Nolen. I don't think the Eagles are taking a non-edge D tackle O-line unless they trade back out of the first round. So I think that if they trade back out of the first round, that could be the time where it's a tight end, it's a safety. I don't think linebacker. And we can get to it later. The cornerback thing really surprises me. Like they're clearly interested in corners. I don't quite understand it. They spent their first, second, and third round pick last year on a corner. But I don't think I think it's edge, D tackle, or O-line if it's in the first round.
I do need you to make an adjustment. Yours added to 110.
Ooh, okay. So let's make it
You wanna make
30 edge, 28 D tackle, 28 O-line, and 14 other.
Got it. Okay. Over to you, Fran.
I'm going to go 35 edge, 30 defensive tackle, 20 other, and 15 for O-line.
Okay. I like that. Next up is the same exercise, but for the second pick of the draft for the Eagles.
Can I real quick give you the Panthers pick?
Please.
Tipping the pick. Spoiler alert. Tetairoa McMillan, the wide
Really?
receiver from Arizona.
Wow, okay.
I was suspicious of the Jalen Walker fit this whole time there in Carolina.
Yeah, everybody was saying that.
So
this makes more sense from a team building standpoint.
Yeah. Dallas is not happy.
Get your quarterback somebody.
Yeah, I think it absolutely makes sense. And the big one there, and these kind of things are very important. Tetairoa McMillan had his best season last year as a sophomore when he played for Jed Fish and when he played for Brennan Carroll, the offensive coordinator. Brennan Carroll, son of Pete Carroll. Dave Canales comes from that Seattle tree, worked with Brennan Carroll and with Jed Fish out in Seattle for a long time. So that's one of those connections where I always kind of kept that there on the side burner. But everything had been pointing to defense, but they go with Tet McMillan there.
And what you think about as what would be the strengths of Bryce Young when he's at his best, getting the ball out quickly and quickly get it to a guy with a big catch radius with Ted McMillan makes a little bit of sense. Because you guys had the wide receiver show on Monday, I didn't get to give you my wide receiver buckets. And I got to tell you that Ted McMillan, he's from that best bucket. The most reliable bucket for hits in the first 2 rounds is guys who are young and productive and not so fast, actually sub 4.5. And that is, you think that doesn't make sense, because speed matters.
Yeah.
But if guys are good enough to go that early, overcoming their lack of speed,
right,
it actually works out. Of the 17 guys drafted in the first 2 rounds over the past several years, 11 of them went on to have a 1,000-yard season in the NFL with only 6 misses. It's the best hit rate of all of those.
I love that.
And he's the only guy in this class who was in that bucket.
Yeah, he is a good player. Again, he's not the other receivers
Not
I've
perfect.
seen go that high, but he's a good player.
I feel like the Drake London experience
Right.
has changed my opinion on this a little
Okay.
bit, because I was pretty down on Drake London.
Yeah.
And I don't think that he's been. I mean, he was like third in receiving yards last year. I don't think that he's like a franchise changing
Yeah.
wide receiver, but like he's a reliable starting caliber wide receiver, right?
Yeah. Now this is very big for the NFC East because he was going to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Interesting.
I felt very strongly that he was going to be a Cowboy. So what now the Cowboys do? What does this mean for the Cowboys at 12? From the conversations I had going in late yesterday was that they would still take Matthew Golden there, the wide receiver from Texas. I followed up and was like, but what if is he really going to be that high over a player like a Tyler Booker, over a player, one of the defensive linemen, Walter Nolen, if he was available? And he said, I still think that they would take Matthew Golden, but we'll see.
Yeah, from an Eagles perspective too, and it seems kind of crazy to think that you're drafting at 32 and you're saying, well, your guy's still on the board from number 8, but the Panthers were viewed as a potential Walter Nolen team. So the fact that obviously it's not just Walter Nolen who's not here. It's not an edge rusher either, right? And so positions that we think the Eagles could be interested in don't go here. Continues to push guys down the board.
All right, let's keep going with our turkeys to the kingdom. Next up is the position breakdown of the Eagles' second pick in this year's draft: edge, defensive tackle, offensive line, and other. Fran, I will let you go first this time.
I'm going to go with. Let's go with 35 for edge. Let's go with 30 for offensive line.
Okay.
Let's go with 25 for other, which gives me up to, is that 20? That's 20 left, right?
I think it's 15.
15 left for D tackle.
Okay.
I will go here, and my grandfather is hopefully watching this at home.
You have 10 for defensive tackle, not 15.
10 for defensive tackle.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank
My
you.
grandfather's hopefully watching this at home. On Fast, by the way. I gave him the
Either there or at Parx Casino.
Which is close to anywhere.
I told him, I told him the Fast channel. So he's watching this on Xfinity, and I would like to think my grandfather's proud of me, but not for the past 5 minutes, because when he saw how I butchered the math there, I know for a fact that he'll be disappointed in the math. So for this one here, I got to go clean. I don't need them. 25, 25, 25, 25.
Really?
Yeah. But I actually think here the second round, it's more wide open because I think, tight end's a possibility in this round. So that's why I'm going 25, 25, 25. I do think I've been, in my mock so far, it's been either edge, D-tackle, edge. I might have had an O-tackle sneaking in at some point there, but I've really been kind of either edge, D-tackle, or D-tackle edge. But I do think tight end's a possibility.
I think that defensive tackle thins out here, and for the reasons we've talked about, I don't think the Eagles are hell-bent on drafting a defensive tackle early. I just think that was where, at 32, there might be some. I think they do love Walter Nolen. But so I actually have only 5 turkeys on defensive tackle in the second round, 28 on edge, 27 on offensive line. And I think this could be where they go for a bit of a luxury. I have 40 on other, giving me the field there.
Could that luxury be wide receiver?
It could be.
Yeah. Because, I'll give credit to our friend Jihaad Campbell. I was listening to his show last night, and he
Boy,
made...
would you? How do you feel like you would have survived in that environment, given the reaches or the mock draft that you had with guys going 2 rounds later than expected?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably I'd be an outlier there, but there's nothing wrong with being an outlier.
I thought it was very funny listening to that episode, getting to the end of it, and you asking Fran, okay, I have probably gone too far here. Which one should I change? And then clicking open to your mock draft and seeing that you didn't make any changes.
Well, because I gotta say, shout out to DJ. DJ convinced me last night. It's like, you know what? Sometimes don't always go chalk. And players drop every year.
You're allowed. I think you're allowed a couple of them. I think
No,
morally it was a little bit of a stretch, ethically, to go with every single one of those guys going 2 rounds later.
Oh no! First off, Jalen Travis and Blue, the running back. That's within. That's
I thought those were fine.
that's fine there.
Makuba,
4th round, you have him going in the 5th round. Barrett Carter, 4th round, you have him going in the 5th round.
that one I didn't think is that bad.
Okay, yeah.
I actually thought that maybe Scorton was the worst,
Interesting. Okay.
but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
I mean,
see.
You gotta get on Kempski. Kempski had that as well. Actually, Elliott had it too. So the same same top 2. But no, I hear you there. I just I had a tweet that's tongue in cheek, but it's kind of it was an accurate sentiment. Is that of the 50 players who aren't going to fall to 32, I don't know which one to peg to the Eagles, because everyone you kept hearing like, this guy's not going to fall. This guy's not going to fall. Someone's going to fall.
Absolutely.
Although, in our mock draft that we did on Tuesday's show, no one really fell. But that's all chalk. And mock drafts are chalk, and real life is not chalk.
I totally agree with that. I think that's fair. Anyway,
Can I go to the Saints real quick?
let's hear it.
All right, so
Saints at
New Orleans
number 9.
Saints are at number 9.
Kellen Moore.
Everything that I have heard with the New Orleans Saints was that this was going to be a defensive player for the majority of this offseason. It's going to be defense, it's going to be defense, it's going to be defense. Late this week, I want to say it was like Tuesday, Wednesday, or earlier this week, it was Tuesday, Wednesday. With the way it was described to me, it's going to be Ashton Genty or a tackle. And I was surprised. I'm like, all right, well, Membu is probably off the board by this point. So what does that mean? Could it be Kelvin Banks Jr.? Could it be Josh Connerly, the tackle from Oregon? Both those guys were on the table in this situation with the person that I talked to. And it looks like it's going to be the left tackle from the Texas Longhorns,
Really?
Kelvin Banks Jr., sneaking into the top 10 here, goes number 9 overall to the New Orleans Saints. I think the thought process here for Mickey Loomis, for Jeff Ireland, the assistant GM, and for Kellen Moore is to take Talisi Fuaga, who was the first-round pick last year, and he is either going to compete at right tackle or he is going to bump inside to guard, and they're going to plug Banks right away in at left tackle.
So, by your grades, this is a crazy reach, given that this is also the team that drafted Trevor Penning in the first round and just declined his fifth-year option. I think there's a good expectation this is going to be a bad pick.
So he's a phenomenal kid. He's a phenomenal athlete. There's a lot to like about Kelvin Banks Jr. I struggle with guys, with offensive linemen that aren't powerful at the point of attack, like in the run game, and he's not a power guy. He is more of a traditional like zone blocker, and then also like he's got problems with his anchor. He does need to get stronger, and so there will be times teams are going to test him with that anchor right away, and so we'll see how he's able to handle that. There's a chance that over the course of this offseason he gets a little bit stronger, but I had my questions about that.
I mean, just to look at the graphic, that's your tackle 9, and he's going 9th overall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm low on Banks.
Listen, people like Kelvin Banks.
Yes, but exactly, I'm low on Banks.
And as Fran said at the beginning, another team who we thought edge rusher would be a possibility, and they don't go edge rusher here. So that's Carolina
and quarterback.
Yeah, but I'm saying like Carolina and New Orleans. If you're thinking about a guy like Mykel Williams potentially dropping, those were 2 potential Mykel Williams destinations there in Carolina and New Orleans.
All right, so in the middle of this round here, because Fran is our all-city NFL draft expert, he's going to be leaving us and doing some hits with the other all-city networks who have picks coming up, including Chicago, who's up soon. So let's try to get through a couple of these quickly, Fran. The earliest 2026 Eagles pick that is traded away over the course of this draft weekend. The 3 options are rounds 1 through 3, rounds 4 through 5, or rounds 6 through 7, or none at all.
Yeah,
the last one's inclusive.
Yeah, this is a tough one. And I could really talk myself into either side of it, but I went with 20 for rounds 1 through 3.
Okay.
40 for rounds 4 through 5, 40 for 6 through none.
Okay, I have 30, 45, 25.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Zach?
I'm sorry, which one are we doing here?
Earliest Eagles 2026 pick that's traded away.
Okay, so I will go with 40, 40, 20.
They're showing Kelvin Banks, and the NFL draft logo looks suspiciously like the PHLY logo.
Shout out to them.
You went 40, 40, 20?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next up, more picks over the course of draft weekend on offense, defense, or a tie. I have 39 offense, 34 defense, 27 tie.
I went 50 defense.
Okay.
30 tie, 20 offense.
Okay.
I am going 30, 35, 35, okay, and then the remainder on tie.
I think you can get that one. 30.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 more to go. First tight end drafted by the Eagles over the course of this weekend. Rounds 1 through 2, rounds 3 through 4, rounds 5 through 7, or none at all.
Zach,
I'll go first
yeah,
here.
you go first now.
I am going with 10 for rounds 1 and 2.
I also have 10.
I'm going 50 for rounds
Okay, I have
3
40.
and 4. Okay. And so then I am going with 20 for rounds 5 and 7.
And then 20 on
and then
none.
20 for none.
Fran?
I'm going to go 30 for rounds 1 through 2. I'm going to go 35 for rounds 3 through 4.
Okay.
20 for rounds 5 through 7. 15 for not at all.
All right. Do we have Bears news?
Yeah, surprising. This is actually the first one where we're like, wow, I did not see this one coming.
Okay.
I had been told that when if Tyler Warren falls to the spot, that it was going to be Tyler Warren. They're going Colston Loveland,
Really?
tight end from Michigan.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they're going to go Colston Loveland here in this spot, and that is surprising to me. Yeah, that was not a player that had been talked about. Honestly, like I've been on with CHGO every single week. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about Colston Loveland, so I'll be busy there when I go join them on the 13th.
This
pick.
is he is a more obvious tight end.
Sure.
This is a tight end, right? And he's younger, and maybe you think that's the upside. Whereas Tyler Warren, there's a little bit more creativity involved. I'm surprised, given Ben Johnson.
I know, that's why I'm surprised by
that
this.
that Tyler Warren wouldn't have been the pick for them. It's interesting.
I also I didn't think that they would go tight end. I thought that I shared that quote from Ryan Poles from one of his first media availability in Chicago, where he talked about positional value and how important that was for him. I felt, especially in a strong tight end class, that he might wait to address that position. Across the board, this is a surprising pick.
So I'll defer to Fran for evaluations. Going into the NFL season, going into the college football season, I thought Loveland was the top tight end in college football. I thought he would be tight end 1 in this draft. Now, Tyler Warren had an outstanding year.
Backup, yeah.
Had a huge year. And Colston Loveland did not have a good quarterback situation in Michigan. But it doesn't shock me that one would see the way Colston Loveland plays as a pass catcher and be intrigued there. I do think Tyler Warren's more of a weapon, but the comp I've used for Colston Loveland is Zach Ertz, and Zach Ertz is the best tight end I've ever covered.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's.
I like Colston Loveland as a really good prospect profile. Again, you get the 10th overall pick. How excited are you about that? The guy who's like probably a little bit better than Cole Kmet.
Right. Yeah, I'm surprised by this. But it'll be a fun conversation with the CHGO crew because he's my tight end 3. I've got Elijah Arroyo ahead of him, so we'll be in for a fun discussion there.
Now
Quick
they will probably
breaking
point
news
to
here,
the Sam
but
Laporta. Go ahead.
Not draft related, but breaking news related because the NFL did announce this tonight, just now, and fans care about this. The NFL announces that the schedule is going to be released on May 14th.
Okay.
Yes.
Here we go.
Thank you. Do we have white smoke in the Vatican City?
People care about that.
They do.
Plan that.
Yes.
Yeah, plan your nights
May
accordingly.
14th is when? I know it's between the 13th and the 15th.
It's after the 13th.
What is it? Is it a Thursday?
May
What day
14th
of
is
the
a
week
Wednesday
it?
night.
A Wednesday night.
So we will have a live Wednesday night show on May 14th.
There we go. All right, very exciting.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
okay.
it was good.
All right, and so the San Francisco 49ers on the clock, and then Dallas. I think you have to go when it's 13 on the clock.
13, yeah. When
So we'll get Dallas reaction from you, which is fun. All right, why don't we take a quick break, come back, get to your super chats, finish up Turkeys to the Kingdom, and see what the Niners and Cowboys do on the clock at 11 and 12. All right, we start with our friends at Empire Today. Oh, look at this beautiful background. Nicely done, Julia. Just like your favorite team needs a home court or home field advantage, your home needs a home floor advantage, and Empire Today can help you get it. Empire Today has flooring experts, dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. I've said it before. You can spot an Empire employee from a mile away. They're the people who are just looking down. Oh, that's all they do. They just look down. They just care about floors. They are flooring experts. And what is also great is that there's no guesswork. You're not like going there saying, oh, is this going to look good in my house? No. They're coming to you so that you can see what the floors would look like in your space, in your decor. No guesswork. It's like bringing somebody in for a top 30 visit. You take out all the questions. With Empire Today, you get clear, upfront, and all-inclusive pricing, plus you can schedule installation as soon as the next day. Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. And here's the real thing you're going to love. PHLY listeners, you get a $350 off discount when using the promo code PHLY. That's right, $350 off with code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit empiretoday.com/PHLY for full details.
We'll now hear from our friends over at Bet365 because we know whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Bet365 has 90 million users worldwide. They live stream over 780,000 events each year, and you've got those early payout offers across the NBA and NHL. Bet365 pioneered live in-game betting, and they offer the widest range of games and markets available for the live in-game betting across 78 different sports. Now, you got to take advantage of that new customer deal because you can get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Win or lose, you sign up, use that code PHLY365, you deposit $10, you place a bet for $5, you get $150 in bonus bets. Again, win or lose. So you go sign up, use that code PHLY365, deposit 10, and you get that $150 in bonus bets once you make that initial bet of at least $5. Because you know, again, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 or older and physically located in PA. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You want to tell us about Gold Nugget, or you want me to do it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm happy to. Okay. I
That's
love
all right.
this.
For the past 30, if you're there, go ahead.
I am. For the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of the very same location in the heart of Philly. Customers from across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and even Baltimore and New York City have come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find the perfect engagement ring or wedding band. And it's not just that, by the way. It's outstanding jewelry. My wife was out to dinner with someone recently and was so impressed with the jewelry she was wearing and asked where she got it. And she said, Golden Nugget Jewelers.
All right.
She came home. She mentions this to me. I say, of course. And I think I might have to be hoodwinked into getting something there for our anniversary coming up. But
Hoodwinked?
That's the place.
How about
to go.
she deserves it?
She deserves it. That is true. And I know that if I need something there at Golden Nugget Jewelers, their staff is highly trained and dedicated to providing a personalized shopping experience. They have a vast selection of engagement rings and wedding bands. I don't need those, but you know what? High-end watches, or even just watches of all kinds, let's say. Fashion jewelry and sparkling diamond necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and more. Receive a final cleaning and written appraisal with every engagement ring purchase. I'm saying this because Golden Nugget Jewelers, you are getting such high-quality jewelry. It's been family-owned and operated since 1987. It's right there on 8th and Chestnut in downtown Philly. So that way, you deserve an expert. That way, you deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldennuggetjewelry.com today to learn more.
Wow. Hoodwinked.
Well, not hoodwinked. Probably a better word for that. Yeah, but a 9-year anniversary. The place to go is Golden Nugget Jewelers.
All right. Do we have news on the Niners, or should we keep going?
Yeah, it looks like. So I was told.
What are you, just in every draft room?
I know. I feel so inadequate tonight.
I was told that coming in that Mykel Williams was going to be the pick if he was there. I had him going to Chicago at number 10 in my mock draft that dropped this morning. So I had the 49ers selecting Walter Nolen. Mykel Williams is available, and it looks like the Georgia pass rusher, Mykel Williams, will be going to San Francisco and playing in that scheme for Robert Saleh. Yeah, it's a good player. It's a good bet to make. I've long felt that he was the guy after Abdul Carter in this edge rusher class that I was most comfortable with. You know, when you look at his age, his length, the ability to play against the run and against the pass, I think the sky is very high for Mykel Williams. I think his best football's ahead of him.
Disappointing for Eagles fans that the Niners were able to get hoodwinked into taking Mykel Williams there and a good player.
Well, it's not Walter Nolen, and this was viewed as Fran said, and as Fran had in his mock as a Walter Nolen spot. So Dallas looms there, Cincinnati looms there, But there is. A team can always just take the best available guy. But if you look at the pressure points that we identified for Walter Nolen, I think if he gets past Cincinnati at 17, he's at least within striking distance of the Eagles.
Do you think, Zach, that the Eagles would be because to move up to early 20s probably requires their second-round pick this year? Do you think they would be willing to do that for Walter Nolen?
I don't think they would give up their first and second unless if you're getting like a third back. Then I think they'd be willing to do it. Similar to the Cooper DeJean deal last year. They gave up both seconds, but they were able to get a third in that deal. So maybe if it's something like that, I still think Minnesota is really the spot to watch because of their dearth of picks. I don't know if that will cost you your second. I also think, as we discussed in the Turnkeys to the Kingdom, that the Eagles could put a third in next year. As if you're kind of looking at the trade charts, that's one way to do it. A first, a third, and a third next year.
Would you do that for Walter Nolen? A first, a third, and a third next year?
I would want a pick back, but I probably would because I think you come out of this draft with a difference maker, and I think Walter Nolen's a difference making type player. And I'm deferring in part to Fran's evaluation, but also the way I feel about the player and the upside. I think the way we framed it is who in this draft can become an All-Pro caliber player, a Pro Bowl caliber player, and I think he has that type of upside.
You're also plugged into how the Eagles think. Do you think that they would be willing to do that?
I do. I do. I think the Eagles would love to come out of this draft with a difference maker on defense or a potential difference maker on defense.
The thing with Walter Nolen is you mentioned Dallas at 12. I've heard him possible with Dallas. I've heard him possible with Miami. I've heard him possible with Atlanta at 15. I've heard him with Arizona at 16. Cincinnati has done a ton of work on Walter Nolen at 17. There's a bunch of teams right there in a row that have done. Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. That's another one. Green Bay Packers at 23. So there's a bunch of teams coming up where Walter Nolen could certainly be the selection.
And I'll ask you this, but I will ask both of you guys this. We thought Tyler Warren would be off the board by now. Is that kind of the variable here?
That's interesting.
That change. I'm not saying for the Eagles, but I'm saying that that's the ripple where a team who maybe wasn't going to go tight end thinks tight end now.
Only I would say no, only because
because
Colston Loveland went. So
a
tight end went off the board.
Okay.
So it's not like both tight ends got pushed down. I think.
But I also think you're right. If Warren gets past the Colts, then you start to wonder how far is this guy going to go.
Yes, and I do feel like he will end up being a Colt. That's my best guess there.
Okay.
Which would affect the Dallas Goedert market, by the way.
Do you want to close out Turkeys to the Draft Kingdom, or should we think about Dallas at 12? What do we think Dallas is going to do?
Yeah,
will they go Matthew Golden? Are they that desperate for a wide receiver?
That's been the big question.
Could they go like Omarion Hampton?
Our friend down at DLLS, Clarence Hill, he did a mock draft with Sam Farmer this week. He had them taking Matthew Golden. A lot of people down there believe that Matthew Golden could be the pick, especially with McMillan off the board. I think most of the people I talked to, a lot of it was, all right, will it be T-Mac or Golden? And some people still felt Golden. I feel like it's going to be Matthew Golden.
Not a good bucket for Matthew Golden.
No.
If you want to talk buckets.
Yeah.
Young and fast, but not productive. He got to play 16 games this year and still didn't cross 1,000 yards receiving. Yep. That is only 9 guys have been drafted in the first 2 rounds from that bucket over the past few years, and only 3 of them have hit. DK Metcalf, Jalen Waddle, and George Pickens. The rest of them in that bucket, you're talking Curtis Samuel, DGB, McCole Hardman, Henry Ruggs, KJ Hamler, Terrace Marshall Jr. I would be worried about taking that guy at 12.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I've had trouble finding a good landing spot for him in mock drafts just because that profile is so troubling. My guess is because Dallas, I know that we're a little bit ahead. I think Dallas is trying to trade out currently. And so there's a little bit of delay here in terms of what's going on with them. But I think and it makes sense given who's on the board. The thing is, the team who do I expect to move up? I think it could be the Indianapolis Colts trying to move up to try and get Tyler Warren.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, quickly. 3 questions on Turkeys to the Kingdom left. Next up is over-under players drafted from the following 4 schools. Georgia and Alabama, the 2 Eagles breeding grounds. And then the 2 teams that made it to the college football championship this year, Ohio State and Notre Dame. Over-under players drafted from those 4 schools combined under 1.5 or over 1.5?
You hit a bold prediction.
Okay.
Tyler Booker to the Cowboys.
To the Cowboys.
Wow.
He was he was my pick for them, and I believe my March mock draft. He fits their profile. I like that pick for the Cowboys, so we can get into that.
Not
later.
too high for a guard?
In this class, to me, like Tyler Booker, that's right where I had him graded. In terms of, I think that he's a dominant player. I'm okay with this pick for the Cowboys. I think this is a good outcome. for them.
We loved having Zach Martin. We think this guy can be Zach
I
Martin.
think it's a good pick for them.
I know you're told not to scout the jerseys, but, I hear like, rock solid Alabama guard, clean prospect, 10-year starter, and I think Chance Warmack.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a guard-only player in a normal draft, I would be pretty skeptical of that at 12. I think it's still probably maybe a tiny bit rich, but like I said at the top in the bold predictions, in a draft where everybody has questions, and this guy everybody says is like A++ character, and also brings it on the field, I can see how you fall for that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's a guy. I like that pick.
I think you're free to go if you need to. Or do you have? We have a couple more minutes.
I gotta go because it's not until they're on the clock on the broadcast. Yeah.
Okay.
We're
So
a little
Georgia,
bit
Bama, Ohio State, Notre Dame over 1.5, under 1.5.
This is literally playing down the middle. I have 50-50.
50-50.
Yep.
That's okay. I have 53
Okay.
under and 47 over.
Let's go 55 over, 45 under.
Okay. Next up, will Dallas Goedert be traded before the final pick of the 7th round? Yes or no?
Oh, I have no 70, yes 30. I think it's more likely that that teams kind of see their depth charts after this and then they adjust accordingly. And I think the Indianapolis pick is going to be fascinating. If that's not Tyler Warren, that's a Dallas Goedert destination to watch.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm going to go with 55 no,
Okay.
45 yes.
I have 20 yes, 80 no. And then the final one is over the course of the next 3 nights when Howie Roseman gives his post-round press conferences, at any point will he utter the phrase, and it has to be these 4 words in order, tools in his body. And you know what? I will allow it can also be tools in the body.
Okay.
Okay.
I am going with
Yes or no?
100 yes and 0 no.
Really?
Last year,
Wow.
there was a tools in the body on April 26th and April 27th. There was also a tools in the body on August 27th. And then there was a tools in the body on February 27th last year. So that was the combine. We haven't gotten tools in his body since August 27th last year. So maybe he's been, kind of workshopping. But
Now 101. I mean, that's this.
Wow.
This could
This
swing.
is the boldest
Yeah.
thing you've
This
said all
could
night.
swing turkeys to the draft kingdom. This is very bold. The reason that I think that you might be right is because I do think there's a chance he's been clued into this.
yeah,
It's just that he's going to be exhausted.
sure.
And so he's going to just lean on.
You go back to your tropes.
Yeah.
Like hoodwinked. Yeah. Yeah.
I have 46 yes, 54 no.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
I'm going to go 97-3.
For yes or no?
Yes, 97 yes.
Okay. Wow. This it's going to be decided by this. Tools in his body. All right. That'll do it for turkeys to the kingdom. I'll read them all at the end. We don't need to spend the entire draft doing that. Okay. So Miami next up at 13. Dallas. Does that change the way you feel about the Cowboys at all?
Look, I mean, if you have a strong offensive line, you're always going to be in a good spot. And when the Cowboys are at their best, they have a strong offensive line. I wondered about the value, but yeah, from the player perspective, if this guy can be a Pro Bowler, and in a draft that's not considered especially strong, I said if the framing device you're using is who has the best chance in this draft of being a Pro Bowl player, Tyler Booker's probably one of the guys who you would put in that top 10. And so I'm fine with that. I would rather have Walter Nolen at defensive tackle right now than Tyler Booker at guard, but I like that pick better than Matthew Golden, who I'm not as keen on, and I think you'd kind of be forcing the position. If Ted McMillan was on the board, I would have gone there, but as you said, that's the way the Cowboys were probably leaning going into the night.
I think so. This is the matchup because my guess is he's going to plug right in at right guard.
Yeah.
So he's going to be this is the Jalen Carter matchup. This is the new Fletcher Cox, Zach Martin matchup we're watching every single time the Cowboys and the Eagles play.
It's a good way of putting it.
Do you think they think that way as part of the calculus for the pick?
I would almost guarantee that is mentioned in the press conference.
Love that.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Your top players available
Okay.
right now,
Yep.
according to your draft board, which is on allphly.com, and you can check out if you are a diehard, which you should. Remember, Dallas just made a pick. You want to beat Dallas, you got to get those diehard subscriptions in. Luther Burden at the top, Malachi Starks and Nick Emanwari.
Yep.
Then Gray Zabel and Will Johnson.
Yeah, and look, the Will Johnson's going to fall because of the injury concern there. Luther Burden. We'll see. The big thing to remember with my board is that this is how I view these guys a few years from now, not how I envision them coming off the board here. And so, and I would say that if you are a diehard, you've got access to that vertical board that Bo is referencing too. I would, as your third screen here, as you're watching, keep that horizontal board up, and that can give you an idea. All right, who are the other players on this tier to keep an eye on for the Eagles or whatever team is on the clock?
I will put this out there. I didn't see this. I saw this on social media, but Steve Weiss from NFL Network, someone who I really respect, he said the lock of his night is Gray Zabel going to the Dolphins. So we'll see if that materializes.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I saw that, and I felt compelled to respond to it because that would be extremely out of character for Chris Grier and the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
So the Miami Dolphins, let me just pull this up really quick. Yeah, Miami. They are going. They're not going. It's not going to be.
It's not going to be Gray Zabel.
Yeah, it's not going to be Gray Zabel.
The lock is gone.
The lock is gone.
It's unlocked. It's been tossed off out the window. Someone
Miami,
has picked it.
So here it is. All right. So Miami. This is what I tweeted out when I saw Steve Weiss' report. The Dolphins have picked one senior in round one since 2016. Chris Grier's been in charge since 2016. It was Christian Wilkins. They've picked just one non-Power 5 player in the first 3 rounds during that time. They have never picked an FCS player in his entire career there. So it would go. That would be so wild the other way.
So they're picking a young Power 5 player?
They're taking Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan. It was a young Power 5 player. So.
That was a prediction. Michigan.
13.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
We've got 2 bold predictions being hit so far.
I apologize. I didn't mean to toot my horn, but that's
good.
So, okay.
Good for you. All right. I mean, 2 bold predictions already hit. And those were bold ones. Nicely done, Zach.
Yeah, I think nailing the school with the pick is
That's a great one. That's a really bold one.
As I said the other day, one thing that I had learned going back to the Jake Long draft is Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, loves Michigan.
Yep.
Went there, a big benefactor there. And
so this was informed speculation. This was
just that, when there's Michigan, it's not like like the owner coming off the yacht situation saying draft this guy, but if there's any program that he's clued into, it's the Michigan guys.
All right, there you go. You got to go.
Yes.
Gotta go.
I'll be back in a bit.
We will see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What are we going to do without you? He's been getting all these picks for us.
Well, so I had a question for you.
And then we'll get to the super chats after that.
And this was I kind of got deviated when I brought up Shield, and we talked about my reaching or lack of reaches.
Yes.
Yeah, but Shield was saying how the argument we make for offensive tackle, where important position down the line importance, that there's if you lose one of your starters, what are you going to do? That same argument you can make for wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Is that AJ Brown? We don't know if he's going to be on the team after 3 years, the same timeline that we're talking about with Lane Johnson, right? If AJ Brown went down, this team's in trouble. Jahan Dotson, we still kind of don't know about him. So that same logic, I'm not saying first round, but I think this came up in the framework of second round. There could be a wild card.
Yeah.
Could that be a wild card wide receiver if someone like a Luther Burden falls and it's this value's too strong?
And if you're making the comparison to tackle, the other difference is, you can have 3 receivers on the field at the same time.
Exactly.
You can't have, you could have 3 tackles and potentially you move that guy to guard. But from a position standpoint, I think that makes sense. And I do think, we talked about it last year, how the Eagles locked both guys up, right? And so you felt like maybe you were guarding against sort of counting targets, right? Yeah. And they could afford to draft a receiver. I think that's still true. I think they still want to make this offense tilt a little bit more towards the passing game.
Me too.
And I think if they have Luther Burden graded as a first round grade in this class, and he's the guy that's on there, given the position of the importance of the position, I do think that they would be willing to pull the trigger there. That said, the thing that we do have to keep in mind, and they have to keep in mind, is with Jalen Hurts at quarterback, there has always been a narrow target share.
Sure.
Would you be getting the most out of that if your third option in the passing game is not going to be thrown to that often?
Well, the variable here is that if Dallas Goedert's not in this offense, and I know we've seen Dallas Goedert not in this offense, but it could, the targets that we're going to Goedert maybe goes to a Luther Burden or pick your wide receiver.
All right. Well, while we are celebrating here on set, we have our friends Jamie and Devon who have been partying with the Eagles fans at JD McGillicuddys. There's Devon. Devon, how are we feeling so far?
So far, so good. Just a little concerned, just a little curious as to why Warren didn't go to Chicago at 10 and they decided to go in a different direction. But other than that, the place is pretty good here. And JD McGillicuddys once again, Paps light all over the place. Multiple TVs and enough time, selfishly for me, guys, where there's enough time in between picks with the multiple TVs where I can check in on the Knicks and the Pistons too. So,
how was that game going? I have no idea.
Knicks up right now. Last time I checked, about 5 with 5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. So
you got to get going.
How's Bridges playing?
Well, Kel's playing pretty good. Okay. Nice game. Second game in a row. Nice game. So I just want to see them close it out, of course.
Is there any sense at the bar for who people are rooting for from the Eagles' perspective, who they want?
From the Eagles' perspective, a lot of Warren talk early, but since he has slipped, that going in that direction. Yeah. A little Starks here and there, just talking to a few people there. So that's where a lot of people are going from, at least from the guys that I've talked to while in there.
You're going to have to break the news to them, unfortunately, that the Colts at 14 are taking Tyler Warren, so he will be off the board.
Jamie and I did guess that would be the next possible destination for him. Yeah.
There you go.
How's the NFL draft viewing experience there compared to the NBA draft viewing experience?
Here, well, again, everybody's into it. So you're all talking like you're looking at Carolina taking the wide receiver there at that one spot. You had a few people curious as to why they went in that direction. I think there was a Carolina fan actually in there ticked off where he had to run out because he was a little upset that they went that high for him, saying they could have got him at 22, so all the way down in the first round versus at pick number 8. But that's where it's not bad. And while I haven't been here for an NBA draft, the NFL draft so far, the experience is pretty good. A lot of football fans in there.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Devon. Say hi to all the sickos who are there. And we have Jamie as well, who's inside the bar.
He's outside, just like I am. Look at us, both of us.
Well, let's check in on Jamie as well. Thank you, Devon.
All right.
Let's clip on over.
And as we're doing this, as Bo just said, Tyler Warren is going to the Colts. If you're watching this as your primary screen and you're hoping Tyler Warren would fall, he's going to the Colts, and this also affects. They are probably off the Dallas Goedert market now, so that's one fewer team that Eagles could trade Goedert to.
All right, Jamie, what's your sense of things there at JD McGillicuddys?
What the hell are the Chicago Bears doing?
They're taking Zach Ertz. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Colston Loveland's a good player, man. Don't sleep on Colston.
I know he's good, but I'm shocked that he went.
I think I like Colston Loveland as well, but at 10, it does feel like a bit of a reach. I don't know. They have not really drafted very well. That's what they're doing. I mean, generally speaking,
it's the shock of the first round so far for me, at least. Even more so than McMillan going as high as 8. But yeah, the Paps lights are flowing here at JD McGillicuddys. You guys got a nice spread of the Cuddy wings that we sent up to the studio. So the food's good, the atmosphere's great, and I know you guys can probably appreciate this when there's a big sports event on and they do the audio in the bar. Like you need that,
absolutely.
Because you can't be here without the audio. So that was a big plus here. So score 1 for JD McGillicuddys and the good guys.
Love that. Next year we need to get this audio. There we go. Before we go, Jamie, let us know who is there somebody that you are rooting for this pick? I know you spoke about it on the show this afternoon with Bob Cooney.
Yeah, I'm hoping Fran's mock draft from today it comes to fruition. I would be thrilled with Malaki starts. Michael Williams was my let's dream a little bit. Maybe he falls closer to 20. You can trade up and go get him. But if you sit pat, I think 32 Malaki Starks is a home run.
All right. Malaki
if he's
Starks.
available. It feels like guys are slipping a little bit. It feels like there's going to be some potential here.
Yeah, I mean, as Fran talked about, if you are in the Walter Nolen camp, there have been a couple places here where it seemed like that was going to be the pick, and he has made it through there. So he's getting within range. Malaki Starks as well, and then you start thinking about the edge guys who we have talked about, and then also some offensive linemen. Interesting. Who else hasn't gone up the board, Zach? Is your boy Jalen Walker?
Yeah, that is an interesting one. He's someone who I have not done as much work on, and I'm curious to see if the Falcons here at 15 go with Jalen Walker, because that's a spot where they can use the edge rushing help. But he is a relatively polarizing player in terms of the position fit, as Fran has outlined. I've also heard, though, off the field, he's someone who people love, right? And in terms of the characteristics. But I spoke about it with Fran the other day. Every year I say the Falcons are taking an edge rusher. They never do. I would watch out for James Pierce Jr. as a possibility at 15.
Well, it's your other boy.
Yeah, James Pierce Jr. is someone who, when we do my guys, I'll pound the table for James Pierce Jr. I'm not pounding the table for Jalen Walker, but I do think he's a good player.
All right. Well, Jamie, give our love to the sickos there. Suck back a couple Pabst Lights, and we'll hear what you think when the Eagles make their pick.
Man, 96 calories. They hit so good. Thanks, guys.
Amen. All right. So the Arizona Cardinals. Oh no, the Falcons on the clock right now. This could be your boy, James Pierce Jr. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I really think and I made the joke that I mocked them an edge rusher like 4 consecutive years, and they never seem to take an edge rusher. I think this is the year where they should. I think the value hits. There's a number of edge rushers here. I thought Mykel Williams could slip to them, but the fact that Williams is off the board, Jalen Walker makes sense. I thought Walker was going to go to Carolina. I was obviously wrong about that, but I have heard some James Pierce Jr. buzz here with the Falcons.
All right, let's check in on the super chats from the generous sickos who have been checking in throughout the evening so far as we approach halfway through the first round. We start with Robert, who says, "Congrats, Bo. Thank you very much, and the Wulf family. How many different draft slots do you think Howie has the framework for a trade already worked out?" That's a good question, Zach.
Yeah, so the process here, and this is from Robert. I'm sorry if I'm looking to my left. It's because the screens are in different locations tonight because we have the draft on in front of us. The process here is Howie literally talks to every team going into it, saying all right, what's the price going to be if your guy's not there, if you're looking to move back, if our guy's there, and so he probably has a framework for every. Look, there has to be a comfort level he's willing to do. Next year's first is off the table, I imagine. As you pointed out, the second rounder is a big question this year. Is he willing to give up that second rounder? But I would imagine Howie knows what the price is to move up to every spot, let's say from 20 or 22 down to where the Eagles pick, because that's what you do.
Yeah, I think it's less about they've agreed upon a framework and more about they've given him what they say the price would be.
Exactly.
And then you can call when they're on the clock and say, okay, we will do that, or we won't do quite that, we'll do this. And then you've got you're playing against the clock. There's the built-in deadline. That's the fun negotiation. But I do think that, from 20 on, he knows what the asks would be.
Exactly.
All right, next up from Ross, who says, the suits are fire. Thank you very much. Tell the other PHNX, DLLS, DNVR to get their own draft expert.
Yeah. Selfishly, I agree with you.
We would love to keep Fran, but
I'm so happy.
This is a rising star.
Yeah, look, Fran deserves to be on in every market that he can be, and as ALLCITY continues to grow, Fran will be on more markets. But man, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it is fun having Fran sitting right here.
Fantastic, absolutely. Next up from Polar Jam, who says, how big of a super chat do we have to send to get ZB to shotgun one of those Pabst Lights? Hashtag synergy.
Well, the appeal to the Pabst Light is that it's 98 calories, right? And so I don't have to worry about it from a health perspective.
What if I told you it was also a technological innovation?
I am happy to have a Pabst Light at the end of the draft when my work is finished, but I'm going to be writing tonight till 3, 4 a.m., so I will not be consuming until I finish my work.
Okay, next up from Bryce, who says, thoughts on Dallas Goedert, a first and a fifth to the Colts for a 14 and a fourth possible Jalen Walker or Mason Graham drop spot. This was obviously asked earlier after the Colts have used their pick now on Tyler Warren, but I like the thought process.
Yeah, so I appreciate the contribution. I'm going to answer this generally for Dallas Goedert. I don't think Dallas Goedert has the value that Eagles fans might think he has in the trade market. I don't think Dallas Goedert is quite the sweetener.
What do you think his value is round-wise?
I think a 2026 fourth. 2026 fourth or fifth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you could use him to go up that far. I think you could use him in the first round to go up like 3 spots with something else, with another pick.
Exactly.
Something like that. But yeah, which also probably is not really worth it for the Eagles. Next up on Super Chats from Sean with a very generous donation. Says, just got a second Die Hard account to beat DLLS. Wow. Says, congrats, Bo, and hell of a job by all 3 of you on the draft season. Question for Fran. I'm sorry. We'll ask him when he comes back. In your prior role with the Eagles, do you ever contribute to the personnel side during draft season? That's one that we will definitely circle back to, if not tonight, over the course of draft weekend. We will get into that for sure.
Well, I will tell you for Eagles fans that, you should hope that they tapped into that because Fran is an incredible resource.
Next up from Musa. Says, this is truly much better than the NFL broadcast.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you're right.
First screen here.
Fantastic. Alex says, congrats, Bo. Thank you very much. Hope mama and baby are doing well. I appreciate that. They are. I got the text that all 3 kids are asleep for now.
Good.
So that is good.
By the way, this is going to be Jalen Walker here going to the Atlanta Falcons. If you're watching this as your first screen, Jalen Walker to the Falcons.
Nice. Nicely done. Okay. I don't like Jalen Walker quite as much as you do. But in this draft, I can be sold on you buy this upside more than other guys' upside.
Do you think he's not an edge rusher? Do you think he's more of an off-ball guy?
I think that he probably is an edge rusher.
Okay.
I don't know that he has, for the reasons that Fran has convinced me, that he has really that explosive upside as a pass rusher that he has in theory. I think it's a little bit too theoretical for me.
Yeah, look, there might be a little Vic Beasley to his game, and he goes to the Atlanta Falcons where they took Vic Beasley, probably their biggest top 10 miss.
Yeah, there you go. Steve Whitaker, just a nice, generous super chat with nothing to say. We appreciate that. Next up, I can't read this name. Old Max Groom, something like that. Okay, Max Legroom. Oh, he says, ring the bell, bowed twice, and sent some good vibes from the Shino shrine of prosperity to the Wolfpack. Oh, Shinto. Awesome. Love that. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Very, very heartening. I didn't say this. We got a present from the Sickos.
Yes.
Off the baby registry.
Off the baby registry. That's terrific.
Yeah, they found it. A little creepy.
No,
that they scouted it out, but I really do appreciate that. That's very nice.
They asked me for some restaurant recommendations that you liked too.
Oh. Unfortunately.
What's that?
Oh, that's what's in here? That's very nice.
Yes.
Unfortunately, raw sushi no longer available. Is that what it was called?
Yeah, but no, I gave them recommendations you would like.
That's so nice.
I gave them recommendations you would like there in the
That's great.
the Discord, in the Sickos Discord.
Oh, thank you so much. Very heartening. We appreciate it. That's very nice. Next up, this is the last one for now. Arthur Bo Wolf Smith, so from myself, says, congrats on Arthur Jr., Bo. You're glowing. Thank you. ZB, how many diehard signups do we need to see you shotgun one of these tonight?
Yeah.
That's now 2 requests.
So
from paying customers,
please
they're telling you about the pizza.
Speaking of shotgunning, I
have you ever shotgunned a beer?
I have drank a shotgun beer, but I didn't do the shotgunning myself.
Somebody did the whole.
Someone did the whole and then gave it to me. Yeah,
but you were able to open it after.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but in the opening chapter of a book that's coming out in September, I had to find multiple ways to. I used shotgunning early on in the chapter. But then there were a few other times when someone shotgunned a beer, and I had to find different ways to say it because I didn't want to use the same verb.
Yeah, but there's really only
so
it's one. That's one that doesn't have a synonym.
Yeah, sliced the beer can. Made a move that would make his Penn State brethren proud, something like that.
Okay.
So try different creative devices. We'll see what my outstanding editor thinks about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I think it's okay to be repetitive if there's really only one way to describe it.
Yeah, but it's it's within 2,000 words of each other, so I didn't want to. Yeah.
Okay. It's good. Good inside writing. Nice. All right. Arizona Cardinals, your boy on the clock, JG. What do you think they're going to be leaning towards here?
So this is an interesting one here because there's a handful of directions they could go. I think this would make sense as a Josh Simmons team if you like Josh Simmons. But this might be a bit early. Look, Walter Nolen could be a fit here, but I think they need to continue to add an edge rusher. I don't think James Pierce Jr. is the direction that they'll look. I think Shamar Stewart could be a player that they look at here. I think it would be a mistake to go Barron. This is, I've been hearing, this is a sleeper wide receiver team. That would surprise me. I don't think that's the direction to go. If Will Johnson has clean medical health, Will Johnson could be a possibility here. But the pick I am going to say, I'm going to go with Shamar Stewart.
Okay. I could sort of see that if you think you can get the most out of him. Again, Shamar Stewart, if you haven't been plugged in, an unbelievable tester at the Combine and less production than you have ever seen from a successful player in the NFL. 3 years, a total of 4.5 sacks, never more than 1.5 in a season. Also, as Fran pointed out throughout the PHLY draft show with Fran Duffy's season, terrible production as a run defender as well. And so, like, I get that if you want to say in this draft, we're going to bet on the tools because there are no surefire things, but that is a huge bet to make. And there's really absolutely no precedent for a player with his lack of production, especially given those physical tools. I don't think I could make that pick.
Yeah, I felt bad on our edge rusher show when I said I wish he was better at football. I thought that was a...
you think that got back to him?
No, but I didn't think that was a nice way to frame it. But yeah, I mean, I could get behind him if I saw more when I watched him that he has the pass rushing ability. The pick is in here for the Cardinals. We'll see where Jonathan Gannon goes. But this guy gets to play with Josh Sweat and for Jonathan Gannon. And this pick is, Eagles fans, I'm sorry to tell you, Walter Nolen goes number 16 to the Arizona Cardinals. So that sound you hear is my mock draft. Jimmy Kempski's mock draft, Elliott Shore-Parks' mock draft, Jeff McClain's mock draft. All of us picked Walter Nolen to the Eagles. That will not happen. Jonathan Gannon takes it away from us in terms of being correct in our mock draft.
You think that's his goal?
But look, Arizona was interested in Milton Williams in free agency.
Yeah.
And here they get Walter Nolen. So number 16 overall. That's a player that I thought made a lot of sense for the Eagles. And goes to Arizona at 16. So Walter Nolen will not fall to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Do you think that in a bit of comeuppance, at some point in a couple months, Nick Sirianni will give an interview and take credit for inventing Walter Nolen and suggesting to Jonathan Gannon that he draft him?
That would be a funny bit, but no, I don't anticipate that happening.
Okay, so now you think about this from the Eagles' perspective.
Yeah.
If they do want to move up, the players that they could consider moving up for, I don't think they would move up for a wide receiver. I think it's possible they could stick at 32 and draft one, but I don't think they would move up for one. Offensive line. Josh Simmons, I think, is a possibility for the reasons we've talked about. I think that could be a player they move up for a little bit, given the potential upside at the position of importance. Do you think that they would consider moving up for a Josh Connerly or a Donovan Jackson on offensive line?
Well, not Donovan Jackson. Josh Connerly is a player that I can see them moving up for. I don't think that. I think, and
what about Gray Zabel? Would they move up for a Gray Zabel?
So I'm not as high on Gray Zabel, but certainly based on what you hear about him, a possibility. I still don't think that. I think tackle's a spot where you kind of sit and a guy might fall for you or fall to you. I think edge, and I don't know the right way to frame it, but at some point here we're going to have I don't want to say a difficult conversation, but a complicated conversation about Mike Green, because Mike Green's someone who continues to slip, And, I did think Arizona was a possibility. I thought Cincinnati here at 17 could be a possibility for Mike Green. But he's the type of player who, when he gets to the 20s and there's some ambiguity here, Josh Norris had Mike Green going to the Eagles. I think Dane Brugler had Mike Green going to the Eagles. I haven't heard definitively, but the sense that I've been receiving or the sense I have is that Mike Green's not categorically like off the Eagles board. I saw Jeff McClain before the draft saying the Eagles weren't going to take Mike Green. So
really?
there's
My understanding is that they are allowed to draft him.
Yeah, exactly. That's my understanding too.
Let's have the conversation.
Yeah.
Because the reason this is a conversation is because at the Combine on Todd McShay's podcast, Howie Roseman said essentially, any violence against women is a non-starter for us, totally off the board. Mike Green has 2 separate incidences that in which he was accused, of violence against women. And then Howie was asked about it at his pre-draft press conference, and what did he say? He sort of left some wiggle room there. Yeah,
he first off say that he said he believes you're innocent until proven guilty, which when you do that framing device, just unless someone is like convicted,
correct,
then in theory he's now. But there are different, and I thought Mike Sealski did a good job asking this. Like someone could plea, or charges could be dropped because there's not enough. Someone doesn't pursue it, or it's not. There's different ways in which something could occur, but there's no conviction. So there is ambiguity in place. My understanding of this has always been that it's not as cut and dry as Howie said, that there is nuance involved here, that they do rely on the investigative ability of Dom DeSandro, the intuition of Dom DeSandro. But yeah, I mean, and again, when there is something where there's not a clear conviction, you don't know exactly what occurred, but it does seem disingenuous to be that like cut and dry about it, and then have this conversation about someone who has this in their background.
That's my objection. It is a very nuanced conversation, and it's not really fair to make it just about Mike Green, because we don't know the specifics of the Mike Green situation, but because this has become a talking point, he is the guy. It would be naive to think that in a sport where you're asking guys to be as violent as possible all day long, every day, that there aren't going to be some carryovers to off-field stuff. And it would also be extremely naive to not think, well, this guy could be a great player. This guy is an undrafted free agent. The rules are going to be the same for them.
Sure.
That's not the case, obviously. Their job is to win football games. Hold your nose and dislike that as much as you want. And I would about a lot of that stuff. What I object to is the framing in that interview about like patting yourself on the back for we don't harbor this at all, when we know for a fact there have been players over the years who they have been interested in or even had on the roster who had situations like this. That's the only thing that is a little bit gross to me. Yeah,
I mean, I don't mean to be like flippant about it, but the way it often works in the NFL, and I don't think the Eagles are different, is that great talent often leads to tolerance, right? Is that like what are you willing to tolerate? Sometimes, like the more talented you are, the more you're willing to tolerate relative to someone who is not as talented. But yeah, the way I understand it is that there's not this like absolute in there, and that I hadn't heard the same type of thing that my friend and former colleague Jeff McClain did, as far as like them not drafting Mike Green.
And we have heard from just watching the Anthony Gargano show, from his understanding that the Eagles do like the player a lot in Mike Green. We do see now that Shamar Stewart going off the board at 17 to the Cincinnati Bengals, a team that could have drafted Mike Green. And so it does sort of feel like maybe Mike Green is a player to really keep in mind as we approach 32 until he goes off the board.
Yeah, so I'll say this. The player who I said if the Eagles didn't take Walter Nolen, the guy who I thought was most likely for the Eagles to take was Donovan Ezeraku. And he's still on the board. I think 19 coming up here at Tampa Bay is a big pressure point for him.
Yeah, it's been one where like everybody has had that for like a month.
Yeah. So I would watch that. But Donovan's a player who and by the way, he was a guest on Anthony's show this week.
Yeah.
That was awesome to see. He's someone who I'm higher on than Fran is. I think he's a talented player. I've heard great things about the makeup. I think he would fit in with the Eagles. So that's a player to watch here. Someone who we discussed in the pre-draft, but maybe not as much as we should. I thought he was going to go before Walter Nolen. That hasn't been the case, and that's Derek Harmon.
Mm-hmm. From Oregon.
Yep, from Oregon.
Who is an interesting player.
Yep.
Transferred over from Michigan State and had a really good year at Oregon. Not the perfect profile as far as I'm concerned, and I was, me personally, a little bit unmoved by the highlights, but some people like him a lot. To me, a Derek Harmon pick would be indication that they do really just want a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Like there's a group of guys here who it will be hard for me to believe are like standing out as the best player available and more like they're the best player at a position that we wanted to address.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you there. And Derek Harmon, our friend E.J. Smith really likes Derek Harmon. I liked Walter Nolen a lot more than Derek Harmon, but you can see why people are high on him.
Let's finish going through the positions about possible trade-up targets. Jihaad Campbell, do you think that's someone the Eagles would be interested in? Yeah,
I don't. I know Daniel Jeremiah mocked into it, and look, I think there's a world in which Jihaad Campbell can play edge rusher. I think he's a really versatile player. I like him quite a bit. As I think Fran said, there's been some health red flags there with him. A local guy as well. If he's an off-ball linebacker, I don't think that's the direction the Eagles would go.
And then, worth discussing, Will Johnson.
Yeah.
I know that they have, as you said and described it well, they used all of their first 3 picks last year on cornerbacks because they traded their future third for Keely Ringo the year prior. But that's a player who you could sell me is just standing out like a sore thumb as the best player on your board.
Yes. Now, the reason, as Fran said, the reason he's falling is because of medical. And so you have to be confident that, you're either that he's falling because either teams aren't patient or that your evaluation of him is different medically than some other teams are. But typically, if you have someone who you expect to be a top 10 pick who's there at 32, you have to ask yourself, what is it that they know that you don't, or that you know, or that and that you're willing to tolerate.
And then finally, Malaki Starks and Nick Worry if you're thinking safety.
Yeah, so I think Malaki Starks would be a terrific pick for the Eagles in terms of the play. I think he's better than Sidney Brown. He starts from day one. I never like to use the term 10-year starter because most people don't play 10 years in the league.
It's so ridiculous.
But he's someone who I think is he's a legit starter in the NFL with upside. I don't think that's a stretch to take a safety at 32. I just think the Eagles are going to take a player on the line of scrimmage or trade out of it. And I also think that we're in that range now where you also have to start thinking about teams trading up for quarterbacks.
Yeah. Do you think Seattle would be quarterback curious here?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I actually think Seattle would probably be more of a destination for a team trading into this.
Yeah.
I think the Giants are the team to watch. What I am curious about is with Cleveland's trade, do you think Cleveland's kind of punting on this year and they're putting their marbles into next year's quarterback
Get
market?
a quarterback next year.
Exactly.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Right? Why would they draft a quarterback now?
Exactly. And so, Jalen Milroe is a guy that you've heard attached to the Browns, but maybe they're thinking Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco this year, and then you kind of just go into next year if it doesn't work. The other thing is you can still take Milroe. You got that extra second-round pick, and if it works with him, then all of a sudden you have 2 first-rounders next year. And I'm curious to see the way they navigate that situation.
Yeah, the problem with Milroe is you're not going to know about Milroe.
That's true.
He's a developmental player anyway,
Exactly.
right? And so you wouldn't have the information before deciding whether you want a quarterback next year or not.
That's a good point.
But I guess that's also you take your shots at quarterback. Yeah. It's so important. And if we get a high pick next year, we'll address it that way.
Seattle's a team, I don't want to say you're keen on, but you've always been intrigued by Mike McDonald.
Yeah.
They bring in Sam Darnold this year. They
love that.
They add Cooper Kupp. What direction do you think they go here?
The question is, are they trying to patchwork the offense and caring about that, or are they trying to just give Mike McDonald toys to give him a top 5 defense, right? I would be a little bit interested in seeing like a Jihaad Campbell with Mike McDonald. You know, a sort of a toy in the middle of the field who he could move around. I think that would be interesting to me. I think Will Johnson would make sense. I mean, they've got good corners already, but that they could make that a strength. Do they care about safety as much? Also, I mean, they've been needing to get the offensive line right for so long. I could be sold on Josh Simmons or even Gray Zabel as just like, this is a guy who's going to play somewhere for us.
Well, that's who they're going with here. They're going with Gray Zabel.
Really?
Yeah. So Fran and I hit this. Fran and I hit this in our mock draft that we did. Yeah, Gray Zabel makes sense here for them and continue to add to that offensive line. I think I made the joke that they haven't. That
I wonder if they're announcing him as a center or a guard.
John Schneider, his first pick was Russell Okong, and he's taken what? This is according to our friend Shield, 22 offensive linemen since then. None have made the Pro Bowl, and I said Gray Zabel would be number 23. And yeah,
That's a good line.
I'm not as high on Gray Zabel as Fran is, but Fran knows more than I do on this one.
Wow. Burying the guy.
So this year is a big pick for the Eagles. When I say this year, it's the Tampa Bay pick at 19, because edge rusher is a Tampa Bay spot. And so if they don't go edge rusher here, if they go corner, I think the best case scenario for the Eagles is Tampa to go corner. And if they do that, Ezeraku drops a bit. So
do you like Ezeraku?
I really do, and I've liked him throughout the draft process. I think that he needs to add more to his game, but I don't think he lucked into 16 sacks. Like I think he's quick around the edge. I think he's the length you can see. I mean, I know he's short, relatively speaking, but terrific length. I know there's a knock on his explosiveness. He looks explosive enough to me. He's a player that I kind of earmarked for the Eagles pretty early on. Even before I was on the Walter Nolen train for the Eagles, I thought Ezeraku. So I'm paying close attention to if Tampa Bay goes with him or not.
Just to go through some of the specifics on that stuff for Ezeraku. 6'2.5", which is relatively short, but he does have long arms, 34 inches, so that helps make up for that. Explosively did just okay at the jumps. 35.5 inches on the vert, 119 inches on the broad. That's on the low end of elite edge rushers. So you're sort of selling yourself on this is a guy who's more polished as a pass rusher. From a like a type standpoint on the edge, given Nolan Smith and Jalex Hunt, who you already have, you'll take what you can get from Azeez Ojulari and Josh Uche, but those are your two building blocks. Do you think they care more about adding a guy who can get after the passer on third down, or care more about getting a guy who can win on first and second down and help get them to third down?
Yeah, pass rusher. I think that's exactly what it is. I don't think Nolan Smith and Jalex Hunt should affect the type of player that you look for. You missed on Bryce Huff, and I think you need someone who can disrupt the quarterback more than anything else. And Ezeraku to me is that type of player. 16 sacks. He showed you that.
16.5.
16.5. I don't want to shortchange him.
2 the year before.
2 the year before. That is true. Different a different defense, but still sacks are sacks.
The super chats continue to come in just vociferous support of Zach shotgunning a beer. A Pabst Light, of course.
I'm not going to shotgun a beer tonight, but please, if you shotgun any beer, do Pabst Light because it's 98 calories.
What if we get on? What if we get enough? Will you consider it on Saturday?
No, because I'm over at Novacare afterwards. I actually have a family event I have to go to afterwards Saturday night. I can't show up.
That's
I
only
will
96
not,
calories.
But you know what? How about this? If we get enough here, when I say get enough, if we have enough viewers here, and we have enough diehards here, maybe on Osprey's night I will shotgun them, because Osprey's night is decidedly not a school night, so to speak, right?
Okay.
There wouldn't be any articles I need to write that night. It's during a period when there's no breaking news.
Okay.
I don't need to go talk to Howie afterwards. Maybe if we, I don't know what the number is that we need to hit. Maybe 60,000 viewers over the weekend. I don't know. Maybe if we can add 500 diehards this weekend, I don't know the number, but I am considering if we do something, I will shotgun a beer. Also, maybe to not just in terms of metrics, maybe we can be philanthropic here. Let's get volunteers to be big brothers, big sisters. And that could
You're asking a lot just to drink one beer.
I don't know. I did a lot of prep
Make
work.
the world a better place.
Yes, I did a lot of prep work for the show. I did not prep work the threshold for shotgunning a beer.
That's very funny. I continue to ask for more from the people. If we get $500,000 and some of you, take kids out of orphanages, then maybe I will drink a Pabst Light.
Wow, the Buccaneers here are going with Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka.
Okay. Interesting.
Emeka Egbuka was a wide receiver I loved in this draft. Loved him.
Want to talk buckets?
Yeah, give me the buckets here. Now, he's a senior, so that doesn't help you here.
No, it does not. He is in the productive and fast, but not so young. So we've got all of our thresholds here. Cleared 1,000 yards receiving in at least one season. Broke 4.5 in his 40, but he's a senior. This is the worst bucket to be in. However, it's also the Devontae Smith bucket and the Zay Flowers bucket. Those are the only two of the 16 players drafted in the first 2 rounds over the past 10 years who have been successful NFL players. The others, Anthony Miller, Corey Davis, John Ross, Corey Coleman, Zay Jones, Sterling Shepard, Kevin White, Jordan Matthews, Paris Campbell, Andy Isabella, Denzel Mims, Chase Claypool, Jahan Dotson, Jaden Reed. That's the bucket you're pulling from here. I like Egbuka. This is an interesting pick to me because the appeal of Egbuka to me is like we are wide receiver desperate. We need a player who can play, and we need 2 receivers. The Bucs are not really that. They brought back Chris Godwin. Now Mike Evans is at the tail end of his career. Wide receivers matter, but this is a bit of a questionable pick as far as I'm concerned.
I just really like the player. It's interesting you bring up Devontae Smith as far as the bucket. I'm not comparing them in terms of playing style, but in terms of like just the guy you want in your building. And the toughness with which he plays, I don't think Egbuka's a bust. Like I think he's just gonna be a really good NFL wide receiver. I think he does everything right. There's parts,
But at this selection, if this is a guy who has 550 yards receiving each of the next 3 years, that is kind of a bust.
Oh, but I think he's gonna be more. I think he's gonna be better than that. But we'll see. They did pay a lot of money to Chris Godwin, like you said. I really like the player. I've liked him his whole time at Ohio State. I've always felt that. Now, you could say he was never the best wide receiver on his team, right? Like last year, it was Jeremiah Smith. The year before that was Marvin Harrison. The year before that, Smith Jake. There's always been someone better. But to me, like he just does everything right. I don't think he's going to fail in the league.
People in the chat, I do see, they're sort of just rooting for Mike Green to go so that the Eagles don't draft Mike Green, which I kind of get.
I think
man, it's kind of approaching.
I think if you're an Eagles fan right now, which I imagine if you're watching this, you are, although when Fran's here, we have the preeminent draft expert in the business. I think that Donovan Ezeraku should be the guy that you're hoping is the pick.
I wouldn't be hoping for that if I was an Eagles fan either.
Okay. Who would you be hoping for? Like, would you be hoping for a trade down, a trade out of the first round at this point? Would you say Malachi Starks through gritted teeth, Josh Simmons based on the upside? Because O tackles are falling here.
Yeah, Josh Simmons to me would be one that I would be interested in as an Eagles fan. I know that that's not exciting for a lot of people, and some people are against the idea of drafting a guy who doesn't necessarily have a place to play right away. I think he could play right guard, but even if he couldn't, you're just thinking about the long-term health of your franchise. I would be more excited about that than even Ezeraku, because I think there is second-round depth. I think you can trade up in the second round. I mean, there's so many guys. Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton, JT Tuimoloau, Femi Oladejo, Jordan Birch, like all of those guys are reasonable second-round picks who sort of, to me, hit the same impact as Donovan Ezeraku early on. There's also defensive tackles available. To me, Simmons would be the most interesting. I mean, I think Will Johnson would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think Josh Simmons would intrigue me more than Will Johnson. I did write in my notes yesterday.
No, I did do a mock draft, by the way.
Yeah, so I was about to say this,
Okay.
actually. I'm glad you brought this up, okay? And Jimmy Kempski, I want Jimmy Kempski to know this, okay? Jimmy Kempski texted me this morning, and he says he doesn't want to bother Bo. Did Bo do a mock draft? And I sent him your video.
No!
mock. And so
Don't do that.
This is why I'm clarifying this on the air.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
clarifying this on the air. Now this was like 9:30 this morning before you posted.
Oh.
Yeah. So
On Blue Sky, yeah.
Yeah. So Jimmy posted his beat writer picks, and he had you taking Colston Loveland in a trade.
No. That's for the views.
Okay.
That's not
okay.
on the record at
Okay.
all.
Well, it literally is, but no, I hear you. So I was gonna say, Jimmy, on Blue Sky today, and it's documented for posterity's sake.
Timestamped, yeah.
Yeah, for posterity's sake, Bo put out his mock draft with Josh Simmons. So
Trading
Bo,
up to 29.
So Bo would get, even if they don't trade up, you would get if they take Josh Simmons at any
yeah.
point, you would get Josh Simmons as you would hit that, and I think you'd be the only Philly beat writer to hit that. I mentioned in my notes yesterday, like, watch out for Josh Simmons for the exact reason you said, because if there's anything like Howie Roseman can justify, this is the best tackle on the board. You have to wait 4 more months or a few more months. I don't even know 4 more months. A few more months to see him. But they have the luxury of patience. Landon Dickerson dropped in large part because he had a torn ACL. The Eagles were able to take a guy who is now one of the elite guards in the NFL because they were just a little more patient. He started by week 2. Now, a patellar tendon is different
No doubt.
than him, but this was an October injury. This was not like Sidney Jones hurting his Achilles in March.
We're also drafting him for 5 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But my understanding is this isn't a redshirt year for
Yeah.
Josh Simmons. That this is someone who can be your swing tackle this year. Now, do you think Josh Simmons can play guard?
I do.
Okay, and that's a big
because
part of this.
Anchor is not. This is not a player like Josh Connerly, who, like, one of the negatives is you're not sure if he can really anchor. That's not the case with Josh Simmons. And so Fran actually texted Brandon Thorne and asked about
Yes.
it, and he said he didn't think that would be a problem. So
Yeah.
I think that would make sense. I will also say I do think that Malaki Starks is like the guy who would get the fan base the most excited.
100%.
Right.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a quick break, hear from some more of our sponsors. Come back, hear some more from you as the Eagles pick approaches. We're into the 20s. The Denver Broncos on the clock. Time to do Ashley. The low prices are blooming this spring season, so spring into savings at Ashley Home Furniture. You can save up to 50% off living rooms, bedrooms, and dining rooms and have it all delivered for free. Plus, you get long-term, no-interest financing. You save on top brand mattresses and get free delivery, setup, and removal. But don't wait. Spring into savings now at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit. Minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for complete details. Hurry to Ashley. Visit ashleyfurniture.com for more information.
Do you know what excites me, Bo?
Draft pedigree.
Draft pedigree. You know what else excites me? The Excite Center at Parx Casino.
Oh.
It's one of the many things I love about my casino of choice and my grandfather's casino of choice. Parx Casino is Pennsylvania's #1 casino, and it's so close to Philadelphia. It's located in Bensalem, so take the Street Road exit off I-95 and the PA Turnpike, and you're there. And the Excite Center is the state-of-the-art entertainment venue. It's located inside Parx Casino. It's named one of the best places to see the country's best comedians and music headliners. Visit parxcasino.com to buy tickets for all shows, pregame the show at their amazing beer garden, play some pop culture slots, roulette, cards, and other table games you love while you wait. Parx Casino, this is how you win. You must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, the pick is in for the Denver Broncos, waiting to see what it will be. Do you think this is somebody to help that offense and Bo Nix? A lot of smoke about a running back or a wide receiver.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about Hampton here. There was talk about a tight end. That's not going to be the case anymore. I'm going to guess Hampton, but I don't have the pick right now.
Yeah, let's hear it. Chris breaking it to us. Jahdae
Barron.
Barron.
Interesting. Okay.
This is one of those, you can't pass up the easy conversion of orange to orange.
It's one of
It's an
those,
easy
right?
projection.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah. Look, I'm kind of with Fran here. I'm not a big Jahdae Barron guy. I think he had a few different years to distinguish himself. Didn't happen. Comes back his senior year and does it. Doesn't have the athletic profile that I look for, but he was awfully productive this past year.
It's a good pick for the Eagles.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? I mean, they're not going to draft Jahdae Barron.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a little. I mean, listen, maybe people love Jahdae Barron. Jeremiah loves him, right?
Yep.
But I do lean more on Fran's side. This is not a player, given the profile, who would really knock my socks off.
Yeah. And the Broncos, there was so much talk about getting someone for that offense, like I said. So Pittsburgh here coming up. This is an interesting pick at 21 for the Eagles, because this could be Derek Harmon. He's someone who's obviously still on the board. But this also could be Shedeur Sanders. And if it's the reason I keep bringing up the quarterbacks is because I do think there is going to be intrigue for teams to trade 232 to get that fifth-year option, just like the Eagles, just like the Ravens did in 2018, just like the Teddy Bridgewater year when the Vikings traded in. But it's
Do you think Howie will bring that up? Do you think he'll be on the phone and be like, guys, last time I had this pick, this was Lamar Jackson. Come get your guy.
Yeah. But I also think the other big part of this too, and again, the Browns thing is a variable here, but let's say the Giants don't trade up, okay? What you want to do is you want to trade in front of the Giants. Like the Giants, I mean, I don't want to say they've telegraphed that they're going to get a quarterback here, but they've done so much work on quarterbacks. They're there at the top of the second round. If there's if you're trying to get in front of the Giants, then you want to trade to 32 to do it. So if Shedeur Sanders goes off the board or Jaxson Dart goes off the board here, then that obviously could start to run at quarterbacks. But if quarterbacks linger and the Eagles are, coming up here 12 picks away, it's particularly intriguing.
You think the Giants themselves would move up to 32?
Yeah, sure.
Probably, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You
If
get that
you're going to
fifth-year
draft
option
a
out of it.
quarterback, you might as well get him, right?
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay, so now we're 11 picks away. If you had to put your turkeys on who's going to be the Eagle, who would it be? Would it be Mike Green?
I'm going to put my turkeys on Ezeraku and Josh Simmons.
Okay.
And maybe this is like when I manipulate the mock drafts, like I'm trying to stay far away from the Mike Green thing just because I don't have enough.
It's honestly, and listen, like whether he did the stuff aside, it's a really tough position to put the kid in.
Yeah, exactly.
Given everything that the Eagles have said, if you then draft him in the first round, because that's going to be all anybody asks him about.
Exactly. You're right. And the other part too is like there has to be a reason why someone like that falls to 32.
Yeah.
And this would be the reason why someone like that falls to 32. And so you have to say, it's what we always talk about. Like what can you tolerate? And
Andy Weidel, as we get a shot at the Steelers draft room.
In the the Jalen Carter situation, right? The Eagles felt they had an infrastructure in place, but that was a different type of situation than this. I mean, not to tolerate one versus the other, but like that's a different type of situation here. So this is intriguing. And what was it, 2017? The Eagles didn't have to make that choice with Joe Mixon, right? He was on the board and they took Sidney Jones. They didn't answer if Joe Mixon got cleared, but that was kind of the last one that was like really. Now that there was no dispute, there was visual evidence of it, right? So it wasn't as ambiguous. But the Mike Green thing is fascinating. The reason why I'm kind of like skittish when I talk about it is I don't have a firm answer for it. I don't think it's as absolute as we've kind of heard. I think Ezeraku would be the cleaner for sure, and then Josh Simmons would make a lot of sense for me.
The Will Johnson thing is pretty interesting to me because it's the same story that you would tell with Josh Simmons, right? It's just like we didn't think there was any chance this guy was going to be available to us. He's here because there are some injury concerns, but if we think we can lock up, the best secondary in football, we think this is a top 15 player in the draft. I could see that as well. That's that. I mean, that is like truly staying true to your board.
I suppose now. So let's talk about this because I don't understand the cornerback thing. The Eagles have signaled they've brought in corners. They brought in
Steelers. I will just cut you off at 21. They are, as you hinted, taking Derek Harmon.
They are taking Derek Harmon. Okay, yeah, that's a very Steelers type pick. I don't confess to know, that like Andy Weidl's my best friend, but this is like a pick that I would expect Andy Weidl to make is Derek Harmon.
All right, so let's talk corners.
Yeah, so to me, it's like they've invested these resources here. First round pick last year, second round pick last year, third round pick last year. Essentially,
obviously, their internal evaluation of Keely Ringo is going to matter.
Has to factor in here, sure. One of the things you said is that Cooper DeJean can play on the outside. Now he was so good on the inside, but is it a prudent use of resources though to use a first, a second, and a third on corner? I understand you can play more than one, but to me, there's other. Like you have to really love Will Johnson, and I really like Will Johnson too. But if Will Johnson's on the board at 32, like it has to be more. This isn't like a Josh Simmons situation where it's like a season-ending injury. It has to be something that came up in the medicals that really concern you.
Yeah, but I don't think that at 32. You have to stay true to your board. Like if it is a chance to get an impact player, even if you're loaded at corner, there's a way to get him on the field.
Yeah,
and that's a super valuable thing to have. And if you have Will Johnson as a top 15 player in this draft, and you would rather have an edge or a defensive tackle, but those guys are like a tier below, you would be doing a disservice dropping a tier below. Now, you could say that this is a reason to try to trade back because you don't want to take that guy.
Yes.
But if you're going to pick, you got to take the guy from a higher tier.
Absolutely. I believe in sticking to your board and sticking to the tiers. You screw up when you don't do that. But it's like the Lamar Jackson thing. I would let someone else go and get him, right? Like, if Will Johnson is as good as we say he is, then someone would want to trade up to 32 to get him.
I don't know. I could be sold on Will Johnson. Okay.
What's your view on the cornerbacks? Like Johnson aside.
Yeah, I don't think that this is a position where they need to draft somebody.
Okay.
It's a valuable position, and if you think this guy's a really good player, then you have the green light to pull the trigger, as far as I'm concerned.
And so why do you think they've shown the type of interest that they have? Maxwell Hairston, Trey Amos, two guys that they brought in.
Yeah.
These are first, second round picks.
I mean, information gathering.
Okay.
Also potential trade down options, just like guys who, as you're going through scenarios, could be the best player on your board. And then you're thinking, okay, if we're going to make what is a luxury pick, is this guy really worth it?
Yeah.
I think that's interesting. Let's talk Will Johnson. He's Fran's, corner 2 after Travis Hunter. He's 22 years old. He had great tape in 2023, right? And then it was just a slight bit down in 2024. And there's small arms concern. I think the arm length for corners has become a little bit less important over the past couple of years. I think Trent McDuffie sort of helped dispel that. But some of Fran's stuff, freak list guy, transition quickness stands out, especially for a bigger corner. In and out of breaks really well. Fluid movement and change of direction, shows up first double moves, closes fast. Long speed shows up in recovery situations. He's not explosive in a short area, but he can turn and run. When he does reroute, he shows off his strength. I mean, I'm looking at it, it's all red, all blue, with just one red being that he missed multiple games and multiple seasons due to injury. I don't think that he's going to be the pick, but I could be absolutely sold on, we stood there at 32. This guy was standing out like a sore thumb. We had to do it.
Let me ask you this here, okay? Just because I think you should always be skeptical.
ABS.
So on the board right now is Jim Harbaugh and Jesse Minter, the two people in the NFL who know Will Johnson the best. Yeah. Their cornerback depth chart right now is Dante Jackson, Cam Hart, Benjamin St-Juste, right?
So
this is a team that could use cornerback help.
Yeah.
That Will Johnson starred for Jesse Minter. He was one of the recruits who helped turn things around for Jim Harbaugh. If there's anyone who should have the comfort level in the player and have the accurate evaluation, it's right here with the Los Angeles Chargers. they very well might take Will Johnson, and that answers
That's
the
good
question.
framing. That's a good.
But
yeah.
if they pass on it, then
I think if they go a defensive player, that would
that's a good
concern me.
point. Okay.
If they're going offense to help
Yeah.
Justin Herbert, then I
Sure.
wouldn't worry about it quite as
If
much.
this is Omarion Hampton or something like that,
Right.
which there's word that could be the case. Now they paid Najee Harris. It could be Matthew Golden, but I'm fascinated to see if this is a Will Johnson.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. And maybe it is that there is just something that came up in the
Exactly.
discovery phase of injuries in the pre-draft process that has him moving down.
Yeah,
worse.
and I think it's knee, right? Which I think the knee was flagged, which is something that you
15
think about.
yards or 5 yards?
Well, I guess we'll see how far he falls. That
Yeah, I
will
guess
show.
that's true.
You're right. You're right. I should tell the audience.
There was a fun video of the Chargers draft room I saw on their social. So they did like a fake ranking of the like movie characters. They had Streeter a little bit too high. I mean, I don't know how you could draft Streeter, but
By the way, talk about facilities, man. When I'm
that's
out in
what they were
LA this
showing
year,
off, yeah.
when I'm out in LA this year, I need to see if I can get a tour of the Bolt. I hear about this Bolt facility.
Bolt.
The Bolt. That's what it's called. You know how like the Eagles is called Novacare Complex?
Yeah. I
Theirs is
thought you
called-
said a tour of the bowl. Which
No,
felt like a bit of a different
Oh,
situation.
the Bolt, BOLT. I will enunciate the Bolt. This is like the eighth wonder of the world. So I'm curious. I know some people in the Chargers organization. I'm curious if I can get in
Big
and
flex?
see that. I think a moderate flex,
A huge flex.
not a huge flex. To tell the audience at some point here. This is going to be a Bo dream because it's going to be back to Bo and Fran. I will be heading over to the Eagles facility just to be in position for when Howie and Nick talk to see if Howie says.
I love you being here.
To see if Howie says tools in his body.
Let the record show 10:30. I'm considering cracking the Celsius.
There you go. Okay. What flavor do you got there?
This is a kiwi guava sparkling.
Yeah, not my favorite.
Now I inadvertently knocked it onto the ground earlier today. You can see that it's dented. I don't know if we're going to have an explosion situation. That was about 4 hours ago. I think we should be okay. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that wasn't you. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, this was me. I elbowed it off the top of the stairs. It was probably more like 5 hours ago. I think we'll be safe. Well, this will also be fun because we'll get to see in real time how quickly you were able to get to the Novacare complex
That's
with
true.
your legendary lead foot.
Definitely don't have a lead foot. 1,000% don't have a lead foot. What I have to work on is not, texting when I drive, which I will not do. Now, if the Eagles pick, I can't promise you I won't tweet when I won't tweet when I drive, but maybe I'll pull over on 95, tweet, and then get that out. You
The tweet is not that important.
I mean,
It's much more important to break it on the show.
Yeah, but if I'm in the car,
Yeah.
I can't do that. Yeah, so.
The way that you had to maneuver your body and
It's a big water.
and reorient yourself just to take a sip of water from the Lake Victoria that you have over here.
50.7 ounces, man.
And that was your first sip of it.
I know. My mouth is so dry. I'm keeping it down here because, look, Pabst Light is working hard.
Yeah.
Look, we're a Pabst Light show. I can hide my energy drink behind this hat here.
I shouldn't have given them the free.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said the brand. You're right.
I can't hide my water behind here, so I'm keeping it down here.
You can't hide that water anywhere.
No, that is true. That is true.
That was very funny. All right, Chris, do we have the Chargers pick? It's in.
It's going to be Matthew Golden.
Matthew Golden. Interesting. I don't love Matthew Golden. Not enough production. 16 games, couldn't get over 1,000 yards, my man. That would worry me.
Yeah,
But they need options.
in an absolutely great offense too. No, that's a fair point. Yeah, so the Eagles coming up here, Green Bay
Man.
on the board.
10 picks away. 10 picks away. Luther Burden, Mason Taylor, Josh Simmons, Josh Connerly, Donovan Ezeraku, Mike Green, Jihaad Campbell, Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, Nick Imanwari. We didn't even mention Trey Amos and Maxwell Harrison, who they brought in for.
Yes.
You mentioned them, but not just now. I would think I would think if I had to narrow it down, I think it's going to be Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Josh Simmons, or Jihaad Campbell, Will Johnson. You say just we couldn't pass up the best player on our board.
By the way, I was wrong about Golden. It is I got false information. It's Omari and Hampton.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Omari and Hampton. I apologize to the
running back.
I apologize to the audience there. I should have gone with
after they signed Najee Harris. I mean, for not a lot of money, but
yeah.
Huh. A first-round running back.
And that's from our friend Connor Hughes, who says that.
Interesting. I mean,
Let me ask
all of
you
a
this.
sudden I feel better about Matthew Golden.
Let me ask you this here. So I was wrong about Matthew Golden. I apologize there. Let me ask you, because
BJ asked you.
because you're going to be here doing work for the show with Fran. You're not able to get to Howie. I'm
able to. I'm just choosing to stay for the show.
If it is Mike Green, what would you want to hear from Howie?
The process of doing the work on those incidences.
Yeah.
Like a lot more information on how they view those things. Obviously you got to talk about the player.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's you shouldn't make a decision based on what your opening night press conference is going to be.
Sure.
But I think it's a really tough situation to put the player in, and it's all he's going to get asked about. Don't you think?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, it's all he would get asked about anywhere, but it's even more pronounced because of Howie's comments. And I thought Howie tried to be especially ambiguous and try to walk it back. I didn't like his framing that he learned that podcasts could just take clips as if
it wasn't out of context in any way.
It was literally the clip of it.
Yeah.
No. His point was that they took the clip to promote the show. Right. So people didn't see the whole interview. They just saw the clip.
Yeah.
Right. Which is he's like, welcome to 2025, Howie Roseman. It's I don't think that's something that podcasts do. That,
no.
Clips are everywhere. But
seeing this, you heard about this? Everywhere I go, clips.
Yeah, it's gonna make him rethink podcasts. I think sometimes Howie kind of, he's feeling himself a bit when he's on those shows, and he just won the
He's
Super
talking
Bowl.
about sex.
He just won the Super Bowl, so yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, that is the bad news, is that he's never going to do another podcast again.
I don't know. Maybe he'll come on the PHLY Eagles show. I have some ideas for Howie shows.
I think you made this point, it's true. Because we only ever get to talk to him a couple times when it's about specific stuff. We never really get deep roster building conversations with Howie. I would like to have some of those conversations.
Yeah, and I always say you're a lot of times you're asking eventualities or explanations as opposed to the big picture theoretical stuff. And there was a point earlier in Howie's tenure when we spoke to him more, and you're able to have kind of those big picture conversations. Now it's everything is in these situations where he's just explaining the decision that he made. But the Mike Green thing would be fascinating because it is getting close here now. As Araku's on the board, if you're looking at teams that will be looking at the edge rusher market, I think for Josh Simmons, Houston is a team to watch here. If the Eagles were to trade up here, we talked about Minnesota as a possible trade target team. But, Kansas City is an edge rusher team. Washington's a potential edge rusher team. Detroit, certainly an edge rusher team. So Detroit's a team that's been linked to Mike Green. And so I would watch that, but that's also a potential Ezeraku team. Baltimore's a Malaki Starks possibility. So we'll watch that. Oh, there's one thing that you and I haven't spoken about.
Okay.
And I'm curious about your thoughts here. Maybe not with this pick, but this jumped out to me when Adam Schefter had the list of players who could potentially be available this weekend. You've been pretty busy, so I don't know if you saw this article.
Okay.
But Odafe Owe.
Yeah, that was interesting to me. I did see that.
Playing on his fifth-year option, had 10 sacks last year. He's age 26. This is a guy who, 6'5", 255, ran a 4.38 coming out of Penn State. I never thought J.J. Watt or Trey Hendrickson made a lot of sense for the trade market. But this is someone who would make a lot of sense. Like the Eagles type, I don't think it's as much a projection for the Vic Fangio defense to see how he would fit. So that's one that would really intrigue me here. Now, I don't know what the price would be. You would probably want to give him a contract, but because he's on that fifth year, you can kind of spread some money out. I'd be curious to see, what did you think of that name when you saw it?
I totally agree. That did strike me as somebody who the Eagles would be interested in. And you could sell yourself on, between that and Ojulari. We've got two young building blocks in Hunt and Nolan Smith. We don't need necessarily a young guy there. I mean, he's young, but in terms of contract length, we could get by with some shorter term guys.
According to Jordan Schultz, the Eagles are discussing moving up with the Packers.
Interesting.
So something to watch here.
Who do you think that would be for?
I mean,
Now,
I would think
Adam Schefter just put out that there is a knee issue for Will Johnson that is scaring teams. That's why he hasn't been picked. Man, if they're going up now, oh God, I mean,
here I'll put it this way: if you're going up now, you're trying to jump Houston, and you're trying to jump Houston for an offensive tackle.
Josh Simmons.
So that would be who I would watch here. Like, you're seeing what team you're trying to jump. It's similar to the Andre Dillard situation, right?
Yeah.
An offensive tackle drops, Houston's in the market for it. You're jumping it. So that would be what would jump out to me if you're trying to jump up to this spot. If it was like you're trading to Houston or LA, I think you're trying to move up for an edge rusher. But if you're trying to move up to the spot, then my guess is for an offensive tackle.
Just in time, we have the man walking back in, Fran Duffy. Fran, well, there are some reports that the Eagles are in talks to potentially move up to 23 here.
Oh.
How are your hits? Now, Josh Simmons, relative to Andre Dillard, younger, fewer questions about the anchor. I could see it. I mean, I did predict it, but
yeah, we said so. According to Jordan Schultz, the Eagles are looking to move up here. I've gotten a few texts from people asking if I know anything. I'm still trying to figure this out.
If you need to focus on the phone,
no,
do some reporting, that's okay.
But we were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong here, if the Eagles are trying to trade up in front of Houston, it's actually in front of Minnesota. I'm sorry, I looked at
Minnesota and then Houston.
Yeah, you're probably trying to trade up for an offensive tackle.
Yep.
In that case, I think,
or at the very least, an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Packers
are making their pick, and this is going to be Matthew Golden.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. So it is
it's
Matthew
Golden?
Golden. He goes to the Packers. The Packers finally using a first-round pick on a wide receiver.
Yeah, first time since Javon Walker.
Wow.
It's the first time. That's the last time they drafted, I think, an offensive skill player.
Interesting.
Aaron Rodgers got to be just beside himself.
Well, for many reasons. Yeah. Mostly because nobody's talking about him right now, but now they will be, and so there's a little part of him somewhere that is happy.
I don't like that framing. The Eagles are probably discussing every pick here, right? Yeah, but I hear you there.
Well, now listen, if that was true, and they were trying to move up, you would think that they would be trying to move up again with Minnesota, and Minnesota does not have a second-round pick. So this would be a team that would be incentivized to move back. We talked about this. There are a bunch of teams in this range. Minnesota doesn't have a second. The Rams don't have a second. The Lions at 28 don't have a fifth and have a late third instead of their normal third. Washington, we talked about, at 29 has no third and no 2026 second. So there are places to be able to move up. Man, I just hope it's not Mike Green. But
I'm getting caught up here just to.
Yeah, you've been killing it.
I missed some picks.
So Walter Nolen, as you said, goes to the Cardinals.
Yep.
Jamar Stewart goes to the Bengals.
Seattle
Derek
takes
Harmon.
Gray Zabel at 18. 19 is Emeka Egbuka. 20 to Denver is Jahdae Barron, which you just did a hit about.
Believe that.
Barron?
Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
And then 21, Derek Harmon. 22, Omarion Hampton. And 23 now, Matthew Golden. Were they happy in Denver? Hold on. Okay, there's Denver with Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
There's Dallas with Tyler Booker.
Yep.
There's Chicago with Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
And there's Arizona with Walter Nolen. I am guessing that if you're stack ranking how happy they were,
Yes.
it goes number 1, Arizona.
By a long shot.
Okay.
Yep.
Number 2, Dallas.
Yes, correct.
Number 3, Denver. Number 4, Chicago.
Yeah, Denver is like the sunny side up in Denver. Chicago is like they're ready to burn the bar down. The chat was angry when I jumped on with CHGO. That was the first hit I did. Those guys were in a bad way. But
that's very funny.
Yeah, there were some interesting insights there to kind of pull, and honestly, like things that as we were talking, I was like, oh, like this clicks. This is why because that's the thing is with all of these selections. Yes, teams make bad picks, but they happen for bad reasons. But they are well intentioned. They're not dumb from a like, oh, like how are we going to wake up and make a bad pick today kind of thing. So it's
some of them, but
yeah,
most of them.
But I think when you're looking at it, it's like, all right, well, what did they see here? And so to me, looking at Colston Loveland going to the Bears, like, all right, well, Sam Laporta, similar kind of scouting report, that I had on Colston Loveland, and honestly, they talked about that. Colston Loveland said that Ben Johnson said he reminded him of Sam Laporta. The Jahdae Barron one is just that's a tough one. No one was expecting that. So that was an interesting conversation.
So Zach, as you work the phones here,
Yeah.
what are you thinking about whether or not to leave?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, are you finished with your hits?
I'm done.
So if the Eagles don't trade to the Minnesota spot, then I'm thinking to head over to Novacare, because at this point, whenever they pick, Howie might rush down.
Yeah.
And so we should be on the scene there. So we'll see here. I don't want to get up until Minnesota picks.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Because this is the trade spot. But then after that, I will get in the car and I'll hustle over and man, it's like Einstein's theory of relativity. Have you ever heard of his explanation
Einstein?
for this? Yeah. No, not Einstein. What he said? He said
From the Meg Ryan movie?
he said
the bagels.
He said when you
There's Albert O, and then there's Albert E.
he said when you touch a hot stove, he said when you put your hand on a hot stove for 2 minutes, it seems like 2 hours. When you speak to a beautiful woman for 2 hours, it seems like 2 minutes. That's relativity, right? And so the
HZ showing up at 10:45 on a Thursday night.
no, because I actually it's a line
Mila Kunis, are you out there?
By the way, the Eagles are trying to trade up to this spot here. But I bring that up because this has been so much fun. This is like 2.5. This 2
This
hours
has flown by.
It's 2 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah,
it
crazy.
seems like it's been it seems like it's been a minute. We've had this has been fun.
Interesting.
But the Eagles are
Who do you
trying to
think they
trade
would
up.
trade? Who are they realistic?
I mean, I think Ezra
I think it
Rocco-
would be Josh Simmons.
I think Ezra Rocco or Simmons.
Now, Mike Green. I mean,
Yeah.
Cuz has been telling us all along they really like Mike Green, the player.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're not as high on Ezra Rocco, but you saw Ezra Rocco as a possibility at 19 to Tampa Bay. So this is the range that you think he would go.
Now, how do you feel about Will Johnson? There's this knee issue.
Yeah, there's the knee issue. I would like that pick. I think Will Johnson's a good player.
Zach?
The Vikings are staying here, and they are taking Donovan Jackson at number
Guard.
24
Okay.
overall. This is
Interesting.
according to our friend Alec Lewis
go.
from The Athletic.
Wow.
Man,
Interesting. So the Eagles are antsy.
I'm going to miss you guys.
They're antsy.
But I am going to join. I'm going to join remotely once I get the Novacare. It's 10:47. I won't go too fast. But
Don't go too fast.
We'll
You're
be
good.
we'll be texting. Yeah, not in the car, but we'll be in touch.
Okay, good luck.
Safe travels.
Drive
I just want to
safe.
say to the audience here, the people who've made this work are actually not us here, but everyone
Amen.
behind the glass, so to
Know
speak.
that.
Yeah.
Julia, Brenna, and Chris. Give it up, give it up. All right. Wow. So the Eagles, frantic, trying to move up. It's interesting now if they don't move up, right? Like then they would tell
Right.
you that it was for Donovan Jackson? Like, or they just wait and see.
Was he was 30th, is it, right?
Ian Rappaport now tweets, yeah, Howie Roseman is working the phones trying to trade up. So everybody is talking about this now that the Eagles are very antsy right now. Interesting. Wow.
What do you think they would trade up for Simmons?
You think they would trade up for Mike Green? Zach has been giving us the reasons why you like Donovan Ezra-Rocco. You were a little bit lower on him than consensus. Why?
To me, when I look at, and I feel honestly, this applies in ways to Mike Green too. I think they're similar. My concerns
give us
for
your Mike
both are
Green breakdown
similar.
as well.
My concerns for both are similar. I see smaller, compact players that aren't wow athletes. That aren't wow, like explosive, get off the ball, like, they're going to win with speed consistently out of their stance. And to me, that limits your overall upside. That limits what are you looking at in terms of can they be that 1A rusher? Now, in this scheme with the Eagles, maybe that's not as important. You've got Jalen Carter, that's going to help you out. You do have Nolan Smith, who the arrow is pointing up. Maybe he's going to ascend to be that kind of player. The Eagles have always believed in platooning their defensive lines anyway, and so if that's the way you feel, then all right, well then you can take a swing on a high floor pass rusher in that way, like an Ezeraku or like a Mike Green. I like the way that both play. I just didn't love the ceiling with both, and that's why both are honestly in the same tier when I'm looking at their projection to the NFL.
The question that Zach and I were discussing is for the Eagles, given Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith, do you think they care more about a guy who can win on first and second down and get them to third down, or a guy who can get home on third down?
I think depends on who you ask, I think.
Yeah.
My guess is Vic
Vic says
Fangio.
first and second,
Vic
and
Fangio
House
wants
is
first and
third?
second. Right, exactly.
Okay.
And I think also Vic probably wants a guy that can do both.
Right.
So
of Ezeraku, Mike Green, who is more well-rounded?
they're both pretty similar.
Okay.
I would say that Mike Green is probably the better player right now. Would be my assessment. I think if I were to say like, all right, who's the better player, off-field issue aside, Ezeraku was a captain. Ezeraku very, very clean off the field. He's a little bit older, but to me, like I think Ezeraku, it's a little bit of a safer play that way. But I think that he's
got to be for a quarterback. So the Giants are on the clock. They've traded with the Houston Texans to go to 25. Fran, do you mind moving over a seat? Does that work? Oh no, the Rams are trading. So does that mean that? Oh, so Houston made a pick. We just don't know what it is yet, and then the Rams will be on the clock at 26.
Mason Taylor. What if it's Mason Taylor?
What if it's Mason Taylor? You think the Eagles would trade up for Mason Taylor?
Dude, he was being talked about as a first. I had him going to the Chargers in my mock.
Yeah. Oh, it is with the Texans. It's not the Rams. Okay. Oh, man. That would be fascinating. Because Mason Taylor, the prospect aside, who is a talented young player, and you like the youth of the profile, not a lot of explosiveness and like outlier yards per catch, very low for a tight end. You don't know about the explosiveness. You're also tanking the Dallas Goedert trade value. Not that that you make a decision based on that. Maybe you just end up releasing him if you're trading up for Mason Taylor. You're not getting anything for Dallas Goedert.
No, they might not be regardless.
Right. Whew. A trade up would be crazy. But I'm very curious now. Do you think the Giants are going Shador here? Or are they going Jaxson Dart?
No, I think it's Jaxson Dart. I've got a text out, so I'm waiting to hear back.
Okay.
I think it would be Jaxson Dart. From my bold prediction standpoint, I'm hoping that it's Tyler Shuck. So we can get the old player. We can get the old in there.
Either way.
Although, when does Jahdae Barron
Either way,
Joe
Shane's going to be fired next offseason.
Right.
For this pick. You did a very good job. The accepted wisdom that a GM would take a quarterback to save his job because it gives him a longer runway has been proven wrong time and time again.
It's just like this thing that keeps getting said that, you do that and it buys you time. It has been proven time and time again that is not true. It doesn't mean that it's a guarantee to get you fired, but that does not save your job. It's say, we're just going to draft a rookie quarterback. Regardless of how much success that quarterback has.
Yeah.
Drake May looked really good this year. Everybody loves Drake May. Still fired the head coach in OC.
So it is Jaxson Dart. That's crazy. Great news for the Eagles. The Giants will continue to be bad for quite some time.
Yeah, I think that's a brutal pick.
The trade terms here, this is what we talked about. It's 2/3. So they're moving up from 34 to 25, sending 99 and then a third rounder next year. So a third this year and a third next year to move up 9 spots. That's not a crazy deal.
No.
If you like the quarterback, but woof.
Yeah, Look,
what if that's who the Eagles were trying to trade up for?
Yeah. I told you I had a conversation with a scout that covers the state of Mississippi last week, the week before, and I actually had another one yesterday with a scout that also covers the state. And I wanted to talk about the same thing because it was the Jaxson Darts that was continuing. And I said, we've talked about Jaxson Dart numerous times throughout this process. Going into the season, day 3 guy. Through the season, day 3 guy. Go to the Senior Bowl, solid, but he's probably day 3 guy. No one in Mobile said like, oh yeah, like he's going to be a first-round pick. He's going to be a second-round pick. It wasn't until we got to like February where that started, that buzz started to build. So it's very, very surprising that he ended up in the first round. Obviously, the Giants felt different. You're not making that pick unless you do, but that is very surprising to me.
Can I help you by
I'm not even
going to
bother. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother. Thank you.
I mean, it's just this is exactly what a bad franchise would do.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
You trade up to get a quarterback because you need a quarterback. You're forcing the pick. Nobody really believes this guy is worth a first-round pick. It is exactly what it looked like last year during Hard Knocks. These are bumbling buffoons.
Yeah, that is very surprising that was
Maybe at least he listened to his son this time. He was right last time.
Highlight. Yeah, he got the highlight, and he got the highlight video. Yeah.
Great news for the Eagles.
You know, my big thing
is he better than Tommy DeVito right now?
I could say yes. I think he is better than Tommy DeVito.
Okay.
I think that when you're looking at that offense, they do such a good job of scheming everything open. You know, guys are wide open consistently. It's very defined. It's a beautiful scheme. I love watching that offense. Like aesthetically, very, very pleasing. But just time and time again, it's proven like guys don't come from that offense and project well to the NFL.
And probably an on-the-nose comment from Daniz in the chat, who says that with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston there already, the Giants once again making sure that by hook or by crook they will not start a black quarterback.
Right. Yeah. It's
They got to do what they have always done on that front. If you were a Giants fan, this is a disaster.
I would be really surprised if he is the day 1 starter.
Probably,
I would be really,
yeah.
really surprised.
But, I mean, disaster if you're a Giants fan. You got Abdul Carter. That's nice.
Yeah.
For the next regime, he'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
I'm still collecting myself.
All right, so
the
Eagles presumably still making calls.
Yes.
The Rams, as we talked about, do not have a second-round pick. So this is one where you could see the Eagles making moves. But Mike Garafolo reporting that the Falcons are trading up to 26.
They don't have anything to trade. They had like 4 picks coming in.
Future pick? Who are they taking? So they already took Jalen Walker. Is that right?
Yeah.
Taking another edge?
Maybe a safety. They could be taking one of the safeties. Hold on. Let me get you. All right, I got to text out. Let me see how some of the players that they've been linked to. I wonder if they could double dip. This is a team that double dipped last year.
Could it be Will Johnson? Could it be Jihaad Campbell? Could it be Luther Burden?
Raheem Morris. So the head coach, GM, and defensive coordinator were all at the Georgia Pro Day. Maybe it's Malaki Starks. Could be an offensive lineman. Connerly hasn't gone yet, right?
Connerly has not gone yet.
Right.
No. Yeah. Could be Simmons.
Could be Will Johnson. They had him in on a 30 visit. Could be Manwari. They had him in on a 30 visit. They had Hairston in on a 30 visit. This is very interesting. Everybody had them as a trade down team. Maybe they're taking Mason Taylor to replace Kyle Pitts.
There you go. And then trading Kyle Pitts to the Eagles.
All coming full circle.
All right. Since the Falcons are on the clock, let's take our last break. And then that way we can just go live through the Eagles pick. And then the fireworks will ensue. And by the time we get out of this break, there's a good chance that Zach has already arrived at the Novacare complex. Okay. Let me just get the right window to tell you about the Ashley Fan Cave experience, the contest. Where did this go? Where is this on my list? What happened to my window? Here
We're off to a roaring start.
Got it. Okay. Now, you're watching this wonderful broadcast, presumably in your home, but I bet you could make the surrounding scenes even better. with the Ashley Fan Cave. Imagine your fan cave with a bold new centerpiece, the Mod Max sectional from Ashley. Now, imagine getting it for free. We have teamed with Ashley to give one lucky winner the chance to bring home this flexible, ultra comfortable sectional, plus a $1,000 gift card to bring your dream fan cave to life. The Mod Max sectional is spacious and built for the most diehard sports fan, whether you're hosting movie night, kicking back with the fam, or most importantly, watching the PHLY pregame show, halftime show, postgame show, every show during the week, and of course, all 3 shows over the course of draft weekend. Entering is easy. Just head to allphly.com/Ashley to learn about the contest, see if you're eligible, fill out your info, and you are in the running. But don't wait. This sweepstakes won't last forever. Get your entry in now, and you could be watching the next big game on a brand new Mod Max sectional courtesy of Ashley. Mod Max modular sectional by Ashley. Your choice of color and configuration up to 5 pieces must reside within the local delivery area to qualify for the Fan Cave Getaway. Again, visit allphlY.com/Ashley for the full contest information and eligibility requirements, terms, and conditions apply.
We'll now hear from our friends at TrueMark Financial, because guess what? It's Financial Literacy Month, and I've got something that's going to help you off the field, teaching your kids how to handle their money. If you're a TrueMark Financial member like I am, you've got a fantastic opportunity to help your kids and your teens learn to earn, save, and spend wisely with a free Greenlight account. Now, Greenlight is not just any app. It is a game changer for your kids, whether they're setting savings goals, learning how to track their spending, or even getting their allowance. It's all right there at their fingertips. And get this, each kid gets their own debit card. That's right. They can make purchases, learn how to budget, and build real-world money skills while you stay in control right from your phone. You get peace of mind, and they get the chance to make smart, responsible choices with their money. So if you're looking for a way to teach your kids some financial plays this Financial Literacy Month, I cannot recommend this enough. It is the training. It's training for life's biggest game. Head over to TrueMark.com/Greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss this chance to set your kids up for financial success.
And then we know about Ace Hardware Home Services. If you've got a leaky pipe at Ace Hardware Home Services, they are around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. If you've got an air conditioning issue, they got a person for that. If you've got an outside light you said you'd fix last summer and you just haven't gotten to it or you can't figure it out, they got a person for that too, because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they are the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, we're bringing helpful home, the helpful you love, from the store now to your front door. Visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at www.acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project. So the Falcons,
Double dip. They went James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee, so they trade back up. I've got another thing.
Missed a bold prediction. That's okay.
That's okay.
And the terms of that trade, by the way, they sent a 3rd-round pick, and they got back a 2nd, and then they sent their 2nd-round pick, 46 overall, and next year's 1st, and a 7th.
Next year's 1st.
They traded a 2nd and next year's 1st.
No.
For James Pierce, and they got back. Now they got back a 3rd this year.
What?
Wow. Is that where Zach went? He didn't leave to go to the Novacare complex. He went to call Terry Fontenot and make that decision. That's a pick for Zach. Wow. Next year's 1st.
Oh man.
Plus a 2nd when they're going to be a mediocre team.
James Pierce better hit. Man, that is surprising.
That's a terrible trade.
Surprising. All right, I've got something else for you. Are you
Okay.
ready? You might need a cigarette after this one. This is going back to Jaxson Dart and the Giants.
Okay.
This is from Albert Breer this morning.
Okay.
My understanding is Giants coach Brian Daboll has spent a lot of time talking with and getting to know Ole Miss's Jaxson Dart in the weeks leading up to the draft. He's done the same with Shedeur Sanders. There are no 2 people that you will find who are higher than Jaxson Dart than Rebels assistant coaches Charlie Weiss Jr. and Joe Judge. Weiss's father, Charlie Sr., is one of Dable's coaching mentors. Meanwhile, Judge, who was Dable's predecessor in New York, also was his Patriots staff mate from 2013 to 2016. I'm not even going to bother reading the rest of it, but just the Joe Judge connection is just chef's kiss, beautiful.
That is perfect. That is perfect.
I can't believe they gave up a first-round pick to move up for Pierce. The thing is that you...
No wonder the Eagles couldn't move up.
I wonder if that was who they were moving up for.
Well, no, but I mean, they're not going to match that price.
No, they definitely were not.
All right, so we're closing in here now.
Yeah, we are.
That means Baltimore's on the clock at 27. That's 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Good math. 6 picks to go for the Eagles, and we know that they have been efforting to move up. I would be surprised if the player they were trying to move up for was one of the players who's been picked. Like, I doubt it was Donovan Jackson, right?
Yeah, I doubt it was Jackson. I doubt it was. They weren't trading up for Pierce. Yeah, the thing is that you're getting to the point. Obviously, there was somebody. If they were talking, that means there's somebody up there that they're hunting for,
right.
Obviously. But you're also getting to the point now where we're looking at all these guys are potential. What at some point
right.
that level that's going to level
sure.
out. Who is the player that stands out to them?
So in my mind, 6 players. Let's put Will Johnson to the side. Let's assume that the knee is too much of a concern to use a pick on. Okay.
An extra pick on, like to trade up for.
Well, I'm thinking if you're doing the math, if we stay at 32, we're going to get one of these players.
Right.
Let's assume that Will Johnson's off the board. Okay.
Yep.
Or red flagged. Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Josh Simmons, Jihaad Campbell, Malaki Starks, Nick Eamon-Wari. Those are 6 guys. Are you happy with any of those 6 guys? Knowing that you'll get any of them, but
Yes.
you don't get your choice of them.
Definitely.
You could add Luther Burden to that mix.
Yeah. My guess is Burden wouldn't be the pick.
Right. Josh Connerly is a player who they have brought in for a visit.
I wonder if Connerly would be it.
Connerly is interesting. Now, Connerly is different than Simmons.
Yes.
In that the projection to guard, if you want to get him on the field right away, is a little bit more uncertain because of concerns about his anchor. Is that fair?
Malaki Starks off the board.
Okay.
Baltimore Ravens. Chris, not
That's
happy.
a classic.
Yeah, he's been the most often mocked player to the Ravens. Yeah. All right. So Starks off the board. So that dream is done. Going back to your question, yes, Simmons is a great talent, man. And to your point, you said at the very top that you can envision Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, like up at the podium tonight and saying like, yeah, if he's healthy, he plays the entire season. There's no way we are able to touch this player picking at 32, and so that you're trying to take advantage of the dip there, and trying to get a player that can be not just a tackle of the future, but a guy that could also step in and compete at right guard.
Do you think Connerly can play guard?
I think he can, but I don't think that I would want him competing for it right now.
Yeah.
He's not a guy that wins with play strength and power. He's athletic. You know, I made the comparison when I first started watching him, like first blush, he kind of was built and moved a little bit like Jack Driscoll, like a more athletic Jack Driscoll. Shorter arms, you know, was a tackle, but to me, like looked like he was a guy that would have to kick inside in the NFL. As I watched more, I was like, no, like, all right, the athleticism is real. I think that I get it. Like his feet are really, really good. So I think he's got the ability to play tackle, but the play strength was a concern for me, you know, from Jump Street. And so kicking him inside to guard, I think is a little bit of a stretch in year 1. In year 2, maybe, but in year 1, that would be a question mark.
Okay, let's talk about Jihaad Campbell.
Yep.
You know, it would be silly to think the Eagles are going to pay a linebacker at the top of the market and then draft a linebacker in the first round, but
especially given the shoulder surgery too.
Right.
He's likely to start the season on NFI.
Okay.
He got shoulder surgery after the combine, and then also apparently before that, people were worried. Oh, like, you know, it's the classic like Alabama wear and tear. Although those guys go hard every single day in practice. His first 2 years under Nick Saban, they were going to battle every single day. But that's par for the course with an Alabama player. I really like Jihaad Campbell. My gut says he falls out of the first round, but we'll see. I guess there's a chance. There are a couple teams here down the stretch where I think he could end up. Washington is the one that stands out.
Okay. So let's play what you think the Eagles would do and what you would do. Let's just narrow it to Josh Simmons, Donovan Ezeraku, Mike Green, Nick Eamon-Wari.
Ezeraku for the Eagles.
You think that's what they would do?
I think so. Ezeraku or Green.
Okay, and what would you do?
You said it was Simmons, Ezeraku, Green, Eamon-Wari.
Yeah.
Simmons and Eamon-Wari would be the highest graded players, on the same tier. I have a higher grade on Eamon-Wari, but positional value. Yeah, but positional value, I would say Eamon-Wari is younger. Eamon-Wari is higher, is better character reviews. Elite athlete. Now, Simmons would have been an elite athlete as well. He is. That's the best trait with Simmons. A guy that big is really athletic, weapon on the move. Like he absolutely fits for Jeff Stoutland. So I could see it. I could definitely see it.
Okay. I don't know.
Is there anybody we're not?
Here's the thing.
Of?
As I'm gaming this out.
What about Scorton? Mason Taylor. I got back to Mason Taylor
Mason
too.
Taylor. I forget.
I go back to Mason Taylor.
Like Mason Taylor. But here's why I would go Simmons. The drop off in this class at tackle, if you're thinking about this guy could be a starting tackle for us, is pretty significant. Ursery, you could maybe get in the second round. We talked about Connerly. Seven Aiea is probably more of a guard. Do you love Charles Grant or Anthony Belton? Probably not enough to pencil them in as a starter. Whereas if you don't go Ezeraku in the second round, there's a good chance you're still going to be able to get Tui Molowau or Scorton or Landon Jackson, Femi Oladejo, who we know they like. If I'm trying to get both of those things, I would much rather get Simmons now. But
yeah,
now and then
the drop off at tackle is real. It's a pretty steep drop off.
And I think there's a nice little leveling of edge where even if you stay at 64, you're probably going to get somebody.
Solid player. Again, the Landon Jacksons and the Tui Molowows, like all those guys they're going to go between the Eagles picks, but that means there's the players that you name, the Oladejos and the guys like that are going to be there. Yeah, I think you would have to take the tackle.
All right, our man has arrived on the scene. Zach Berman. Okay, we're gonna see how the connection is. ZB, how we doing?
Hey, is the connection okay?
It's not bad.
It's all right. You look good, sound good, ZB.
Okay, good. Good to see you.
Is the audio okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, the Detroit Lions are taking Ohio State defensive tackle Tyleek Williams.
Really?
So
that's a bit of a surprise first round pick.
Yeah, he had been. There had been.
Good player.
He was sneaking into mock drafts at times. Good player. Little boom bust there, but this defensive tackle group was starting to thin out a little bit. But Ezeraku sneaks past Zach, so Ezeraku's still on the board here. Mike Green, that was another popular spot for Mike Green in mock drafts. So there we go. Another defensive spot that opens up here.
All right, now we are in range. I'm gonna give you this list of the 25 players drafted since 2010 between picks 28 and 36. So 4 spots within 32 in either direction. And you tell me if anything jumps out here. 2 quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson and Derek Carr. 4 running backs, Mark Ingram, Doug Martin, Nick Chubb, and DeAndre Swift. 1 wide receiver, Deebo Samuel. 3 tight ends, David Njoku, Sam Laporta, and Zach Ertz. 1 tackle, Ryan Ramczyk. 2 interior offensive linemen, Joel Bitonio and Travis Frederick. 2 edges, TJ Watt and DeMarcus Lawrence. 2 defensive tackles, Muhammad Wilkerson and Cameron Hayward. 2 linebackers, Patrick Queen and Darius Leonard. 2 corners, Byron Murphy and Darius Slay. 4 safeties, Harrison Smith, Landon Collins, Budda Baker, Xavier McKinney. Anything interesting to you there, Zach?
I'm trying to figure out what the connective tissue is there. I don't have a good answer for that. No, what?
No, I'm. That's not a leading question. I'm asking if anything jumps out to you. I mean, to me, it's like the elite positions, as you would expect. You're not going to find an elite player for the most part.
Oh, yeah.
You have a better chance at a player at a non-premium position hitting, but that doesn't mean that's the direction you need to go.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I still think the same two players that we talked about when I left the studio are on the board now. And to me, the value of Josh Simmons is like the most Howie pick. The Donovan Ezaraku pick, I think, is like it's the most sensible in that he helps you right away, clean off the field, good athletic profile in terms of, look, he ran well, long arms. You would like if maybe he was a little taller and a little bigger. But to me, Ezaraku just makes a lot of sense. He's someone who I had earmarked a long time throughout this draft process. But so to me, Simmons or Ezaraku are two guys that I could really get behind here.
Now, Zach, how do you feel about the possibility of Mason Taylor, which Fran has brought up?
You know what? Like, to me, there's players at premium positions who are available who I would sooner go with. But the argument that we've heard throughout the draft process to me is sound, which is at 32, you want to get a good player, right? You're not getting. You don't go into 32 thinking you're going to get like a franchise cornerstone. If Mason Taylor to you is a guy who's a legit starting tight end in the league, I'll put it this way: you're not going to get Mason Taylor, in my opinion, 32 picks later. So unless you are confident you can trade back 5 to 8 spots, if Mason Taylor is someone that you targeted, if Mason Taylor is someone that you like, then I'm okay with you taking Mason Taylor. I would just sooner go with the edge rusher or the offensive tackle when there's clear first-round value on the board. And I view Ezaraku as first-round value. Now, I know earlier in this process, Fran had like a fourth-round grade on him, or fourth-round projection on him, rather, right? He's someone who has, I think, risen in the pre-draft process. The way that he ran at the combine certainly helped him. But to me, like 16 and a half sacks, as we talked about, and I understand there wasn't as much production before that. The measurements you like, from everything I understand, off field, just really like checks a lot of boxes there. To me, it's just a clean pick at a premium position, so I would sooner go that over tight end.
I do want to take a second to talk about the Ravens pick, Julia, which is the hidden gem presented by Golden Nugget Jewelers, and this is one that broke the hearts of a lot of Eagles fans, going Malaki Starks to pair with the great safety that they already have, Fran, Kyle Hamilton. How do you feel about that pairing in Baltimore? It feels very Ravens.
Yeah, it certainly does. The Ravens, as the saying goes, good players always find their way to fall to the Baltimore Ravens, and it's typically because, this guy didn't test well, he's a little bit undersized, there's this injury, and then he falls to them, and then boom, they've got a 5-time Pro Bowler on their hands. And so Malaki Starks certainly fits from that way. We remember the Eagles playing the Ravens earlier this year and all the issues they had in that secondary. And one of the things they did to try and correct that was, all right, we're going to take Kyle Hamilton from that, big nickel, like patrol the middle of the field kind of situation. We're just going to play him deep. Well, now I think this is going to allow them to take Starks. They're going to put Starks in the back end of the field. Now they're going to bring Hamilton back. That just gives them more versatility for Kyle Hamilton in his role, allow him to be the best version of himself, give Malaki Starks the ability to be the best version of himself on the back end of that defense.
Yeah, I kind of like for him going somewhere where he doesn't have to be the guy and he gets to be the other safety. That seems like that's a pretty good fit. How do you feel about that one, Zach?
Yeah, I think Fran hit on the head, a very Ravens pick, right? I mean, and I think this is one where when we all pick up our heads 3 years from now or 5 years from now, you say like, wow, they nailed that pick, because I just think he's a good player going to a good situation. And, there's a reason why the Ravens tend to get these, there's positions where they miss on, but this is one where they let the board come to them. I've been saying all along, I think Malaki Starks is a legit first rounder. I think he's one of the best players in this draft. I thought he would have been a fine pick, or a good pick for the Eagles at 32. It wasn't a predictive pick from my perspective, but it was more like if I was in those shoes, it would make a lot of sense. I get why the Baltimore Ravens did it, and you're absolutely right, Bo. Like, he doesn't have to be the frontline player on that defense. He's playing with the guy who I think is the best safety in the NFL, and Kyle Hamilton.
All right, that'll do it for the hidden gem presented by Golden Nugget Jewelers. A nice value for the Baltimore Ravens at 27. All right, the Commanders are on the clock at 29. We are really closing in here. Is there anybody else that we need to talk about? Is Nick Scorton a possibility at 32?
Yeah, that was the name I thought of. If they stay put, I think Scorton makes sense.
Tony Pauline threw out Olufemi Oladejo as a possible pick at 32.
That would surprise me. Oladejo this early. The pick is not in yet for Washington, privately. Although, hold on, let's see.
Ariante Ursary, could he be a surprise at 32? Carson Schwessinger.
Yeah, he's been getting, especially because of the injury to Jihaad Campbell. There's been a little bit of late buzz for Schwessinger sneaking into the back end of the first round.
And then they brought in both Trey Amos and Maxwell Hairston.
Yeah,
it'd be tough to do that over Will Johnson, even with the knee.
I agree. The Will Johnson one is another one where it's like, this is a blue chip player. He is a tier separate from everybody else. Connerly just went to Washington.
Connerly to Washington. Interesting. To me,
Josh Connerly before Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
That's what you predicted?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
You did. Yeah.
I shouldn't be patting myself on the back.
You should.
But no,
take a whiff.
Fran,
you can pat yourself on the back.
I am curious. Bo and I were talking about it, and this relates to the Will Johnson conversation. What's your perspective on cornerback with the Eagles? Do you think that's a poor allocation of resources to go first round pick, second round pick, third round pick, then first round pick the following year on corner?
Yeah, I think it's less than ideal, but if you're getting a great player, you're getting a great player, right? I think at the end of the day, that's how I feel about it. I don't think that would be like the perfect outcome for them, but it's one of those where is it going to keep you from taking who you think is the best player by far on the board? I don't think it's enough to move the needle that way.
Is there anybody now? Would you be willing to trade back at 32? Right? If New Orleans wants to come up to take that third quarterback, you're only moving back 5 spots or whatever. We get to have a nice celebration here and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've talked about that possibility over the course of this entire offseason. That Howie Roseman, the ability to collect more picks. We've talked about all these different players. There are a lot of players on the board that we could see them selecting, and so multiple of those players are going to be on the board for them if they stay put at 32. And if you think that it's the line flattens out even further than that, then they could get some value in trading back further.
I think what is interesting to me about the way that the board is right now for the Eagles is that unless it's Will Johnson or Luther Burden or maybe Josh Simmons, they're going to be telling us the truth about a position that they prioritize, right? I don't think that they could take an edge and be like, this guy was glaringly standing out over everybody else in our board. And we know that they like Mike Green, but to me, that's like this was their position preference, and he was the guy that they liked the most at that position, as opposed to like we just could not pass up Will Johnson, or we could not pass up a future left tackle in Josh Simmons. So I'm very curious to see what they do.
I'm curious from both your guys' perspectives. I know I was in the car when you were speaking about the Falcons trade, but
did you make that trade, Zach?
I love James Pierce. I would not have made the trade, but I think it's a crazy trade, and it shows a GM that's kind of, I don't want to say embattled, but it's like GMing for his job. If the Falcons didn't win this year, it'd probably be someone else's pick next year anyways, right? But I bring it up because there was a year, I forget which year it was. I should know this. But there was a trade that kind of screwed up all the values that came thereafter. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
It was the Marcus Davenport trade, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
And so I bring it up as a way of saying, do you think the Falcons Rams trade would affect the trades that are happening thereafter, or do you think teams around the league are like, that's not the price, right? Like we can't, you can't expect us to pay the Falcons price. That was a complete outlier here. It's probably more the Giants price that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean that's the part of it too. Is that like they
who are they getting ahead of?
Yeah,
whatever.
And man, that's the most surprising thing that happened tonight is them giving up that amount of capital to move up for James Pierce.
Crazy.
Wow.
All right, we're 3 picks away. The Bills are on the clock at 30.
I'm waiting on a response. I'm waiting on a response from Buffalo.
Oh man.
And now, do you guys think that the Eagles want to avoid? Do you guys think the Eagles want to avoid a Mike Green decision? Like, do you think there's people in that room who are like, please go because let's say
I'm
in
sure
theory
there
he's-
are.
Yeah, like let's say in theory he's
Bob
on their
Lang
board.
among them.
Let's say he's not off their board, but like they just don't want it to get to that point where like they he's not this outlier on their board. Do you think they're like someone
Yeah.
take him so we don't have to make this decision?
I'm sure there are people who are thinking that. Yes.
Yeah.
What's the? I know we talked about him, but give me the upside sell on Mike Green, Fran.
Trent Cole. Yeah, I think you look at body type, you look at play personality. Now Trent Cole went in the 5th round, but I think when you look at the violence with which he plays with, the play personality, he's a little bit undersized, more of a compact frame, but he's always going, balls to the wall, 100 miles an hour. That's the way that Mike Green plays. I think that the similarities are apparent. That's why I feel. Andy Reid might see the same thing. I've mocked him twice to the Kansas City Chiefs in the last week for that reason. I know the Chiefs are looking at if it's not Josh Simmons, then a pass rusher, and it looks like they're going to have options here for both when they're up on the clock next as we wait for Buffalo still. But
Did not test at the combine, so we don't have athletic
Green.
numbers on him.
He did pro day, and he didn't run. He didn't do the 40.
He just did 3-cone.
He did 3-cone. And it
short
was
shuttle.
outstanding. Yeah, the shuttles were very, very good, which that is important at that position. So that stuff came through well. But
Arms
he did
are not super long.
Yeah,
6'3",
I mean,
251.
not even
I mean,
super long. They're very short. 32 and 3/8 is like 10th percentile.
He had 17 sacks last year, but 4.5 sacks the year before
Yep,
at Marshall.
off the bench. Yep.
Left the Virginia program, but didn't do anything productive there.
Again, when I studied him, I thought more of a solid, like complementary guy. Yeah, Buffalo's taking the corner Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky.
Interesting.
All right, so and he was one of the more highly mocked players to them.
Another easy transition, blue to blue.
I think that's what they were thinking when they made that choice. It was probably a tiebreaker in the room, honestly.
Got to be, right?
Bo's rationale for the Barron pick was that they could project him in
orange to orange.
It occurred to me as we were as I was on with DNVR. So Vance Joseph is the defensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos. The former DB coach for the Texas Longhorns, who is now Kellen Moore's DB coach in New Orleans, was Mickey Joseph, Vance Joseph's brother.
Wow.
So we got the
You are truly deranged. That's beautiful.
And they liked that one.
Did you know that one, Zach?
I actually did. Yeah, I did.
But had you already put it together?
No, I did not put it together. That's why Fran's the best in the business.
There we go. I like that. How's the vibe over there, Zach?
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel bad that I wasn't very friendly. I walked in the door, went right. I came with energy. I was like, "Hello, great to see everybody," and just went right upstairs. Didn't stop to talk. Did not pass go. Did not collect $200. Right.
Okay.
Just went right upstairs.
Well, we're 2 picks away now. So in the chat, let us know, who do you want? I mean, this is it. We're about to be on the clock. Who do you want? Do you want Josh Simmons? Do you want Mike Green? Do you want Donovan Ezeraku? Do you want Jihaad Campbell? Do you want Will Johnson? Do you want Nick Eamon-Worry? Do you want Luther Burden? Do you want Mason Taylor? Do you want Nick Scorton?
I mean,
Do you want to trade down?
I really like Nick Scorton as a player. Like I wrote it today. I've said it before. To me, he reminds me of Brandon Graham coming out of Michigan, but even just in terms of just like what you hear about him too. Now I don't know if the 36. You're laughing there. Is that something that was said on set or?
Philly trade, Eagles trade. I don't know what it is yet.
Moving up one spot?
Ooh.
Eagles are on the clock, moving up one spot, according to Mike Garafolo. Oh, my God, here we go. What's going to happen? What do we think? And why are they moving up one spot?
You're competing with somebody.
Yeah, somebody's
That's what they
trying to
did for
move up.
Jalen. That's what they did with Jalen Carter.
What do you think?
Years
What do you
ago.
think the cost is to move up one spot? One of those fifths?
One of those fifths. That would be my guess.
Okay. This is interesting. All right, everybody on the record. Who would you pick? Who are they going to pick? I would pick Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
I think they are going to pick Josh Simmons.
I think they're going to pick Donovan Ezeraku. I think that if they were going to pick Josh Simmons, the Chiefs wouldn't have made this trade. I could be wrong. If you recall, when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. The Chiefs tried trading up to the Eagles pick for Nolan Smith. The Eagles wouldn't do the trade because they were going after the same guy. I wonder if the same thing is happening here, that it has to not be the same guy.
And who would you pick, Zach?
I would pick Ezraku or Simmons. I'd be okay with either one of them. Ezraku, because I like edge rusher, but if you think Simmons is the best offensive tackle in the draft, I would not knock that pick.
Fran,
but
how
to
about
me,
you?
Simmons would be I think who I would lean towards. As far as who I think they're going to, I'm gonna go Ezraku.
Okay. Mike Garofalo says it's 164, so it is just one of their 5th-round picks that they have used to move up one spot. This is so exciting. Who's it going to be? The Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. Who are they adding?
Maybe it's Will Johnson. Maybe it is Will Johnson.
I could be sold on Will Johnson.
Yeah.
Guy standing out like a sore thumb on our board.
I could very easily sell Will Johnson.
Couldn't pass it up. Ah! What do we think? Anybody have to pee back there? I'm wearing diapers. People seem split. I see some Campbell love. I see some Eamon Warrior love.
Rand, if you get it, share it.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
I'm working on it too.
Ah! Nick Eamon Warrior, Will Johnson, Jihaad Campbell, Josh Simmons, Mike Green, Donovan Ezraku, Mason Taylor.
Mason Taylor, yeah.
Luther
It could be
Burden.
Mason Taylor. I keep forgetting about him. I got dots. I got a text message coming.
Uh-oh.
I got dots. Hold on.
Got dots. We got dots. Who's it gonna be? Is it Jahan Dotson?
I like the idea of my source just
messing with
trying
you.
to tank me. Yeah.
Totally.
The intrigue is killing right now.
Oh my
Willie
gosh.
Lampkin. Willie Lampkin is the pick.
Who's it gonna be? The Philadelphia Eagles coming off the Super Bowl.
Oh, here. They're taking Campbell.
Jihaad Campbell.
The Eagles
Is that it?
are
I
taking
just got a text Campbell.
Alabama's
Jihaad-
Jihaad Campbell. This is a new Philadelphia Eagles. We love linebackers. They are adding to Zach Bond, Jihaad Campbell, a player who you could tell me was standing out like a sore thumb on their board. A linebacker who has some edge rushing versatility. Fran, break down what is so intriguing about Jihaad Campbell.
I love the play personality, his ability to come downhill and hit people in the mouth. He's going to fit this Vic Fangio scheme really, really well. Remember the defensive mentality. One of the reasons why that unit was so confident that they were going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl was that they were going to out-physical them. Jihaad Campbell's going to match that. So you talk about like the dog mentality aspect of things. First time since 1979, the Eagles have drafted a linebacker in the first round. I'm still coming to grips with that. But when I go back to my Jihaad Campbell, to his scouting report, his versatility is another thing that stands out. This was a guy that some people felt could be an edge rusher. This is also a Zach Bond type of comparison here because his first couple years at Alabama, he was an outside linebacker by trade and then made the move to off-ball linebacker midway through his career, took off, had an outstanding season this past year, first year in that new scheme, first team All-SEC, 117 tackles, 12 TFLs, 5 sacks. He's big. He's outstanding plays in pursuit. He's strong. He's powerful. He had 5 sacks this year, like I mentioned, but also I thought he showed some coverage chops as well. So similar to Bond in that way. He's not the same athlete as Bond, but I think that when you're looking at his ability to play in space is a little bit underrated in my mind. Never misses tackles is the other one. He had a 7% missed tackle rate over the course of his entire career. That's 90th percentile, 90 plus percentile amongst all linebackers drafted in the last decade. Jihaad Campbell is a fun player.
We just saw a clip of the Eagles' war room. Howie Roseman very fired up and giving his high fives to Jeffrey Lurie and Nick Sirianni, as you would expect, but he seemed very fired up here. Zach, why do you think that the Eagles are so excited about the addition of Jihaad Campbell to this defense?
Yeah, I'm very curious about this pick.
And great job breaking it.
Profile. I think the athletic profile jumps out. I'm curious, like Fran said, if they think there's some edge rush to his game. That's one thing that even kind of before the changes in that Alabama defense with Saban, you heard about the inside-outside versatility. And when there's a lot of talk about Jalen Walker in your pre-draft process, Jihaad Campbell's name came up as someone who could potentially play on the edge. So I'm curious to see if they project him as a potential edge rusher, kind of the reverse Zach Bond move. If this is for an off-ball linebacker, that doesn't strike me as a very Eagles pick, but from the talent perspective, from the athleticism, from the size, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. And I would also say Vic Fangio, he said it this year. I asked him. He said the position he feels most confident and comfortable evaluating is linebacker. So we know Vic Fangio has juice in there.
Good point.
This would be. I'm very curious to see if they feel like he can play edge rusher, but regardless, this is a guy you want to get on the field because of the athletic profile. It was a big piece of that Alabama defense.
And Zach, where is he from?
He's from South Jersey, right? Camden?
Gloucester
That area?
Township. Gloucester Township. He went to he went to Timber Creek.
And credit to, I think Daniel Jeremiah had him in the mock draft as well.
That's right.
To something to be said there.
I will tell you what is a little bit interesting to me about this as well. This is big picture thinking. That's probably overanalyzing it. But if you think that everything that Zach Bond can do unlocks something about this defense, having that versatility from being able to change your fronts and come down to the line of scrimmage and be so dominant in the line of scrimmage, if you think Jihaad Campbell is like that, the Zach Bond deal is basically a 2-year deal, right? This is a player who you're not sure how he's going to age. He is already 28 years old. And so if you think you're drafting a guy who can be Zach Bond, that's very lofty. I mean, he was one of the best players in football last year. This is the 32nd overall pick. But if you think that changes something about what you can do on defense, this is sort of insurance for being able to have that long term.
That's a good point.
It's very interesting. Now, I do think I was sort of trying to hint at this when you're picking at the back end of the first round, that I don't think that the normal Eagles rules apply, because you would rather have an elite player at a different position than an also ran at an important position. So this is very interesting to me. Obviously, they love the guy enough to move up for him. Jihaad Campbell, Philadelphia, 2025, a first-round linebacker.
Yeah,
Cats and
I
dogs.
should have offered.
Go ahead.
I should have offered the pick with a little more enthusiasm. I think I was a little taken aback when I saw it. And I was trying to convince myself, is that, am I getting the correct information here? Because in my 14 years covering the team, they have never drafted an off-ball linebacker in the first round. But again, like Bo said, this could be a new leaf for the Eagles. And I think they'll probably look at it as just a really good football player who you want to get in your building.
And I will say, before the Atlanta Falcons gave up a future first-round pick to trade for James Pierce Jr., they selected Jalen Walker 15th overall.
Yeah.
In my mind, my evaluation,
Yeah.
Jihaad Campbell's a better pass rusher than Jalen Walker, and Jihaad Campbell's a better off-ball linebacker than Jalen Walker. I think he's a better player. I had a clearly higher grade on him. To me, I like the pick from a value standpoint in terms of, like, he was my – let me pull up my board real quick. He was up there on my board. Yeah, he was my 23rd player.
Right.
He was the highest player in that tier of I had 30 plus players in that tier. He was my highest player.
It is also, I mean, you don't draft for need, but it is the only position on the roster where you couldn't really line up and play week one, right? I mean, you're probably not going to trot out Jeremiah Trotter Jr. next to Zach Bond when the season starts, and so this is a glaring hole in the roster. I think it's fair to say that, Nakobe Dean's future is in question now. This is a player who's coming off a very significant injury and probably not going to be back until, at the very least, the second half of the season. It's not, they're not making this pick because of that, but I think it's fair to say that this is the guy who they want in the middle of the defense for a long time to come. Although I am curious to see, to your point, Zach, about what they say about his flexibility as a rusher.
Yeah. Fran, how would you use him?
I think you have the ability to use him in a number of different ways. I'm going to be honest. One of the things I remember the first night at the combine was the first workout of the combine was front seven players. So you had your defensive linemen and your linebackers. Campbell worked out with the linebackers, but teams wanted to see what he looked like doing the defensive line drills. So they brought back out the hoops and some of the other drills that they had defensive linemen do throughout the course of that workout, and had Campbell go through the paces of all of them. And I was blown. I was like, man, he looks like a first-round quality edge rusher, watching him run the hoops and go through all of that. So not surprising at all that the Eagles would find some extra value here because of what he can do off the edge. I am very interested to hear Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman speak about Jihaad Campbell. We were asked, I'm seeing this question come through a number of times in the chat, why trade up one spot for him? What's the motivation there? It's similar to what they did with Jalen Carter, where you are moving up one spot to make sure that no other team is going to move up with Kansas City. Kansas City ended up trading back to 32. They take Josh Simmons there, and so they move back. They're still going to get their guy, but the Eagles go up to make sure, hey, you know what, the New Orleans Saints aren't going to trade up and select Jihaad Campbell there at the 31st pick. So you're paying for that security there in that instance.
6'3", 235, ran a 4.52 40 at the combine with a 1.58 10-yard split. 10 feet 7 inches in the broad jump. That's pretty good. 21 years old, and he started 21 games in 3 seasons at Alabama. So you like the age profile. You mentioned that there's the shoulder concern,
yes,
Fran, that he was maybe a little bit beat up, but even that said, not a ton of tread on the tire, or there is a lot of tread on the tire left because he did only play 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, he's only played 1,300 snaps in his career. That's not a lot of football, and so yeah, they practice hard and all that. But the shoulder was the concern. He got the surgery right after the combine, so he couldn't do anything pro day wise or private workout wise. And it looks like there's a chance that he again has to start the season on NFI. But even just as I'm looking at my notes right now, you guys know I color code my notes, so it's blue for positive, red for negative. I've got no red. There's not one speck of red, on all my notes going through Jihaad Campbell. Everything was either positive or at least solid across the board. Coverage, pass rush, run defense, physical tools, body type. He just checked all the boxes.
Zach, what are the things that you want to ask Howie and Nick Sirianni? And just so everybody knows, we will close the show at some point here before that press conference, and then we will have video coverage on the PHLY YouTube page with some videos on demand about what those guys said. What are you looking forward to asking them, Zach?
Yeah, obviously the usage. And I imagine that they're going to say they just want to get him in. But I'm curious if they view him more as an off-ball linebacker or as an edge rusher. That's really the first thing that jumps out to me. The health component, like Fran said, is this someone who you're expecting to have in training camp? I'm not as curious for the trade. I think Fran kind of outlined that, but the usage perspective is what really jumps out to me. Are they viewing him as an edge rusher? Are they viewing him as an off-ball linebacker? He's a different type of player than Nakobe Dean. I don't view him as a Nakobe Dean replacement, right? He's more similar to Zach Bond.
You know what's funny too? It occurred to me. I was driving in here. I was driving into the studio. It was a couple weeks ago. I think I said it to you when I walked in. It just clear. I was driving. I was thinking about the draft. I was thinking about players. And I was thinking about Jihaad Campbell. Yeah, and I was thinking about it. I think I just had a conversation with somebody about him, and I was thinking about him. And I said, you know what? I loved Quay Walker. Because then going back to Nakobe Dean, his running mate at Georgia was Quay. The similarities with he and Quay Walker was a first-round pick as well, went a little bit earlier than Campbell did. But you're talking about, again, like big, physical, just check all the boxes there. He's further along, Campbell is, than what Quay Walker. Quay Walker was very green at the position and is still kind of working his way through. I think Campbell is a better player, but Walker, again, he's been a good starter for the Packers since he got drafted. And just from
that defense was so fun to watch last year from just a violence standpoint.
He matches that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be really now, training camp is tough because linebackers are tough in training camp because they can't hit. But, man, I can't wait to see this guy play his first game. It's going to be so fun in the middle of that defense.
Yeah, and again, because he's 6'3", he's 235 pounds. Like, there are times where, he's not the Isaiah Simmons, like, oh, my God, look at how athletic this guy is. But he's for a guy who is that big, he is very athletic.
Well, he has a position.
Well, that's part of it. That helps him in that instance for sure. But yeah, he's a fun player. This is a good pick by the Eagles. High school wide receiver. I forgot about that part of it as well. He went down to IMG Academy for his final year of high school. So only played 3 years at Timber Creek. Then moved down to Florida. Went to IMG Academy. That's where Nolen Smith, Eli Ricks, a bunch of former Eagles have come through there. And
just to close the loop, the Chiefs at 32 are taking Josh Simmons, the Ohio State tackle. And listen, this is also this is going back to after last season with the Toledo pick of Quinyon Mitchell, sort of bread and butter for the Eagles, pounding the blue blood programs, sticking with one of the best players on one of the best teams in college football. Zach, I know you got to get going in a minute. Yeah. Give us your final thoughts on the way that round one unfolded.
Is that I don't think they reached right. Like I think they got like a clear first round pick. In terms of talent, in terms of we know they value athleticism. He has the athletic profile. I think it's like and I think he plays right away. You get him on the field, you can figure out how to use him. I'm curious to see where they use him. It would surprise me if they spent a first round pick on an off ball linebacker. That's why I'm thinking there might be some more edge in his profile. But regardless, I like Desiraku more. I admit that. Josh Simmons intrigues me, but I'm not going to knock this pick because to me, he's just like a good football player who you can get him on the field and he'll contribute on this defense. And between the youth, the athleticism, like demonstrated ability at Alabama, played in multiple types of defenses there. So it's a pick you can completely understand. I do wonder if they could have traded back, but this is not a reach by any stretch. And we'll see how they follow it up tomorrow. I think it's just a good, smart, solid pick for a team that just won the Super Bowl.
Ian Rappaport saying that the Eagles, when they were trying to move up for Jihaad Campbell, said they thought they had a deal with the Chargers before the Chargers picked, and this is the player that they wanted. So, interesting.
Yeah, that would have blown. Can you imagine if they traded up to 22 and they took Jihaad Campbell?
Yeah, crazy.
You know what I would have done? I would have traded up to 22, and then I would have taken the Falcons. The Falcons deal to get out of the first round, right? Yeah.
All right, Zach. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you in a little bit, and then of course we'll be back tomorrow night, starting at 6:30 for the second round for the Eagles. Now I have some breaking news from behind the desk. And that is that if this video gets 500 likes before the time we have closed the show, our social man, Chris, will shotgun a Pabst Light. Now, these are tall boys, so you got to keep that in mind.
I don't think he understood what he was getting himself into when he... All right, we're at 494, so we need 6 more. If you haven't liked it, it's right down there.
Likes, that seems like a done deal.
I mean, come on.
And Julia says she'll take a sip of scotch.
I will say, too, by the way, while I have your attention, when I went on with DLS earlier, I may have talked some smack about the diehard situation, us pulling ahead, PHLY pulling ahead of DLS in terms of diehard subscriptions during this sale. Yeah, they...
Oh, we've crossed the 500 barrier. Go ahead.
Oh, by a lot, too. Yeah, we're way across 500. So they said, look, everyone's high on the Tyler Booker pick. Those subs are going to be coming through. So if you are not a diehard, take advantage of the sale right now. Don't let Dallas catch up to PHLY.
And the only way for you to come to the event where you get to watch Fran break down Jihaad Campbell, because listen, you can watch a YouTube video of Jihaad Campbell. You can't tell anything from TV tape about a linebacker. Fran's going to be able to break it down with the All-22 in addition to everybody else. And you can't do that unless you're a diehard. So sign up for a diehard, beat Dallas, make it happen.
Did we just get 200 likes in like 2 minutes? It's almost at 800.
Why don't we ask for that more?
It's almost at 800.
Bill Bassett watching from home said if we get over 666, he'll
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could get Zach to flash some nipple at some point if we get over 1,000 likes.
We're just crossed 800. Yeah.
Why don't we do this more? Comment below the video, all that good stuff.
What have I
Why
done?
not? Okay. Chris says he wants a tattoo, so maybe we can make that happen tomorrow. Let's do the Parx Casino round recap now that we have reached the end of round one, presented by Parx Casino, the round recap. The big news, number one, the New York Giants continue to be an absolute disaster. Yes, they draft Abdul Carter, but then they trade up for Jaxson Dart, ensuring that they will not be relevant for several more years. The Philadelphia Eagles, linebackers is what it's all about in this city from now on. After paying Zach Bond, the Eagles drafting Jihaad Campbell, who does have some edge flexibility, but my expectation, Fran, is that he's going to mostly be majoring in linebacker.
That would be my guess. I am interested to hear what the explanation is behind the pick from that end of it. Do they view him purely as an off-ball guy? Do they want to mix him around? That's going to be a fun explanation there.
We also have the crazy move from the Atlanta Falcons, trading a future first-round pick to get back into the first round after drafting Jalen Walker to draft James Pierce Jr., maybe the biggest surprise of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I mocked James Pierce Jr. to the Falcons at 15 in my mock that went up this morning. I knew that they liked James Pierce Jr. I felt good about that. When Jalen Walker fell to them, I said, okay, I could see that. I had the Cardinals jumping Atlanta for that reason, for Jalen Walker. Them trading that future first. That is the most surprising thing of the night for me.
And then the biggest move of the night, made by the Jacksonville Jaguars, moving up from 5 to 2, giving up a boatload of high picks, but ensuring that they get Trevor Lawrence, a real weapon in Travis Hunter.
Yeah, to me, it was something coming into the day. I thought that was possible that a deal could get done. I didn't think it was probable. I mean, I get the reasoning from Jacksonville's end of it. Still a surprising move, and I love the move for Cleveland. I think it's a very smart, purposeful move to set them up for future success in terms of trying to find their quarterback of the future and what should be a better quarterback class in 2026.
And then finally, no Shador Sanders going in the first round.
Glad you said it. That is certainly one of the big storylines, and it's going to be talked about a lot in the next 20 hours. Where does Shador Sanders go? Is he going to go number 33 to the Cleveland Browns? My gut says no.
Why would you do that now?
Yes, correct. I think now that they have that extra first in tow, I think they are less likely to select a quarterback than they were 5 hours ago.
Right. Interesting. All right. Well, that's your round recap presented by Parx Casino. The Philadelphia Eagles getting a local guy, a South Jersey man who loves hitting people and playing with the characteristic violence of the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. He is an Eagle. He's going to be playing next to Zach Bond. Very exciting stuff. All right.
Almost a 900.
We bring Chris up?
I think we got to follow through.
You got to perform in front of the people.
Just don't get anything on our suits.
Does this as Chris figures out how he's going to make this happen? Let's talk about tomorrow from the Eagles' perspective. You've got Jihaad Campbell. We'll find out if the Eagles think that that's more linebacker edge. My guess is a little bit more linebacker. Do you think this makes it more likely that they draft an offensive lineman tomorrow? Do you think it's still defensive line? How do you feel about tomorrow?
I think that the defensive line, tight end, safety, it's all the positions that we thought coming into tonight. Because obviously we didn't expect off-ball linebacker tonight. Yeah. So all the things that we talked about coming in, I think that you've got to apply them here. I think that makes the most sense.
I'm just going to throw some names at you.
Okay.
Okay.
And what am I answering?
For tomorrow, just
like for the Eagles,
who pops for you?
Okay.
Who might they move up for?
Got it. Okay.
Luther
Who
Burden.
might they move up for? No, they're not moving up for receiver.
Elijah Arroyo, your boy.
I would like that. No Mason Taylor tonight.
Mason Taylor's still there.
Yep.
Harold Fannin Jr. is still there.
Yep. My guess is he's not round 2.
Okay. Ariante Ursary.
Yeah.
Jonah Savanaia.
Yeah.
Jared Wilson. Probably not.
Probably not.
Nick Scorton.
Yep.
Azaraku's still out there.
Yep.
JT Tuimoloau.
Yeah.
Landon Jackson.
Yep. Yeah.
Femi Oladejo.
I love a lot of these guys.
Femi Oladejo. Mike Green's still out there.
Yeah.
And you could sell that more as a second round pick. Like we just couldn't pass it up.
Yeah.
TJ Sanders.
Sure.
Shamar Turner. Defensive tackle is not as deep as edge. There's a lot of edge guys. Obviously, they're not taking Schlesinger now.
No.
Will Johnson's still out there.
That would be very funny if they took Schlesinger.
Your boy Siobhan Revel.
Yeah.
Azariah Thomas and Trey Amos. And then Nick Eamon-Warry's still out there, along with Jonas Sanker and Xavier Watts. That's a lot of guys.
It's a lot of guys. There's good talent on the board. When you get to round 2, there's I'm going to be saying this a lot next. Like I love this day in the draft. I love round one. Round one's fun. I love day two. There's
Chris,
still a lot of
join
really
you.
good players. Day three. I love day three, so I'm going to be excited about each of these as we go into it. But look, this is going to be
Ice
it's a
cold
good
Pabst Light,
good
baby.
opportunity for the Eagles to add some talent here when they get into day two. That said,
Ooh, delicious.
do you think
Ice
they're more
cold.
likely to trade
Yeah.
up or down?
I still think up. As I said in Turkeys to the Kingdom,
Yeah,
I feel convinced that they're going to move up in the second round.
yeah.
Just because I think there is a drop off at some point. I think they're gonna love somebody.
Yeah, I think that's possible. They moved up already today. Did we ever see what the deal was?
The fifth.
It was a fifth. It was one of the
just
fifths.
the
Okay, that's it.
164
Got it.
overall.
Yep.
I mean, they could send. They've got 3 thirds next year.
Right.
They've got 2 fourths next year.
Right.
You know, they could send one of those to get to the middle of the round. They could also trade this year's third to get to the middle of the round, or this year's fourth to move up a little bit. I feel it's one of the things I feel strongest about that they're going to move up at some point tomorrow.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
No, but I could definitely see it.
Because I think they will think that there are only a certain amount of difference makers for this team in its
Sure.
Super Bowl window.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, Chris, you coming up? Yeah, I promised to. Oh, Julia promised
man.
too. To Pabst.
To Pabst.
To Leah. To
Leah.
Scotch. To
Baby
Brenna.
Wolf. Baby Wolf.
I'm not chugging. This is a tall boy that he's shotgunning. This is unbelievable.
Like a real terp.
Jordan Phillips would be proud.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is all just you.
Chris.
Those of you that watched our Super Bowl Radio Row shows may remember Chris from just being in the background going through that case. That's just going to be him just coping with him shotgunning that beer for the next 10 minutes.
We got to get something else now to incentivize people for tomorrow night. Well, how many likes are we at?
We're at 946.
Oh, we're gonna get to 1,000 now. I mean, if we get to 1,000 before the show is over, what can we realistically make Zach do?
Go to sleep.
No, that's not realistic. What's something that Zach would do? That's a little bit out of his comfort zone, but not a crazy thing.
I don't know. It's a good question.
How about he has to go t-shirt jacket during the show tomorrow?
For night 2?
I think he would do that.
Yeah.
He might want to say that for day 3, but
What do you think how big?
how about he has to write another book?
Now you're just punishing Emily.
No, that's not
punishing
fair.
Emily and the kids.
That's too realistic.
Yeah. How much money for super chats or how many likes will we need to get?
Oh, wait, that's
for
a good
him
reminder. We got to
to-
get back to the super chats.
Yes. Actually, that's a good point. For Zach to tweet out "Fly Eagles Fly."
Oh, he would never do that.
Never.
No. He would
Never in a
never do
million
that.
years. What about just the hashtag?
Never.
I view the hashtag as a
You're
way to
getting
get
in
into
front
the
of people.
discourse. Yes.
Well, we wanted to be on the show tomorrow. Yeah.
Wear pajama pants on the show.
No, he's not going to do that. People say that the pink slippers. I don't think he still
Just
has
in
them.
studio. Yeah.
You're going to do that. How about he has to say he loves us?
No, he won't do that either.
He might do that.
You got a better.
Over 1,000. All right.
You got a better chance of jacket, no shirt than him saying he loves us.
How about he has to cook us something?
But the oven does all the work then. That doesn't count.
How about he has to write a poem?
I like that. Gets to write.
Yeah, he gets to write. Gets to explore a different part of his brain.
Yeah. When does the poem do?
How about just a haiku for the show tomorrow for Zach?
Haiku for the show?
Yeah, I think we could sign Zach up for writing a haiku for the show tomorrow.
All right. We got to get to 1,100. So we're at we just crossed 1,000. So if we can get 100 likes between now and when we end the show, Zach has to write a haiku.
Okay, we're going to go through the super chats. And so by the time we get through the super chats, we got to get to 1,100.
Hashtag ZB haiku.
CB haiku. All right. Sean. This was earlier. Oh, this was the question for you, Fran.
Oh, okay.
From before. In your prior role with the Eagles,
Okay.
did you ever contribute to the personnel side during the draft season?
No, not in certainly not in an official way.
My body language, people, the way that he just coughed
No,
and looked off and looked
my
off.
voice is going.
like,
My voice is going. Sorry.
No.
No, my voice is going. My voice is going. No, I did not contribute to the personnel department during my time with the Eagles. A lot of great people, a lot of really smart people.
Dismay.
People that I've leaned on over the course of my career and learned a lot from. But and some people that aren't in the building anymore. They've done such a great job of bringing in talented people on that side of the building, and so. But never contributed from we need Fran's takes on player XYZ.
But you had conversations.
Had
with people,
conversations,
and
of
those
course.
conversations
Yeah.
might have informed other conversations. That's possible.
I can't say that they did or didn't.
Okay.
But I would definitely I have talked with people on that side. Sure.
Okay. Idiot Sandwich. ZB as a televangelist. If all of you at home plant enough seeds in the form of super chats and diehard subs, you may just be blessed with a shotgun. He said he would do it at the Ospreys.
Got it. I like that.
Sirianni's book talk. Coolest sounding position. Mine is guard. I mean, how do you beat tight end?
Middle linebacker. I always
Yeah.
Mike linebacker.
Yeah, middle linebacker sounds so much cooler than off-ball linebacker.
Right, yeah.
Oh, I can't go near the ball.
Yeah.
That's not good. Defensive tackle is a very good just description of the job. I like that.
Nose guard.
Yeah. I think tight end. But from a football standpoint,
Right.
I think defensive tackle is probably where I would go.
Probably right, yeah.
Okay.
Strong safety.
Good question. Yeah, strong safety.
Strong
That's
safety.
good. As opposed to free safety. This is just
La-di-da.
la-di-da has got
right.
a tie-dye shirt on, free
Right.
spirit, just roaming around, going to fish concerts with Julia. Arthur Beowulf Smith, putting all my turkeys on Jihaad Campbell. What's the time of that? What's the timestamp?
Oh.
I think that was early enough because it's early enough in the queue there that it probably was. Wow. What a call by me.
Unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
You can't take credit for that.
No, I can't take that. Mike says the water bottle makes ZB's hands look so small.
Wait,
I mean, the water bottle makes Cameron Williams' hands look small. That thing was enormous.
Texas offensive tackle Cameron Williams. Not everybody will know.
He has enormous hands.
Yeah. What water bottle did I miss?
Oh my God. He brought out this it wasn't a flask. It was a
Bigger than mine?
It probably wasn't bigger than yours.
Yeah.
But it was purchased. So it wasn't like a flask that you dump water into.
Oh, it's a bottle.
It was like
it's
a plastic water bottle that he bought that was enormous. And he's like, can we do that? Why don't let's not do it. I imagine that most of you are watching it anyway, so we'll close out the super chats. We're gonna have a discussion with Zach. That's gonna be a separate video on the site about what Howie and Nick say. So we'll check that out in a little bit. Let's finish the super chat.
We still need. I mean, I can't tell how close we are to 1,100, but if we're 10:57, all right. So we need 43 more likes.
We need this haiku, man.
We need to make Zach write a poem for tomorrow's show. 43 more likes.
Jacob Tammy, looking retroactively, how accurate are analysts when they say a draft class is strong or weak? Is that something accurately predicted looking back?
Well, that second part is tough for me to. I don't know if I can answer that. I haven't done the research there. I will say, every year people are like say the same things about draft classes. Oh, like it's not a strong class. They're only This is a weaker class. This class is definitely a weaker class. I will always say that there's talent every year. It's teams' jobs to find talent. There's definitely talent in this group, but in terms of like proven prospects, where these guys are at, coming out of college, entering the NFL, it's a weaker class across the board.
I see it just in the profiles.
Right.
Like, there's so many 23-year-olds.
Right.
And I know that some of that is the landscape of college football that has changed, but there aren't like blue chip. These guys were dominant in college for 3 years. They came out because everybody knows that they're awesome. There aren't a lot of those guys.
No, it was a weaker class this year for sure.
Okay, let's keep going through here. Sean says best coverage in Philly. Go Birds. Thank you for that. Amen. Troy Ballard. Fran is the most dialed in of all. I know that's right. Dave was Jihaad Campbell the guy if Green Bay traded 23? Ian Rappaport says yes.
Yeah, according to Ian Rappaport, and I'm sure he'll get asked about that. Howie will get asked about that, and I'm sure he'll confirm it.
Daniel Mormack. Love PHLY. The draft coverage has been elite, and then the regular season is the best in the business. So hyped. We appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you very much. Roger. Thanks for the amazing draft coverage. You guys rock. You rock. And thank you, of course, most of all, to Chris, Brenna, and Julia for making this all happen behind the scenes. Roger, again, pumped that he's pumped about the pick, TE or D-line in round 2. We talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
If you had to throw turkeys on it now, what would you think?
Maybe it's a trade-up for Mason Taylor.
Oh, okay. It's very needs-focused.
It is.
But it's interesting. Tyler, go Birds, all the way from Hawaii.
Oh.
Aloha, Tyler. Bill. Chris rules. Hell yeah. Represent the brand.
Did you see how much that super chat was for? It was for $4.20.
$4.20. Very nice. That's very good. Polar
Nice job,
Jam.
Bill.
Okay. How many likes for ZB to do some ketamine? I think just 2 more. Steve. Great show, everybody. Congratulations, Bo. Thank you very much. And sincerely, thank you to all of the sickos and everybody else who has sent along their congratulations. That means a lot. That's very nice. Juan Pablo, just a lovely super chat. And then Matthew, just under the wire. Is that $99?
Yes, that was my response to seeing this come through.
Thanks for all the coverage. I'm out in Las Vegas. It's not terrible, like Fran says. And you guys, what does that say? Oh, and
I'm still back east. Yep.
He's still back east.
Matthew,
Thank you, Matthew, my man.
I hope you still feel good about that super chat in the morning.
I mean,
Matthew.
he's in Vegas. He just won at the tables.
Yeah.
He's making it rain. Matthew, my man. That's so nice. Thank you.
We just found CDP's burner.
Yeah. Where's CDP been tonight? What the heck?
Unbelievable.
Maybe he works nights. Maybe this is where we're getting closer to finding out what his deal is.
Maybe he's working the draft.
Maybe it's Howie.
But Matthew, thank you. That was awesome.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Did we get to 1,100 before?
Yeah, we did. Oh, we got it.
Just in time. All right, Zach, I know you're going to listen. You owe us a haiku for tomorrow's show. I think that's a
How long is a haiku?
I think that's a nice, easy lift.
Like 4 lines or 6 lines?
575, I believe.
Right. Man, good memory.
Or is it 585?
I got you. Oh, that's awesome.
585?
A Japanese poem of 17 syllables in 3 lines of 575. Yep.
Okay, I was right the first time.
Traditionally evoking images of the natural world. We got to hold Zach to that.
He doesn't need to be held to that, but it does need to be 575.
575, yeah.
Now, does it need to be about Pabst Light or True Mark Financial?
Ashley.
Well, they're not the presenting sponsor.
Right.
Okay. Could be Ashley. Or it could just be about the draft.
Yeah.
Be about Jihaad Campbell.
We'll give him the creative freedom there?
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
Okay.
Okay, it is 575. All right. Jihaad Campbell, what a night!
What a fun night. The highs, the lows, the chaos.
The middles.
We got 2 more to go.
2 more to go.
6 more rounds.
couple videos to shoot after this.
Stay with us for all those 6 rounds.
Looking forward to getting home and rocking a sleeping, not a crying baby. Probably should be fun.
Was the so last night was your first night home, right?
First night home. Yeah.
When you get like in her room, like rocking chair, like when you got, was it the same like space that you had with like Jane?
No. Well, yes, because she's not in her own room. She's
Right.
in a crib in our room.
Okay.
So that's the same.
Right. So like,
As it was.
did it immediately? Do you feel like, oh, like I remember this place?
The muscle memory came right back.
That's crazy.
100%.
That's awesome. Very cool.
Yeah, like no time had passed.
Right. That's cool.
Yeah, it's very nice. One more super chat. Zach, do you think this draft is low on top tier talent because of NIL?
No, I think it was just a perfect storm's not the word. It was just a down year.
But this is also the last year of the COVID exceptions, right?
This is the
Or maybe
last
one more
year.
year?
Yeah, hold on. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yes, this was the last year. Correct. Yes, this was the last year of any COVID, like extra year because of COVID, because that was the 2020 season. So if your first year on college campus was 2021, you could redshirt. So you have 5 years of eligibility. So it's 21, 22, 23, 24. This would be your last year. Yes. So we're done COVID extra year eligibility stuff.
By the way, one other event to tell you about for the diehards. June 14th,
Oh, you got to join us here.
the golf event. We got a golf tournament. I'm going to be there. Fran's going to be there at Valley Brook Country Club, 2:00 shotgun start. I mean, it's going to be some fun. I'm going to suck them back, swing some clubs.
Chris will be shotgunning
great.
beers.
Yeah. Yeah. And Zach just out of nowhere
Forgot about that.
just drains one after it's like 3 of the worst putts you've ever seen in your life. Just Zach, dominance. Fantastic.
By June
Guy's a
14th,
natural.
where are you at golf game wise? June 14th. I mean, it's going to be different this year.
It'll be
Obviously,
different
with
this year.
newborn,
Yeah. I mean, I don't get to play as much as I
Yeah.
would like to. Hopefully I will have 2 rounds under my belt.
Yeah. By then, that's what I'm
Yeah.
kind of hoping. Same thing. 3 or 4 rounds by that point.
Yeah.
I've been getting asked like nonstop, like since like March.
But
like,
I'll tell you what, a shotgun, I am very helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I will give you a good shot
right.
of hole.
Yeah. Right. Yep. I enjoy a shotgun scramble.
Yeah. Yeah, I said shotgun. I meant scramble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially for factory and handicaps. I mean, one shot with a 13, 14 handicap, I'm doing very well.
Shay asked a big question in the chat just now. Not a super chat, but it's Shay, so we'll answer. When's the Ospreys?
News to come. News to come. We're not going to not do them, but we'll give you plenty of lead up so that we can get enough people that we need at the Ospreys.
Yeah.
All right. Let's close it out. That'll do it for night 1 of the PHLY Eagles Draft Show presented by TrueMark Financial and Pabst Light. We're back tomorrow night starting at 6:30, so a half an hour early before the show, before the picks start happening. That will be very exciting. And then, of course, we are live all day Saturday from noon when it starts all the way through when the Eagles make their last pick. So lots of fun stuff to come, maybe some more special guests. Also, make sure you check out the PHLY YouTube page because after we finish the show, we're going to do a video on the players to watch for tomorrow. We're going to talk to Zach about what Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman said about the Jihaad Campbell pick, some other fun stuff. We got a regular show at 2 o'clock tomorrow with Jamie Lynch sort of running us through everything that has happened. I mean, who's got it better than Eagles fans on PHLY? As Zach would say, nobody.
Nobody.
All right. For Julia and Brenna and Chris, the stars of the show, for Zach, for Jamie and Devon, for the All-City NFL Draft analyst, Fran Duffy, I am Bo Wulf. We thank you for watching. We will talk to you tomorrow night. And as always, we love you.